Chapter 1, Prologue, In a New World. The ruins of Uzushigokyu. Well, I guess this is it, huh? Naruto said with a sad voice. We know it's gonna happen someday. It's just a matter of when, Kurama said. Standing in the ruins of the home of his ancestors. Naruto stood in front of gate with its doors covered in writing. He wore a dark orange jacket over a black long-sleeve shirt. He also wore a modified black umbu pants with multiple pockets and a pair of brown boots. His long bright blonde hair is covered by the hood of his jacket. After the defeat of Kagaya Otsutsuki, a short period of peace has been observed in the elemental nations. Countries and hidden villages alike are working hand in hand to recover from the disasters caused by the Fourth Great Shinobi War. But of course, it wouldn't last long. Everybody knew it. It only takes a single spark of human greed and hates to reverse all the progress achieved. Nobody knew better how fickle human nature is than Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The last heir of the Senju and Uzumaki clans from his mother's side, Kushina Uzumaki, and the last heir of the Namikaze clan and member of the Uchiha clan from his father's side, the Yondaime Hokage Minato Namikaze. As a kid, Naruto has always been the target of hate by the citizens of Konoha due to his unique circumstances. He was chosen as the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi by his own father after it escaped from its previous vessel, his mother. Naruto was raised ignorant from his own heritage by the order of the Sandaime Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. Naruto became the target of scorn and hatred of the ignorant masses due to him being the prison of the Kyuubi. Only recently has this outlook been changed due to his role in the Fourth Shinobi War and the defeat of Kagaya Otsutsuki. Tired of the cycle of hatred, Naruto trained hard to overcome the challenges that the path to peace would face. He became the foremost master of Fuinjutsu, acquired the ultimate dojutsu Rinatensei Sharingan, or simply called Shinigami, became the first full sage, and acquired the Takigakyu's famed Kinjutsu, the Jiangu, all after the war. He also set out to allow himself to become the Jinchuriki of the Nine Bijou. Shikaku, Matatabi, Isabu, Son Goku, Kokuo, Seiken, Komiai, Gyuki, and Kurama. This would ensure that the power of the Bijou wouldn't be abused by any hidden village and would allow some form of freedom to the Bijou due to his modified Death God seal that allows partial autonomy of the Bijou inside the seal. An unforeseen side effect of all the power he acquired was that he became essentially immortal. An overreaction to his predicament, he decided to leave the world he has known and live a relatively normal life in another world. He dedicated his knowledge of Fuinjutsu and near limitless amount of chakra in his disposal, created a bridge to another world. Packing up everything he would need and saying one last goodbye to the only world he has known, the 21-year-old Naruto, the hero of the elemental nations, left the world in a flash of light so bright it rivaled the sun, without so much as a goodbye to his friends and families. Central Park, New York, USA, 2005. That is the worst Hirashin ever. Naruto shouted with a fervor. Shut up. If it's bad for you, how about for us in here? Chomei replied with equal enthusiasm. I guess it's a success since we're not dead, Gyuki added with mirth. Kit, we need to get out of here. We may have attracted some unwanted attention with our exit, Kurama advised. Yeah, I'm going. Sheesh, Naruto said. Applying suppression seals on his nape to cover his chakra signature, he left the scene in as much speed and stealth he could muster without chakra enhancements. Hiding in the shadows of the trees around him, he noticed there are paths and structures in the forest. On second thought, it's not a forest but a large park. Who the hell makes a park the size of Konoha? Naruto thought to himself. It took 10 seconds for him to reach the clearing of the park. Still hiding from the shadows, Naruto took notice of the world he landed on. What he saw awed and surprised him. Buildings higher than the Hokage monument everywhere, carriages running without horses or ox, bright lights that reach for the sky and people, lots and lots of people. All were looking towards where he came from. Holy shit, Isabu drawled out. Imagine climbing one of those. Son Goku blurted out. You're really just big monkey, aren't you? Kokuo teased. We need a base of operations while we figure out how this world works, Seiken said. Yeah. Let me try something. I feel we are still not far enough from where we came, Naruto said. Getting Hirashin kunai from his pocket, he threw it hard at a 45-degree angle to maximize distance and to miss any buildings in its immediate path. When he felt the kunai stopped, he asked Kurama, any people near where that kunai landed? None from what I can tell, Kurama replied. Okay, here goes nothing. With a flash of light, he's gone. Chapter 2, Blinding Light. The Triskelion, Washington, D.C., March 28, 2005, 21:15 H local. An unassuming man is moving quickly down the corridor to report to his boss. Tension can clearly be seen even if he is feigning a calm exterior. Everyone can see it, causing them to move aside to let him through. He's a Caucasian wearing tailored suit and black leather shoes. He has dark brown hair and a receding hairline. He is Agent Phil Coulson, the right-hand man of the Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division or SHIELD. An expert in information gathering, stealth, and diplomacy, he has already seen more things than people would believe and can keep his calm through even some of the most chaotic of scenarios. He is generally considered an easygoing individual with a great sense of humor. To find him reacting this way would mean an entirely unprecedented event occurred. Reaching his destination, he knocked twice and entered the office. He saw his boss pacing back and forth behind his desk while talking on the phone. "Yes, Mr. President. We already have a quick response team on site with a secondary team en route." "Yes. Yes, sir, we'll send an update when able. Goodbye, sir." Facing Coulson is an intimidating bald African-American man. He is wearing an all-black combat attire covered by a black leather trench coat. Another notable characteristic is a black eye patch covering his left eye, covering a large scar running across it. "What the hell happened, Coulson?" "I had to find out an 083 event from POTUS. Good thing we had people close by who at least had the brains to check it out and take control of the situation. Now I'm going to ask with all the calm that I can muster. What the fuck is going on?" The man known as Nick Fury asked, finally ending his tirade. Nicholas Fury, or simply known as Nick Fury, is the director of SHIELD. SHIELD is formed to protect the world from things they are not ready to know, and at its head is the quintessential spy. If one thinks of spies, he is what usually forms in your head. He's an expert on deep infiltration, espionage, and assassination. He had toppled governments, assassinated world leaders. Basically, he changed the world. There isn't much known about him, and that's the way he likes it. Handing over a tablet that contains the information on the event, Coulson answered the tirade like a professional. On 2030 hours, an energy surge was recorded on the north side of Central Park. Our sensors didn't record the event since the energy surge is what would be considered harmless. The event just released the energy as purely visible light, which is really strange. Accidental recording of the event, which is already circling social media, showed that the light emitted exceeds the brightness of the sun. A large number of people who were accidentally looking at the direction as it happened are already checking into hospitals due to visual issues. The teams on site are already cordoning off the area with the help of local law enforcement. Our New York branch techs are just 3 minutes away. While looking at the tablet, Fury is formulating a plan of attack and running multiple scenarios in his head. With a plan formed, he ordered Coulson. "I want you on a flight to New York with our tech with all the toys you can bring. Take another 10 agents for investigation and bring Barton with you. He can see things others don't." Commercial or private?" Coulson asked. A hardened stare is an answer he received. "Right, the Quinjet it is." "I'll just get going then, sir. I'll send Romanoff as your relief team as soon as she gets back from California." Coulson nodded and walked out of the office, readying himself for another mission. The Triskelion, Washington, D.C., March 28, 2005, 21:45 H. Local. Agent Clint Barton is in a meeting room waiting to be briefed about an urgent mission he'd just been informed about. He is already on his way to the dormitories after his daily workout and conditioning when he has been called back through his phone. He really would like to complain about his working hours if only he had one. Being a high-level SHIELD agent meant that he had irregular hours and can be called at any time. He already changed into his standard sleeveless SHIELD combat uniform. His trusty weapon in a carry case beneath the table. Some would describe Agent Barton serious guy on a mission but easygoing and relatable off of it. He is also considered a special kind of prodigy. He has a recorded eyesight of 20/5, near-perfect recall, and an outstanding eye-to-hand coordination. A master marksman in most conventional weaponry by 18 and a gifted infiltrator specializing in assassination and bodyguard missions. What makes people consider him a little weird is his choice of weaponry, which is the bow and arrow. SHIELD Tech has upgraded his choice of weapon to allow him to deal with many situations with just a change of the arrow tip that can be remotely changed. Looking around the room, he counted 20 people in the room, excluding himself. Based on his observations, 10 of them are definitely field agents, and the other 10 are techs. This looks like big op with this many field agents, but why in the hell do we need this many techs? Barton thought to himself. Technicians or techs are their scientists. They usually stay in the labs, but certain circumstances may need them. He tapped the shoulder of the field agent in front of him and asked, "Got any idea what all this is about?" No, sir. I have just been called from leave. I haven't even started yet." Sir?" The agent answered in a nervous tone when he recognized who is asking him. Not receiving any information, he spied a tech looking in his phone. He walked over to the tech at the other side of the room. "Barton asked, You have any news about the op? I may have some idea, Agent Barton, the tech answered. All the people in the room are now focused on the conversation. Well, Agent Barton urged the tech to continue. Yes, browsing at his phone. At approximately 8:30 this evening, a bright flashlight was observed at Central Park, showing the video playing on his phone to the audience in the room. Since our sensors didn't record any spike either in infrared, UV, radiation, or otherwise, the only explanation left is that the event is just like a large flashlight, only just a few stops brighter than the sun. We are currently unable to form any hypothesis about the event. Well, that's basically the gist of what I'm gonna say. A new voice was heard from the doorway. Everybody swung their heads to who it is. Hey, Phil. You're the one who called us in? Barton asked. Coulson walked over to the podium and said, No. Orders came from Fury himself with urging from the president. Wow. So this is a big deal, huh? When are we going to go? In half an hour. I want everyone to pack for at least a week. Bring all the sensors, machines, or doodads that you may need, and you might think unavailable at the New York field office. We're going to take a Quinjet to our hotel and start tomorrow morning. Coulson ordered. You heard him, let's go. Barton urged the people in the room when no one stood up. The people in the room started to file out quickly to prepare for travel. How bad is it? Barton asked Coulson with a touch of worry in his voice. Not as bad as you might think. Coulson significantly calmed down from his earlier state. It is considered an 083 event. It just caused minor panic to the populace. You know New York, if it doesn't affect them, they don't care. The president is just concerned since he's going to run for re-election, and New York is one of his big bases. What concerns Fury, on the other hand, is what we should worry about. We have no idea what caused the event. Zilch, zero, nada. Remember what the tech said about the sensors? Yeah. What's so special about it? Nothing was recorded about the event. No spikes in the infrared, UV, or radiation. That just doesn't happen. No phenomenon, artificial or natural, can form this amount of visible light without some byproduct. Even a flashlight produces heat, Coulson explained. So what is your take on this? 'Cause my money's on aliens? Barton offered his opinion. Maybe, but I doubt it. My gut says it's going to big. Well, shit. How many times is your gut wrong? Not much. Well, I hope you're wrong. They separate from each other at the corridor's intersection with a sense of foreboding on what is to come. Chapter 3, Not Stealthy Enough. Mojave Desert, California, 2005. A man suddenly in the middle of the desert. God damn it, Kurama. Why didn't you tell me it landed that fucking far? I really hate those long-range Hirations, Naruto complained. Well, you didn't ask. At least it's not as bad as that Hiration gate you made. That's just a doozy, Kurama replied. Oh, I really like this place. Can we stay here, please? Shikaku said with extreme enthusiasm. No way, only you can love this place, Sandbrain, Isabu countered. Huh? What did you just say? All right. Shut up. Gyuki roared at the two. Naruto looked around and observed where he landed. It looked like he landed in the middle of a desert. The sun is just setting, leaving a beautiful image to behold. There are no structures anywhere in sight, only some mountain ranges on the horizon. He looked down on his feet and saw a small crater only half a foot in diameter. At the center, his Hiration kunai. Thanks, Gyuki. We're not going to stay here, Isabu. There's almost nothing here. It might be perfect for a base if we're hiding, but we need information. Kurama, can you figure out where are the largest cities near here? Naruto said. Look to your left. There's a large city there. It has more people than the whole land of fire combined, or. Kurama said after feeling out for a while. Let's go there. It's close to the ocean. Isabu interrupted. Or, Kurama continued, completely ignoring Isabu. You could look to your right and go there. It's significantly closer and smaller. Naruto looked at both directions, thinking of what to do. After some time, he finally created a plan of attack. He reached for the chakra suppression tag on his neck that burnt out due to the use of Hiration. He placed it in one of the storage seals tattooed on his arm. He then created a shadow clone and handed over a Hiration kunai and a sealing tag to it. Go to the city to the left. Find some out-of-the-way area in the city and hide the kunai. Use the tag to siphon of chakra from me. Create 1,000 shadow clones and collect information there. I'll come over later. Yes, boss. The clone saluted and ran to execute his orders. And don't forget to use henge. Naruto shouted over to the clone. Are you sure that's a great idea? Kurama asked. What's the worst that could happen? Don't jinx us, kid. He picked up the kunai on the ground and placed it again in his storage seal. He then ran to the opposite direction of his clone as fast as he can. Edwards Air Force Base, California. March 28, 2005, 1735 H. Local. Edwards Air Force Base is an Air Force installation built in 1933, approximately 35 kilometers NE of Los Angeles. Throughout the years, it served as one of the military bases used to defend the American western seaboard. With the advancement of space exploration and military technology, the Edwards AFB is one of the military bases which has a close working relationship with National Aeronautics and Space Administration or NASA, due to its close proximity with the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, and Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency or DARPA, due to its close proximity with Stark Industries, which is one of their partners. Because of the working relationships with these government agencies, several experimental and advanced technologies are housed or controlled in this base. Of the dozens of technology being tested, two things would detect one of the first signs of Naruto. The first is an experimental detection system invented by Stark Industries. Laser Diffusion Detection Relay, or simply called LDR, is an advanced detection and mapping system that can be used to accurately guide short-range missiles or help small-scale logistical planning. It uses a short series of prisms and satellite relays to diffuse high and low-energy lasers to create a real-time 3D rendition of the environment up to 250 kilometers away. It won't penetrate inside buildings or houses, but it can be used to see people and cars in motion in a surprising amount of detail. Currently, it can't detect colors due to the limited amount of detail the lasers can detect. The amount of data processed by the system would require a supercomputer to process about 200 gigabytes of data a second, which the technology at that time could barely achieve. The second is a group of satellites working in unison to produce high-quality real-time surveillance video or picture. It is called God's Eyes, or Geo-Orbital Diametric Synchronization Identification and Surveillance. Developed by DARPA with the help of NASA, this was designed to capture surveillance photos of high-value targets for future operations. A total of 8 probe satellites and 1 primary satellite are positioned in a way that all satellites are in geosynchronous orbit within the same plane while maintaining as far a distance with each other as possible. The primary satellite would always be placed in the center of an octagonal plane made by the probe satellites. Each probe satellite is equipped with a high-quality reflection telescope with each centimeter of the mirror capable of minute adjustments to offset the atmosphere's refraction of light. The primary satellite would be the central relay of all the probe satellites and would always be directly overhead the target area. The photo or video produced is a compilation of 9 different camera angles of the same area taken at the same time. This would help the computer create a high-quality 3D model of the area. The quality of the photo or video developed is comparable to shots taken only 5 meters away. The maximum area of capture is 100 kilometers diameter, with quality decreasing the further the target is from the center. Technical Sergeant Jonah Hernandez is relaxing in front of his workstation, waiting for dinner. He enlisted for the Air Force to achieve his dream of flying around the world while still serving his country as his father, Captain Joaquin Hernandez of the Army. Well, he is currently not flying anything but some paper airplanes in his barracks now and again. But at least he gets to play with the cool new toys developed by the military, since he is one of the smarter persons in the base. He is currently the test handler of the LDR system. He sometimes just spies on some random people going about their lives, but now, something more serious has been picked up by the system. That can't be right, Hernandez said to himself while looking at the notification on his screen. It is showing that an approximately 25 centimeters long object traveled at supersonic speeds and crash-landed near the edge of the visible zone. "Hey Collins, can you take a look at this for me?" Hernandez called Technical Sergeant Elizabeth Collins, the technical operator of the God's Eye system. Walking over to Hernandez's station, he hunched over and looked over the data in the monitor. Turning over the rendered map a couple of times and playing back the replay a couple of times, she finally said, "What the hell is that? Is that a rocket?" "No, too small. It's showing it crashed from somewhere east." "I know, I'm looking at it too. Don't give me attitude. You're the one who called me here." Yeah, I'm sorry. But can you use the eye to look at what happened? I know it's over Vegas near the crash site." Apology accepted. "Give me a second." Walking back to her station, she opened the latest data packet she received from the satellite. Scrolling the time bar to the target time and closing upon the area, she watched what happened. "Hernandez, you are going to want to call the general after seeing this," Collins finally said. Hernandez walked over and saw the video playing on the screen. "Fuck. What the hell was that? Where the hell did he come from?" Hernandez reacted. In the video, a 3-pronged knife crashed in the desert. 2 seconds after that, a man wearing a jacket appeared on top of the knife. He looked disoriented for a moment. He looked around while talking to someone. He then multiplied out of thin air and handed over another of those weird knives and a piece of paper. The doppelganger then ran at least 250 kilometers per hour towards LA until he was out of satellite range. The original then picked up the knife and ran towards Las Vegas at similar speeds. I'm going to create a copy of this. You create a copy of the report you've got from the latter, Collins finally said after Hernandez is done freaking out. For what? Hernandez replied, still a little on edge. We are going to report this to the general. Move it, come on. We need to catch him before he leaves. Hernandez nodded in agreement with Collins's suggestion. The two quickly made copies of everything and compiled them in a folder. They both locked their stations and ran towards the door. They left the experimental relay room and biometrically locked it to make sure that the room can't be tampered with. Hernandez looked at the guard posted outside the room and ordered, "Whatever happens, don't let anyone in. We need to bring something to the general." The guard saluted to confirm he received the order. The two then jogged quickly to the administration building and saw the general just walking over to his service car. They ran over to him and saluted. Technical Sergeant Collins and Hernandez, "Sir. We are operators for some experimental projects, sir. We have observed some irregularities that need to be brought to your attention, sir," Collins said while extending her hand to pass the folder. They looked nervously to the man at the imposing man before them. Brigadier General Colin the Titan Powell is a 6 feet 1 inch African-American man renowned for his no-nonsense attitude and his support for injured vets. He has short black hair and wears wire-rimmed glasses. He earned his nickname during the First Gulf War when he was just a captain. He was leading a 15-man unit of Air Force Special Operations Command tasked to take out the land-to-land missiles obtained by Saddam Hussein. The mission was continuing smoothly until it all went foobar during their retreat. 3 members died while the rest of them received various injuries. Only General Collins was lightly injured since he was calling for the extract chopper. He almost single-handedly fought off waves of enemy combatants and defended his unit. He then carried all his unit members, even the dead ones, to the extraction point. 10 members survived the op. He was then called the Titan since he carried all of his units, just like the Titan Atlas. The general stared at the two for a moment before he extended his hand to take the folder. After a few seconds looking over the folder, the general leaned over and knocked on the car window. It rolled down, and the general said with a low voice, "Circle back to the parking. I'll call you in 30 minutes if I need to be picked up." "Yes, sir," the driver said and drove off. Looking over to the two sergeants, the general said, "Follow me." The general turned around and walked back inside the building. Sloan, Nevada, 2005. "Slow down, Kit. We are getting close. We don't want to tip our hand too early," Kurama said. "Okay," Naruto replied. "Hey, there's some road over there." He started when he saw a clearing on the horizon. He walked towards the road to make sure he doesn't attract any unwanted attention. After 20 minutes of walking, he finally reached the road. "Whoa, wherever we are, this country sure is rich. Who makes road out of concrete and in the middle of nowhere?" Naruto mused. He then looked over the sign by the side of the street. He stared at it for some time and hanged his head low. "I can't read it," Naruto said sadly. "Of course you can't read it. We're in another world. We probably won't be able to understand them either," Kurama replied. "The bijus are hundreds of years old. A byproduct of living that long is being able to learn a whole bunch of languages. I think I can make a temporary fix for the speaking thing. Hold on a minute." He then walked over a rock and sat down. He unsealed some ink and paper and drew some intricate design. When he's done, he placed the sealing tag on his nape and activated it. That should cover it for a while. I'll be going to be able to understand them, and when I'm speaking, the tag will convert my words to something they can understand. It even applies a small genjutsu to allow the person to see the corresponding mouth motion for what they would understand. "Awesome, right?" Naruto explained proudly. "Good job. Take a cookie," Kurama replied, oozing with sarcasm. Naruto pouted because of Kurama's reply. "We need to reach the city before nightfall. You are going to continue walking?" Gyuki said. "Roger." After another 30 minutes of walking, a carriage without a horse stopped next to him and made that god-awful sound. He stopped and looked at a sleek-looking carriage, awed by its design. The window opened, and an angelic voice asked, "You need a ride?" Chapter 4, First Contact. Las Vegas, Nevada. March 28, 2005, 1900 H. Local. The Black Widow. One of the boogeymen of the world's politicians and elites. There are no missions she couldn't handle. No person she couldn't assassinate, no information she couldn't extract. No mission she wouldn't do for the right price. Originally named Natalia Romanova, she's a 5 feet 7 inches Russian woman with a face and body to die for. She has red hair and green eyes. Considered the best of Russia's Red Room Black Widow program, a brutal training to create the perfect spies for Russia to use. Graduated in the program in 1999 at the young age of 14, she worked exclusively for Russia's intelligence agency, KGB, until she left and gone AWOL in 2001. She made a name for herself doing work for the highest bidder and having an almost perfect record until S.H.I.E.L.D. took an interest in her a year later. S.H.I.E.L.D. sent their best agent to kill or capture the Black Widow. They sent Agent Clint Barton or Hawkeye. S.H.I.E.L.D. was interested in the possible information the Black Widow may have on one of their high-value targets taken from one of her hits. Barton finally cornered her in Minsk after almost a month of cat-and-mouse chase. When Barton saw her, he recognized something familiar in her eyes. While holding her at arrow point, he asked, "You got a lot of red on your ledger. Want some help cleaning it up?" That's what sealed the deal for the infamous Black Widow. She surrendered to S.H.I.E.L.D. and offered to work for them in exchange for immunity. She went for 6 months of intensive accelerated course for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and passed with flying colors. Fury considered her as one of the best steals he got. Barton became her go-to partner due to the close working and personal relationship they developed in the past 2 years. She currently only takes her orders from Director Fury himself. She is currently on her way to Las Vegas to relax and unwind. It's one of the perks for being placed so high up in the food chain. You can get vacation time for every top priority mission, although she doesn't do this often. Her latest mission is taking care of a Chinese spy working as an engineer in Stark Industries. The whole mission was a textbook operation except for the high-profile position of the spy inside the company. His sudden disappearance would cause some reaction from the company. She's driving down I-15 in her advance release, and S.H.I.E.L.D. upgraded Koenigsegg CCX when she saw a man walking just past Gene Sport Aviation Center. She usually would just drive past the guy, but all her instincts are telling her to pull over. She slowed down to a stop beside the guy, rolled down the passenger side window, honked her horn and asked, "You need a ride?" She observed the man as young as herself. Standing at 6 feet 2 inches with a solid build, he wore a dark orange zip-up hoodie, black shirt, and cargo pants. She saw his piercing cerulean eyes, medium-length golden blonde hair with 2 longer strands framing his face, and finally, what might look like as whiskers by his cheek adding a wild vibe to his whole persona. He's looking awestruck at her car. It's still a little flattering to see someone appreciate a top-of-the-line peak of human engineering. When the man heard her question, he looked a little surprised and looked at her. He thought for a second and said, "Are you talking to me?" "Yes, I'm talking to you." "There's nobody else here, right?" she answered in a playful tone. The man scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Sorry. "Sure, I would like a ride if you wouldn't mind." "Come on, hop on in." Natasha automatically opened the door. When the man settled in the chair, the door automatically closed, and she drove off. "Thanks for the ride. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, by the way." The man, now known as Naruto, introduced himself. "No problem. I'm Natalie Rockford," Natasha said in response, using one of her aliases. The spy business is a pretty unpredictable profession. Even the smallest of slip-ups can lead to death. It's better to be safe than sorry. Looking over the guy discreetly, she's looking for any sign of deception on his part. You don't get this good being a spy without being able to find out if someone is lying or not. Your parents must really like whirlpools, Natasha said conversationally. Due to her profession, she's fluent in over 20 languages, and one of them is Japanese. Ha ha ha. I guess. I never really thought about it like that. Naruto said awkwardly. Trying to change the subject, he asked, "Where are you going, by the way?" "Vegas. Trying to see my luck on the slots." "How about you?" Natasha asked. She's still trying to pick up some information from him. "I notice your lack of luggage or even a bag," she added. "Yeah, about that. I kind of lost it, including all of my cash. I am hoping to win at least a little bit to carry on." Naruto laid out his plan. When she saw the skeptical look on her, he continued. "Bad plan?" "Yes. Stupid plan?" "Well, I don't know about that. I've always considered myself a little lucky. I mean, look at me, a beautiful woman just picked me up in an awesome car. I thought it only happens in movies." He said the last part in a sincere tone. "Ha ha ha. Laying it a little thick there, aren't you, Whiskers? But I gotta say you're not the only guy who went to Vegas to try their luck, but you're the only guy who walked all the way to Vegas to play," Natasha said, genuinely amused. "I have no problems walking, but I kinda like this. Traveling in style," Naruto replied, brushing over his new nickname. Naruto then proceeded to look all over inside the car. He paid particular attention to the dash where the clock is. After the perusal of the interior, he asked, "So, what do you do for a living?" "I work for Stark Industries as a public relations manager. I just got off this afternoon." You. Natasha answered, immediately using her cover story. I'm between jobs since I just moved here. I want to leave it all behind. I was a freelance contractor. Doing odd jobs here and there. Nothing special, really, Naruto said, telling a half-lie. Being a shinobi really meant being a freelance contractor that can be hired by almost anyone to do almost everything, even as mundane as painting a fence. That answer set off alarms in her mind, but the only outward change visible is the subtle narrowing of her eyes. She used that excuse too many times before to not recognize it. He's not a spy, or at least not an experienced one. No self-respecting would get caught unaware like this. So maybe an assassin? Or maybe an ex-military? I got too little information to know, she thought to herself. MGM Grand Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 28, 2005, 17:15 local. It looks like we're here. What's your plan? Natasha asked while stepping off the car and walking to the back to pick up her luggage. Naruto followed her to the back of the vehicle. I don't really know. I might walk around for a while and maybe get lucky and find a chip or cash on the ground. Happened to me before. She took the bag from her trunk and closed it. She then walked over to the valet and then proceeded to move towards the hotel's front of the entrance. Well, good luck to you. I hope we get to see each other again. Same here. Thanks again for the ride, Naruto said, and finally walking away. Natasha then walked to the front desk to book a room. She immediately got one, and after signing in her information, she headed to her room. After checking into a hotel room and sweeping for bugs, a habit she picked up from her work, she took her phone from her bag and turned on its encryption feature. She then called Fury. Hello, Romanov. How's your vacation? Fury greeted in a gruff voice. All is well, boss. I'm in Vegas right now, going to play some craps for a week, Natasha said. But that's not why I called. I need someone checked through the system. Okay. What's the name, and why should I run him or her? Fury asked with a touch of curiosity. Natasha's phone has access to its database. The only explanation she would let him run the check is if there is something about the person he needs to know about. Him. The name's Naruto Uzumaki. 6 feet 4 inches, blonde hair, blue eyes, possibly Japanese ancestry due to his name, Natasha described. Picked him up near Sloan on my way to Vegas, walking by the side of the road. Oh, by the way, he has whiskers, she continued. On the other side of the line, Fury is inputting the details on his computer when he suddenly paused and said, Excuse me? Whiskers. Yes, whiskers, Natasha said in a deadpan tone. Don't tell me you're making me search for him because of whiskers, Fury said in a tone of disbelief. Come off it, boss. I'm asking you to run him since he's walking by the side of the road with nothing but the clothes on his back. Didn't even look a little sweaty or fatigued, considering where I found him. He must have been walking for hours. So, maybe he's from the military? No, too young, he looked like my age. Late teens, early 20s. He also said he was a freelance contractor who just moved to the US to leave it all behind. That's what caused me to be wary of him. That should be easier. If he moved here, he should have a record somewhere, Fury was saying when he heard the computer ping. On the screen, it says no match found. Romanov, there's no match anywhere in the system. Maybe he used an alias? Fuck, Natasha said under her breath. I'll send over my car's interior camera feed, can you match the face? I just got feeling about him, Natasha said, hoping to find something about the guy. I'll see what would come up. You're really hung up on him, huh? Fury said with a teasing tone. Oh, and by the way, don't fly to DC. Head straight to New York. Your team would meet you there. Team? I rarely operate with a team, especially on local soil. It's not that kind of op. You'll lead the relief team sent to New York to investigate an 083 event that happened in Central Park. POTUS is riding my ass about it since it happened. I'll send you the details. Roger. Don't cut your vacation. Coulson and Barton are on site. Relax for now. Thanks, boss. Good night. Romanov said, then hanged up the phone. She remotely downloaded the video from her car, then sent it to Fury. Who the hell are you? Natasha mused to herself, and then she went to bed. Las Vegas, Nevada. March 28, 2005, 17:30 local. Achoo. Oh. Somebody's thinking about you. Maybe it's the nice girl you met? Chomei teased. Don't get started again on that, Chomei, and next time don't start shouting and interjecting the whole time when I'm talking to someone. Confuses the hell out of me, Naruto complained. Sorry. But you got to admit she's one beautiful woman. Well, at least for a human. I won't dignify that with a response, Naruto answered with a grin, remembering the woman who helped him. It looks like he picked up some things from his godfather. You know she's lying, right? Kurama asked. Oh yeah, big time. The only truth she said is that she was going to relax here. So, what are we gonna do? Gyuki asked. Naruto looked around while walking down the sidewalk. Looking left and right, up and down, he took in his surroundings. Huge buildings in all shapes and sizes. Bright lights everywhere. People. Lots of them. He guessed it's normal in this world's cities. It's like Tanzakugai multiplied by 100 and placed in Suna. What really catches his eyes are the women. Scantily clad, exotic, and beautiful. Ero-sensei would definitely feel like he died and went to heaven. We need cash. Any ideas on how to get it? We can pick the pocket of someone, Kokuo said. Underground fight. I saw some posters of fights. If there are legitimate ones, there sure are to be underground ones. Son Goku added with excitement. Or you can turn back and play at the casino, see if Lady Luck loved you so much she followed you across universes? Kurama suggested. All good points, but we need money for the last two. Underground fights would need an entry fee and casinos like the one we came from have high buy-in. We're going to do all three in that order to get big money. Naruto decided. He walked down a secluded alleyway, looked around to check for people, and made 20 shadow clones, all hinged in disguises. You guys spread out and gather information. Find underground fights with high prize money and one of those guys that can make a fake identity. The more expensive it is, the better. We might need one of those. Dispel when you find one? He ordered the clones. The clones nodded sunshined away. He then created another 20 clones and ordered. You guys pick the pocket of anyone who might look like a rich guy you come across. Just get the cash then return the wallet from where you took it. We'll meet back here in 1.5 hours. The clones then separated to find marks. Naruto learned to pickpocket since he was a kid. His harsh living conditions due to the hatred of his village resulted in him learning how to do it just to stay alive. Getting punched, choked, or stabbed when he gets caught certainly made for a powerful motivator. Walking out of the alleyway, he just continued his stroll down the sidewalk and just enjoying the view. Chapter 5, The Fall of the Whirlpools. Las Vegas, Nevada. March 28, 2005, 2100 H local. Alright, how much we've got? Naruto said to his clones when he came to meet all the clones tasked with picking pockets. We know you'd ask us that, boss, so we found out how much it is since we don't even know what each of the papers is worth. A clone then dispelled to send the information to the original. The memories of the clone rushed into his mind. He saw he successfully picked 42 marks in 1.5 hours. It also showed 7 denominations of the paper money with its respective appearance called dollars. 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, and 100. He also got the memory of the basic number system, which is exactly like what his old world used except for the symbols for numbers. Good job, guys, but you may have gone a little overboard if the clone that just dispelled is any indication. So how much was our haul? $221,456. A clone said with a touch of giddiness. I still don't know how much that is, Naruto said with a blank look. We found a store that sells instant ramen. Everyone got a dreamy look on their face imagining the food of the gods. And the cheapest sell them at around $1 after taxes? Whoa. Based on that, we have approximately 2 South Class mission pay with us. We're rich. Every clone just nodded vigorously with a smile. Wait, what do you mean after taxes? He suddenly asked, noticing the weird wording used by his clone. Well, from what we gathered, stores just place the base price and add tax when ringing up the purchase. The weird thing is, it's different in different parts of the country. This country is divided into 50 smaller protectorates called states, and each of them has a different tax rate. Ugh, they just had to make it really hard. Sheesh. Okay, guys, great work. The clones one by one handed over the cash and dispelled. He placed a $1,000 of random bills in his pocket and sealed the rest for later use. That's a lot of money, kid. We can finally go to stage 2. When are we going to fight? Kurama asked, vibrating with excitement. Well, 3 of the scouting clones already dispelled. The best one with big money is somewhere north of here in an abandoned warehouse. It looks like a lot of high rollers and VIPs are there, which means a lot of money, Naruto said, remembering the memories of the 3 clones that dispelled. The 17 remaining clones are just now looking for a fixer for fake identification. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go, Kurama urged. Wait a minute. You might kill those guys accidentally. Everyone in this world only has enough chakra to keep them alive. Our civilians are tougher than the civilians of this world, Saiken said. Might I suggest upping your gravity seals and maximizing the resistance seals? Those would up you from 200 times gravity to 500 times and from resistance level 8 to resistance level 10, Matatabi suggested. Not a bad idea. Wait a minute, Naruto said while adjusting the seals. He reminisced on how he got those seals, including his storage seal. Flashback start. When he decided to remove the bijou from the clutches of the hidden villages, he knew he needed to be a seal master just like his parents. He started learning from the only other seal master he knew, his godfather, Jiraiya of the Sannin. After he exhausted all of the knowledge available to his godfather, he prepared for a journey to the land of the master of the seals, Uzushio-gakure. Uzushio-gakure, or the village hidden in the whirlpools, was the home village of his mother. It was also known as the village of longevity due to the long lifespans of the Uzumaki. The village without the country was located between fire and water country. The village became known for its seal masters attributed to Uzumaki's natural talent for building up and breaking down seals. Kirigakure, Iwagakure, and Kumogakure felt threatened by Uzushio-gakure's rise to power. They created an alliance of 120,000 troops which consists of 40,000 shinobis, 70,000 soldiers and conscripts, and 10,000 samurais. The last two were lent by their daimyos with the promise of overwhelming victory and massive spoils. Unfortunately for the alliance, they forgot one tenet of being a shinobi. Never fight a seal master on their own terms. Uzushio-gakure has a population of 15,000. 10,000 of which are combat-ready with another 2,000 studying or retired shinobi. Of the total 12,000 available forces, 8,000 of them are seal adepts. 1,000 of which are seal masters. When the alliance came on thousands of ships and pushed through Uzushio-gakure's infamous whirlpools, they were expecting the people to tremble in fear and surrender. What they didn't expect is an instant attack the moment they saw the walls. Even against overwhelming odds, the Uzumakis never wavered. They employed all the tricks to hold off the invading forces. They used suicide seal bombs, space-time traps, multi-elemental jutsus, and all the other tricks. 3 days and 2 nights, they hold off the enemy forces expecting their sister village, Konoha, would come to their rescue. But alas, they can't hold of destiny. Their time has come. In a final act of spite, they collected all their possessions. Metal, precious gems, relics, books, and scrolls. All of which are sealed in a single sealing scroll, only to be opened by a mainline Uzumaki. The scroll was then placed inside the country's strongest sealing vault. When all the people able to escape and all their valuables sealed, the remaining 1,000 shinobis sacrificed their lives to fuel a powerful summoning jutsu. They summoned the Death God. Exchange for the lives of 1,000 Uzumaki blood, the Death God would reap the souls of 50,000 enemies, bringing them with them forever in the Death God's stomach to suffer for eternity. When the battle ended, only 3,000 of the 120,000 invading forces remained. Tired and demoralized, they entered the ruined city, expecting some form of loot. What they found were dust and ashes. Scouring the city only yielded them broken furniture, destroyed seals, and leftover home items. The security on the vault located in the depths of the city was unbreakable. Even the path to the vault is heavily trapped, resulting in casualties. By the time they left the city, only 2,800 forces were left. The plan to attack Konoha with the 40,000 shinobis used to attack Uzushio-gakure was now an impossible dream. When Konoha's advanced guard arrived the afternoon of the third day, they only saw the sails of the retreating enemy forces on the horizon. Entering the city with a heavy heart, they saw broken buildings, empty homes, and thousands of bodies. They saw the Hitiate of Kiri, Iwa, and Kumo. They buried every civilian and shinobi of Yuzu they could find and erected a monument in their honor. They returned to Konoha to inform the Hokage of the failure. As a tribute and a remembrance of their greatest failure, a red Uzumaki swirl is placed on all Konoha flak jackets. Naruto arrived on Uzushio-gakure. He explored the city and found the memorial stone set by Konoha shinobi when they buried the dead. He paid his respects and explored further, hoping to find something he can use or a relic of his ancestors. He then found a tunnel heading deep under the city. The seals recognized his Uzumaki blood and turned off the traps. He reached a vast sealing array at the end of the path. Recognizing an identification array at the left side of the wall, he bit his thumb and pumped chakra to the array. A bright light spread across the whole room, temporarily blinding him. When the light died down, a single 6-feet sealing scroll was in front of the wall. He walked over to the scroll and reaching it with tears of joy in his eyes. When his fingers touched the scroll, his tears of joy became tears of pain. He felt his skin being cut over and over again. When the pain ended, he immediately opened his jacket and shocked by what he saw. Sealing array spread throughout his body, he barely recognized it as a complicated storage seal array. A huge bulk of information assaulted his brains. He recognized the relics, books, and fortune of the Uzumaki clan. With a renewed vigor, he studied all the scrolls and books using shadow clones. Tested thousands of seals. Failure after failure. Success after success. He took a year to learn everything, even with a veritable army of shadow clones. One of the first seals he placed on his body is an upgraded gravity seal. It can increase the gravity felt by the body, but the seal would also counter the downward force outside of the body, making the body have the same weight. Even if the seal were set to 1,000, you wouldn't fall through the floor. The resistance seal, on the other hand, would counter all the motions made by the body with an opposite force. Level 1 would be felt similar to walking through water, while level 10 would be equivalent to walking through metal. The best thing about both seals was that it's semi-autonomous. It will automatically raise the level of both seals when a certain level of mobility is achieved. Of course, the parameters can be changed manually. Flashback end. Okay. I'm ready. Wow. I haven't moved this slow since I returned to Konoha after the training trip, Naruto mused while performing some simple calisthenics. Come on. We haven't seen any action since you started working on that Hydration gate, Kurama complained. You do realize I would not use much chakra, if any, for some underground fight, Naruto said, pointing out the fact that Kurama would not be able to do anything while walking towards the direction where his clone came from. Yeah. I just want to see some fight. Ignore him, Naruto. Remember, theatrics. It will win you over more money. If there's anything I learned from B, the money will come easier with a little theatrics, Gyuki advised. After 10 minutes of walking and idle chatter between the bijou and him, he finally reached the warehouse where the fight is happening according to the memory he received from his clone. Walking to the back of the entrance, he knocked on a nondescript wall. An eye hole slid open, and a guy asked with a large gravelly voice. A little dark out, huh? Recognizing a prompt, he recalled the memory for the prompt key. Yeah. Good thing, I just changed the bulb. The eye hole closed, then a clicking sound was heard from the other side. The wall sunk back and slid to the side. Two massive guys greeted him. One dark-skinned and the other light-skinned. Both are bald and wearing a suit. Come on, the dark-skinned guard ordered. Naruto went in and is greeted by a long narrow brick hallway that ends with an intersection. The light-skinned guard closed the door and said, "Stand over to the wall facing it." The guard then walked towards him and patted him down for weapons. Guest or fighter? Fighter, Naruto said in a confident tone. When the guard finished checking him for weapons, he said, "Walk to the end of the hall and turn right. Knock on the door twice. Now go," the guard said with finality. Naruto then walked towards the hallway, facing downward. Nobody saw the mischievous grin he has on his face, even by the cameras. Chapter 6, The Fight and the Offer. Las Vegas, Nevada. March 28, 2005, 21:20 local. Naruto knocked on the door twice as instructed. The door opened a portion of the way, showing a woman dressed in business attire. She had blonde hair and brown eyes. "You're going to fight?" The woman asked for confirmation. "Yeah," Naruto replied. The woman stepped aside and motioned for him to come in. $2,000 entry fee. Every fight you win, you get $5,000. You win 2 fights, and you get in the tournament later. It's an all-or-nothing game. You get to take home $250,000, 5% of the gate, and 10% of your betting pool, the woman informed him in a brisk tone. "Sign here before you fight," the woman continued while showing him a piece of paper. Naruto signed the paper with an alias of Menma. He then placed his hands in his pocket, unsealed some cash, and made a show of counting the money before placing $2,000 on the table. He then placed the remaining money in his pocket and sealed it again. "When your number is called, you go to the ring. Your number is 32. When Naruto started walking towards the fighters' waiting area indicated by a huge assortment of guys wearing gloves, bandages, or just generally looking intimidating, he remembered something. He turned around to face the woman again. After he finally got the attention of the woman back, he asked, "Can I make a bet?" "Sure. But you can't make a bet on you losing?" "Oh, never even crossed my mind. Is there a limit on the bets?" The woman looked weirdly at him for a second and said, "Minimum bet is $1,000. Okay." He unsealed in his pockets 2 bundles of cash in his pocket and took it out. "I'm betting $100,000 that I'm going to win the whole thing and another $100,000 that I'm gonna knock out every one of my opponents flat in under a minute," he said with a goofy smile on his face. This got the attention of everyone in the waiting room. The woman immediately regained her composure. She took the cash and noted it down without another word. Every one of his opponents is now giving him a hardened glare. He just shrugged off all the attention and walked to the far side of the room, giving him the vantage point to see everything in the place. He leaned back to the wall and lowered his hood to partially cover his eyes while making a note to buy some shades. He observed everyone in the room. He was taking note of their physique and mannerisms. He would have liked to use his dojutsu, but it just wouldn't be fair. He would be able to see all the weaknesses of his opponents. He saw that out of all the competitors, excluding himself, only 5 can compete with the average genin. That is, of course, without the use of chakra. The observation just made him sad. Is this what this world's fighters look like? That's just pathetic, Kurama said with a hint of disbelief. Isn't that better? We could relax and take it easy, Isabu countered. Well, yeah. But we won't have any entertainment. Ugh, we can just find other entertainment. It won't be the end of the world. While the conversation of the bijou inside him continued, numbers 9 and 10 were called. A 6 feet 6 inches African-American guy with a beard that has been eyeing him for a while approached him. He scanned him up and down. After a few seconds, the guy said, "You don't look much. I'll enjoy turning you to a paste." Without missing a beat, the guy walked out of the room. He must be number 9 or 10. After 30 minutes, he and the last guy in the room were called. His opponent, number 31, is a 6-foot Caucasian with developed muscles. He walked with confidence ahead of him. When they reached the end of the hallway, he saw an octagonal cage. It looked to be around 30 feet in diameter stage on top of a 4-foot platform. The enclosure is 6 feet in height, completely enclosing the ring. A lot of seats are surrounding the ring, all of them wearing suits or dresses. This should be interesting, at least, Naruto said to himself. He followed the instructions of the man to go to one side of the stage. He removed his hoodie to reveal his long-sleeve shirt. He walked up the stage and entered the cage. He walked to the center until he was face to face with his opponent. The referee approached them and said, "This is a no-holds-bar fight. I'm the only rule here. You either win by your opponent tapping out, or I say you win. When I end the fight, you end the fight. No questions asked. You both understand?" They both nodded. "Okay, after you tap your fist, you start." The referee then walked to the side of the ring. Naruto's opponent keeps glaring at him. His answer, a bored expression. This just served to annoy his opponent more. Naruto raised his right fist to signify he would like to start the fight. 31 lifted his left fist and tapped it. The guy suddenly charged at him and drove his right fist hard straight to his face. Almost everyone thought it's another disappointing fight. The sad thing was, they were right. Number 31 suddenly toppled over and started coughing up blood. The audience can see that Naruto's left hand was now positioned for what was a body blow. The referee approached number 31 to check his condition. After a while, he stood up and signaled for the end of the fight. Naruto started walking away while muttering, "But that's just a love tap." The audience heard this and started replacing some of their bets. Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 0200H local. Naruto and number 9, now known as Mike Lucas when his name was called for the final fight, is standing in the middle of the ring. He was the one who threatened Naruto to turn him into a paste. The fight announcer is typing out the crowd and calling for the end of the betting. Both of them easily dominated their own brackets until they met in the finals. Although Lucas stands at 6 feet 6 inches, he is swift and robust, allowing him to overwhelm his opponents with simple punches or grapple moves while dodging enemy attacks. Naruto, on the other hand, just tanks the blows and then delivering a devastating counterattack, quickly dispatching his opponents. "What kind of a name is Menma?" Lucas mocked, pulling Naruto of his musing. "It's the only name I have." Naruto lied, then looked away, looking disinterested. I still don't know how you got here. There are a lot of guys who's better than you," Lucas continued to say, trying to pull Naruto out of his calm demeanor. "Huh? Did you say something?" Naruto said, pulling a move from his sensei. "That's it. You're dead," growled out Lucas. The referee approached them and explained the rules of the fight again. After finishing his explanation, he moved over to the side of the ring. The opponents both tapped their right fists with each other, and then Lucas moved away while maintaining his boxer's stance. Lucas is looking for any opening his opponent has, and that proved to be easy. Naruto is looking genuinely relaxed, leaving a lot of holes in his defense. Lucas rushed Naruto, intending to land a punch to his jaw, hoping to end the fight quickly. When his fists made contact with his opponent's jaw, he felt like crying out in pain. It felt like punching a block of steel. A fist is suddenly flying towards his face. Only his experience and physique helped him dodge Naruto's counter by the skin of his teeth. He moves back to gain some breathing room. "Hey, you're pretty fast," Naruto said. With a smile forming at his face, Naruto lowered his body into a basic academy-style stance. He had copied a large variety of fighting styles before he left the elemental nations. The basic academy style should be more than enough for this level of opponent. Lucas reassured himself that the previous engagement was just a fluke. He knows he can win with the tried and tested method of overwhelming the enemy with force and speed. He rushed forward significantly quicker. He rained punches on Naruto's head and body. throwing out hooks, straight, uppercut, and body blows. He opted out to use kicks since he needs his feet to move quickly out of the way if Naruto ever tried to retaliate. Each punch he threw increased his confidence right until he felt his feet kicked right under him. The force of the blow almost fractured his leg. This caused his body to be momentarily unbalanced, causing him to take a blow to his right kidney. It felt like a car crashed into him, causing him to fold over. When he was falling down to his knees, Naruto threw a perfectly timed left uppercut, effectively keeping him upright but dazed. Seeing the world spinning and doubled, he finally knew he bit off more than he can chew. Naruto moved back half a step and whirled, turning it to a brutal roundhouse kick. It laid out Mike Lucas, immediately turning his lights off. A few pieces of tooth flew out of his mouth, alongside spit and blood. Seeing the state of Lucas, the referee immediately raised Naruto's hand, indicating he won the fight. Naruto was led to a back room where he could collect his winnings. Summing up all the money he won, including his bets, which accounts for the majority of his winnings, he racked up $1,220,000, bringing his total available cash to $1,239,456. He placed all his winning into a backpack to avoid using his storage seal. Naruto walked out of the warehouse with the intent of getting food in one of those convenience stores and a motel to sleep in when he sensed a large group of people circling his position. When he reached the front of the warehouse, a 5 feet 11 inches Caucasian man walked up to him. He has a shaved head and a monocle on his right eye. He extended his hand for a handshake. "Good evening, or should I say good morning, Mr. Menma?" Naruto immediately shook the man's hand, outwardly showing a friendly and open attitude, but on the inside, he's already on guard. He ordered Kurama to scan the surroundings for possible hostile intent. "You have me at a disadvantage here, Mr. Strucker. Baron Wolfgang von Strucker." The two unclasped their hands and looked at each other for a moment, trying to get a read on each other. After a few more seconds, Naruto asked, "Well, Mr. Strucker, I doubt you would approach me at this time without some form of business?" "Ah, a straight-to-the-point kind of guy. I like it. Mr. Menma, I represent a certain organization with the intent of helping the world to achieve a higher level of greatness. Your skills and physical capabilities would be a great boon for us," Baron Strucker said with a friendly smile. Naruto acted like he was thinking about it positively for a while. The organization he spoke of is highly dubious. What kind of organization with the intent of helping people has 25 probably heavily armed guards surrounding a man they are trying to recruits people with questionable background found in an underground fight, or aims for people with high skill and physical level for helping people? It all just stinks to high heaven. He concluded that this organization is a lot like Akatsuki. He just has no idea how right he is. "So, what do you want from me?" Naruto finally said. "I would like you to join us in our endeavor," Strucker replied. "If I join, what would be my job and its benefits?" Naruto asked, showing his interest. "With your skills, you would mostly be doing escort work of our high-level executives while doing some odd jobs here and there. As for pay, we pay on the high side of the spectrum with exceptional personal benefits." "Wow! That's just awesome. I really would love to sign up." "But," Strucker said, sensing the continuation of the sentence, "I just left my previous job, and I'm on vacation. I'm going to tour the world a bit before everything else. But I would like to sign up if it's still available, maybe in a year." Naruto offered to get this organization off his back while he's still adjusting to the world. Strucker nodded and took a small card from his pocket. He gave it to Naruto and said, "That's acceptable. That there is my eye. Personal information and contact details, both office and personal. I hope to hear from you soon. Good day, Mr. Menma." With the final statement, Strucker left. Naruto just stood by the sidewalk while acting like he was looking at the card when in reality, he is sensing where Strucker and his guards would go. As he was looking at the card, though, he sensed an underlying current of electricity inside. He guessed that the card has some kind of tracking technology in it. To be safe, he used a small pulse of lightning release, electromagnetic murder in his hands to fry the circuit inside the card. Naruto then walked down the street when he sensed he's finally alone, intent on having a meal and ending his long first day in another world. Chapter 7, First Crumbs. Edwards Air Force Base, California. March 29, 2005, 0300H local. The general and the two technical sergeants have been poring over the recordings and the reports all through the night trying to make sense of the occurrence. They first considered it as a glitch in the system but immediately scrapped that idea. The systems are operational, and no errors are found even through a rigorous battery of tests. General Powell has opted out of going home to study the instantaneous appearance of the man in the middle of the Mojave Desert. This mysterious man obviously constitutes a breach in national security. If he is capable of showing up like that anywhere, what's to say he won't be able just to show up inside the White House and assassinated the president without anyone being able to do anything? Worse yet, he can get in anywhere and take anything out, like nuclear launch codes. Do anyone else know about this or have a copy of this recording? General Powell asked the two sergeants seriously. No, sir. We immediately took this to you. The only copy left is in the system hard drive you locked down, Collins replied. Good, from now on, this is classified above top secret for eyes only. You will forget this ever happened unless addressed explicitly by the President, the Chairman of the Joint Chief of Staffs, and me. Is that understood? Powell said while giving them a hard glare. Yes, sir. The two sergeants saluted. Okay, you both are dismissed. Take a week off, but keep your phone with you in case you are needed to be called over. The two sergeants saluted and walked off, nervousness and fatigue radiating from their bodies. The general took his office phone and dialed a number. The phone rang 3 times until someone answered on the other side. This is General Colin Powell, service ID number 583452244, the general said. Early in the morning for you, General, what can I do for you? A female voice replied. I need to set up a teleconferencing meeting with all the Chief of Staff and POTUS as soon as possible. This is a code orange emergency. Understood. I'll call you back for the details. Thank you. The general hanged up the phone and stared at a still frame of the man standing in the middle of the desert. He stood up, poured himself a drink, and drank it all in one shot while quietly muttering, Who the hell are you? Central Park, New York City, New York. March 29, 2005, 0700H local. Nothing like good coffee in the morning, Agent Phil Coulson said as he was walking towards the site of the event. By his side is Agent Clint Barton drinking his own cup of coffee while silently scanning his surroundings, a trait he can't seem to turn off even when he knows the area is safe. Trailing behind them are the field agents and techs they brought with them, each carrying gears they might need. When they reached the cordoned-off area, they saw NYPD cops guarding the area with some civilians milling around. Both Coulson and Barton identified some of those civilians as undercover SHIELD agents tasked with guarding the site. The cordoned-off area is approximately 20 m x 20 m. A large area since the exact point of the event can't be determined since no marks were left on the ground. Only the approximate area was determined from video recordings and eyewitness accounts, all of which are from a distance. Coulson approached one of the cops and asked in a friendly tone, Can you point me to who's in charge? The cop looked slightly annoyed for a moment but then saw the guy who asked him, including the large group behind him. Looking at the group's fancy attire and equipment, he concluded that these are the feds they're waiting for. He nodded in acknowledgement and looked around for his boss. When he saw him, the cop looked back at the Fed asking him and said, You see the guy with the brown jacket, that's Lieutenant Avery. He's the one you want to talk to, the cop said while pointing behind him. Thank you for your cooperation, officer, Coulson said in gratitude. Coulson ducked below the cordon and walked over to where Lieutenant Avery is standing. Barton, on the other hand, walked around the area to try spot something unusual. The agents and techs just stood just outside the area, waiting for orders. Good morning, Lieutenant Avery. How are you? I'm Agent Coulson, and that guy in the jean jacket looking around is Agent Barton. We're the reinforcements you're waiting for, Coulson said while extending his hands. Avery shook Coulson's hand and said, Pleasure to meet you. We're cold but otherwise okay. Good thing you came now. We're just about ready to bug out in 30 minutes, and I don't want to leave this place unguarded, but it's all hands on deck later in the morning. Protesters for that Terry Schiavo case would gather on Times Square later today. No problem. That Terry Schiavo case is rather complicated. So, what can you tell me about what happened here? Coulson said, reeling in the conversation to the topic at hand. Some of my units canvassed the area and collected witness statements. We also requested copies of CCTV footage from both traffic, police, and building CCTVs around this area from 8:25 to 8:45 p.m. That should give you guys something to work on. The written reports and the discs are at 1 pp. Just have one of your men find Deputy Chief Martell, Avery informed Coulson. That's great, Lieutenant. You and your boys can go home. We'll take it from here. Much appreciated, Agent Coulson, Lieutenant Avery said. He then looked over to the cops guarding the area and shouted, Come on. We're going for a quick chow then going home. Avery and the other cops then left the area. Coulson watched them go for a moment then walked over to his men. Mahoney and Johnson, take a car and get those reports. It'll be at 1 pp, talk to Deputy Chief Martell. Diaz and James, your security. The others, you know your jobs. Go, Coulson ordered. The agents and techs immediately scrambled to accomplish their orders. As this was happening, Barton walked over to Coulson's side. You know, we should expand the perimeter, Barton suggested. Why? What did you see? Coulson asked curiously. Follow me. Barton then walked to the center of the cordoned-off area with Coulson following him. When they reached the center, Barton handed over to Coulson a pair of binoculars he was holding. Look over there. Can you see that tree over there? The cherry blossom? Barton asked while pointing to a tree some distance away. Yeah. What am I looking for? Coulson asked while looking through the binoculars. Look at the trunk, near the base of the tree. Is that kanji script? Yup, but it has Hindi and other scripts I can't identify. That mark, it's exactly north of here and 100 meters far from where we're standing. You can measure it? Yeah. I believe you, Coulson said, trusting Barton's skill. That's not all. Look behind you, another blossom. That's exactly 100 m south of here. Those writings are present in all 8 directions exactly 100 m from this spot. The weird thing is, I'm fairly certain they were not there before the event. Why would you say that? If I'm right and all those trees are exactly 100 m from here, it's just too perfect of a placement. It's unnatural. You're right, Coulson finally agreed. He called over a tech and ordered. I want you to mark where I'm standing. Using this as a reference, measure the distance and the direction from here to that tree over there. When you have it, come back to me. The technician nodded and executed Coulson's orders. Barton and Coulson moved over to the perimeter of the area. So, what's your take on this? Barton asked. Well, I got a lot of idea of what might have happened. None of them are conclusive. If I added those weird symbols, it becomes a little more worrying. Care to share some of it? I'm currently thinking of 2 of the possibly worst outcome. 1, something or someone activated a type of a beacon. To what end, I have no idea, Coulson said in a serious voice, losing his trademark smile. Or, Barton said, urging Coulson to continue. Something or someone came over. We have no eyewitness accounts except for a flash of light, and those symbols are clearly marking this area if what you said is true. Barton just remained dumbfounded on Coulson's hypothesis. Thinking it over, both of those scenarios are undoubtedly possible, especially in their line of work. While Barton was mulling over what Coulson just said, the tech approached them. Sir, the tree is exactly north of where you were just standing. It's also exactly 100 meters away from the trunk to the center of the area. The tech reported. Coulson faced Barton and said, looks like you were right. Coulson faced the tech again and said, okay, here's what I want you to do. Take another 4 guys with you. Do the same thing should be present for the trees 100 m away in all 8 compass directions. Record everything you can. I want tree samples, photographs, and aerial mapping with all the coordinates. I want you to focus on the marks on the base of the tree. We'll get right on it, sir. Coulson watched as the tech walked away, calling some other techs. I hope that would shed some light on it. Coulson mused. I just hope you're wrong, Barton answered. MGM Grand Hotel, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 0800H local. Hello. A drowsy Natasha Romanoff answered the phone. Good morning, Ms. Rockford. This is your requested 8 a.m. wake-up call. The receptionist on the other side reminded in a jolly voice. Oh, thank you. Can you confirm my spa appointment? Certainly, Ms. Rockford. One moment please. Tapping sound could be heard on the other end of the line. Your appointment was set at 10 a.m. Is that acceptable? Yes, that's perfect. Oh, can you send up an English breakfast and 2 large black coffee? Certainly, Ms. Rockford. Is there anything else? No. Nothing else. Thank you. Natasha then hanged up the phone. After finishing her morning ritual, she changed into blue jeans, a white t-shirt, white sneakers, and a black leather jacket. She heard a knock on the door while finishing her makeup. She looked into the eye-hole who is on the other side. When she saw it's her room service, she opened her door and gestured the hotel attendant to bring the food in. The attendant set the food up and left, receiving a $50 tip. Natasha called Fury while eating her meal. Good morning, boss. Natasha greeted Fury. You left me quite a puzzle, Romanoff. Fury answered in reply. The picture you sent of one Naruto Uzumaki didn't come up on any database. He's basically a ghost. Even on the overseas databases? I should amend my statement. He didn't come up on every database, Fury said with a touch of annoyance. I'll try to find him while I'm here. He's probably really good to not have any record of him, Natasha said, not knowing that Naruto didn't come from their world. Tread carefully, Agent Romanoff. I still have a need for you yet, Fury said in a half-joking manner. Ha ha ha. Sure thing, boss. Thanks for the favor. Goodbye, Agent Romanoff, Fury said, then hanged up the phone. Natasha placed her phone in her pocket and finished her meal. She left her room to attend her spa appointment while thinking about how to accomplish her self-imposed mission. Chapter 8, A Scary Plan. Motel 6, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 1300 A. Wow, I haven't slept in a bed for so long. Naruto said to nobody in particular while stretching his body out like a cat. That's just part of the course. You don't need sleep, remember. Matatabi reminded. You're a lot like Gaara when he was a kid. Good times, Shikaku said with a sense of nostalgia. You were threatening the kid of taking his body over when he sleeps. How can that be a good time? Chomei countered. Well, a good time for me, not for him. Sheesh. Shikaku defended himself. Shut up. It's too early for you broadcasting your infighting in my head. Naruto interjected before the fighting escalates. Kit, it's 1 in the afternoon? Kurama deadpanned. Well, it's no more than 10 minutes. Since I woke up, so it's still early, Naruto said in a deadpan voice. Naruto sometimes thinks that he could relate to people with mental health issues, like say a voice in your head. In his case, 9 distinct personalities that's capable of leaving his body and destroy a whole world. It's a good thing he can turn off the connection to the bijou, or he would seriously doubt his sanity by this time. He stood up and went to the bathroom. After washing up, he sat in front of the desk in his room and stared at the mirror, looking directly at his reflection. I have close to 1,000 clones in the city of Los Angeles still gathering basic information, none here in Las Vegas since all of them popped when they found a Class A forger while I was sleeping. Now, what should I do? Naruto thought to himself. When suddenly, he banged his head on the table. The holy grail of answers is in front of him. I'll place some reinforced siphoning clones with Hydration tags to all of the major cities in the world. That would make it a lot easier to move around. And if each of those clones can create more clones that can use transformation and my dojutsu, I can make an undetectable instant information network. It's going to be better than what Ero Sennin has. With his mind made up, he walked over to the bed and unsealed a duffel bag and a backpack. Naruto placed 5,110 Hydration tags in the duffel bag and 511 reinforcement siphoning tags in the pack. He then created a shadow clone. Find an abandoned warehouse or building somewhere and place a reinforcement tag on you. You then are going to create another 510 clones with a reinforcement tag on them. Each one of you would then pick one major city and place 10 Hydration tags in any safe or you deem fit. Don't worry about Los Angeles. When it's all done, you're going to make an information gathering cell on that city and any nearby area. Try to get in as many classes as possible and read all the books in the library. Look into that internet, too, if possible. Create and dispel a clone every day or if something important happens. Got it. Naruto ordered with great enthusiasm, visibly vibrating with excitement on the prospect of his new idea. Yes, boss. No problem, leave it to me. The clone saluted and shoeshined away, leaving an open window. What do you plan with doing with all that knowledge, Gaki? Gyuki asked with apprehension. He knows that knowledge is power and power corrupts. That much information flowing to one person won't be healthy. Well, of course, we're going to sell it. Naruto exclaimed with vigor. What? All the bijou shouted in shock. That way of thinking is totally out of character for Naruto. He's the kind of guy that will easily give up a lot to help the good guys. Bachan said that people would be really suspicious of what they've taken for free. So we sell the information on the bad guys to the good guys. That way we can help people while still earning some money. Smart, right? Naruto could clearly feel the gaping faces of the bijous. When the hell did you get that smart? Shikaku shouted. My little boy's all grown up, Kurama said while wiping away a fake tear. Hey, I'm not that bad, am I? Naruto said the last part in a pleading tone. Well, you were pretty bad. Shouting about being Hokage all the time, running head straight to the enemy without thinking. Yup, you were pretty bad, Kurama asserted. Well, fuck you too, guys. Naruto then stood up and sealed all his items except for the decoy bag. He walked out of the room and headed to the front desk. Room 225, checking out? Naruto said to the receptionist. Certainly, sir. That would be $62, the receptionist said after looking over the records. Naruto took out a $100 bill and handed it over. Here, you go. Say, can you recommend a good casino? Maybe poker? Naruto asked, trying to find out where is the best place to go next. The Bellagio is a favorite for amateurs and high rollers. They have different buy-in tables from $1,000 to $1 million on their floor. I heard they also host high-stakes poker with a minimum buy-in of $50 million. The receptionist informed Naruto. Well, here's your change, sir. I hope you stay with us again. Thank you. Naruto walked out of the motel. His first order of business: get himself a new identity or two. Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 1400 H local. Naruto is walking towards the house of who could make him a new identity. His clones heard about it from some crime boss talking about bugging out of Las Vegas since the cops are hot on his trail. Further, research about the guy showed that he's a U.S. State Department, which apparently does something about international relations, employee, and a hacker, which means he can create legitimate clean identities, including IDs and passports. The perfect guy for the job. His services would cost $200,000 per identity. He usually wouldn't do transactions on a weekday since he is a government employee. Still, the clone's memories showed that the guy didn't come into work due to a foot fracture, which is certainly not the fault of one of his clones accidentally dropping a pot on the guy's feet. Nearing the apartment building, he ducked into an alleyway and created 2 shadow clones. One of the clones transformed into a guy who looks a lot like Sasuke and the other into his sexy jutsu form. Satisfied with the transformation of his clones, he and his clones walked towards the apartment building. Walking up the 3rd floor, he knocked on room 303. Shuffling could be heard on the other side of the door. The door opened, showing a pasty, skinny, 5 feet 6 inches Caucasian man. Jeremy Michaels was an ordinary 23-year-old guy. He was working a dead-end 8-to-5 job for the government. Day after day, week after week, it was all the same. The operating word was. One day, his uncle Martin approached him with a request. His friend was unwittingly involved in a money laundering scheme. The FBI is already on his tail. What he needed from him is to create a new identity for his friend. His job and his skill with a computer would make it relatively easy for him to create a new identity for his friend. This one request would grow into his new sideline job. He studied the bureaucracy of the government to create better paper trails. He bought equipment to make perfect imitations of IDs and passports. He managed to stay hidden by being smart. Only his uncle could contact him about the orders, and they always use code phrases. This made sure that nobody's the wiser. The fact that 3 people he doesn't know is now standing in front of his door is a little disconcerting. "Are you Jeremy Michaels?" the blonde guy standing in the center asked. "Yes," Jeremy drawled out. "I met this girl in the bar. Her boyfriend left her, so now she's looking for a new phone," the guy said in a straight tone. Jeremy's heart rate immediately shot up. The guy he never met just said his uncle's code for a new job. Is he a cop? Doesn't look like one. Maybe Uncle Martin just let the code phrase slip somewhere. But how can he find out where I live? Either way, I can't bluff out of this. It's better if I let things play out, Jeremy thought to himself. The guy just stared at him while the other 2 are just looking around. Jeremy took a deep breath and said, "Come in. I have some phones I can give away." The blonde guy smiled and just walked inside, followed by the intense-looking black-haired guy and a bubbly, hot, blonde chick. Jeremy looked around outside for a moment and closed the door. He hobbled his way to the living room and saw the 3 people looking around his living room. Jeremy cleared his throat to get the trio's attention. He then pointed at the couch to allow the 3 to sit. Jeremy then walked over to a chair that faced the trio. There were a few seconds of awkward silence until Naruto broke the ice. "Relax, Jeremy. We are not cops or criminals. We're just in need of your services," Naruto said to calm Jeremy down. "People who are in need of my services aren't exactly clean," Jeremy countered with a little shake of his voice. "Well, that's true. But you haven't met 3 abused siblings who faked their deaths and are trying to run away." Naruto lied using a plot in one of the books his clones read. "Oh," Jeremy said, losing most of his tension. "But how did you know about my uncle's code phrases? You're smart, Jeremy, but you have nothing on my sister here." Naruto pointed to his female clone. "She can connect dots that don't even exist. And this broody guy right here, he worked out the rest." Naruto then pointed to the Sasuke look-alike. Of course, none of what he said was true. When the clone heard about the crime boss needing a new identity, he just followed the trail until it ended on one Martin Michaels. Finding no indication that Martin is the one forging new identities, the clone broke into his safe and read Martin's journal. That's where the code phrases and information was written. It is a foolish move on Martin's part. "That's good, I guess," Jeremy said, thinking about how to work around the problem. If some random siblings can work out his side job and location, others can certainly do it too. "Well, what do you guys need?" he said, moving the issue aside and thinking about it for later. "My siblings and I all need new identities. The faster you can do it, the better. I'll add 25,000 on top of your fee for each identity if you can produce the IDs and passports by tonight. There's another 25,000 for you if you can acquire us some high-limit credit cards by the same time. How about the paper trail? That would take some time?" Jeremy asked, thinking about the work needed to make a high-class forgery. "Don't worry about it. You can work on that at your usual pace," Naruto said while waving his hand about. Jeremy thought it over for over a minute. It would be tight, but if he postpones making the paper trail by tomorrow, he can certainly make it. The extra money would be an awesome bonus. All right, I can have it done by 7. I just need to take your photo and details. You can wait here while I finish it up? The blonde guy just smiled brightly, stood up, took his hand, and shook it vigorously. You can put my name as Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. The broody guy as Nathan Umber and my sister as Hannah Fox. That way, we can't all be traced if one of us is found out. You can do anything you want with it as long as no one would be able to link us to each other, Naruto said. Jeremy thought of the ways he can make the 3 identities separate. Okay, come with me to the back to polish up the details, Jeremy said after he stood up. Jeremy walked to the back room, shaking his head, thinking about the situation he put himself into. An energetic blonde, a broody brunette, and a cheerful chick. What weird group siblings. Well, at least it's not some assassin or a spy looking into him. Chapter 9, Hot on Your Trail. Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 1400 H local. Natasha is just finishing up her lunch. Her self-imposed mission is still continuously eating at her. She can't concentrate on relaxing while she hasn't yet solved the mystery of one Naruto Uzumaki. Something in the back of her mind has been nagging her that Naruto is something special, hiding something big. She knows that Naruto would most probably be still in Vegas, the question is where. If she follows what Naruto said, she will find him in one of the casinos, otherwise, she has no clue. Giving up on trying to relax, she left some cash on the table and walked up to her room. When she got inside, she took both of her Glock 26 Gen 4, a Ruger EC9, a pair of karambits, spare shots for her gauntlets, and a couple of magazines from her case. She also retrieved her specialized ballistic mesh and wore it under her shirt, covering all the bulging parts with her jacket. She put her Glocks in the holster by the small of her back, her Ruger at her right calf, karambits at the left calf, and the spares and magazines at the inside of her jacket. It might be overkill, but to where she's going, she might just need it all to get out. She took her room key and valet ticket and walked out of the room, making sure to lock it behind her. She walked to the lobby and showed her ticket to the valet counter to call her car. When her vehicle arrived, she placed a tip in the jar and immediately got on and drove off. She drove until she reached a medium-sized Italian restaurant on the north side of Las Vegas. She parked in the restaurant's parking lot, got off, and went inside while making sure her car's locked. She strode confidently inside the restaurant and approached the maitre d'. Good afternoon. I have a reservation under the name Vinny, Natasha said confidently. The maitre d' slightly narrowed her eyes. She looked to the manager behind her waiting for instructions. Natasha followed the maitre d's line of sight and saw the manager talking to a walkie-talkie. She looked around and saw a CCTV camera pointed at the reception table. After a few exchanges, the manager nodded to indicate to let her in. Mr. Bianchi is in the back. Straight through the kitchens. Have a good day, Ms. Vedova. Natasha is definitely sure now they remembered her. Vedova is Italian for widow. Natasha walked through the restaurant floor. She can see the tense posture of the waiters and the watchful eye of the manager. Shrugging off the attention, she continued to walk to the kitchen door. As soon as she walked inside the kitchen, everyone stopped. This place is even worse than the restaurant floor. All the cooks are giving her hostile glances while holding different sizes of knives, sharpening it or cutting meat. If she were anyone else, they would have been shaking in her boots, but she is not anyone else. She has seen where monsters are born. This intimidation is nothing on her. She walked past the kitchen and head straight to a meeting room, being guarded by 2 hefty guys wearing a suit with a BT-MP9 machine pistol. I'm here to see Vinny, Natasha said to the guards. Both guards just grunted and opened the door. Natasha walked through the door. She saw 10 guards with similar looks and lowed out to the guard she just saw. By the right side wall of the room is the CCTV monitor screen manned by a skinny guy in glasses. In the center of the room, there is a 3 m diameter table. Sitting directly opposite the door, a massive older man leisurely eating a plate of spaghetti with a side of wine. On the opposite side of the man, is another plate of spaghetti and a glass of wine. Have a meal with Ms. Vedova, or should I say, Ms. Romanoff? The man said. He saw Natasha looking at the food warily. Don't worry, none of the food is poisoned. It's sacrilegious to waste good food and wine, he reassured. Natasha's face remained neutral as she walked to the table and sat on the chair in front of the food. She then heard the 2 guards outside walked in and closed the door, effectively cutting her off from her only exit. What can I do for you, Ms. Romanoff? It's not like you would come to me for nothing unless you just want to die, then that can certainly be arranged. Vinny Bianchi threatened. Vincent Bianchi or Vinny is a huge 70-year-old man with graying hair, black eyes, and large eye bags under it. He is the current head of the Bianchi crime family. He had expanded the family's operations through smart and efficient management, making the Bianchis gain control of Vegas underground. The bad blood between Natasha and Vinny came from one of the last jobs she did before being cornered by S.H.I.E.L.D. She was hired to assassinate Vinny's only son, Luca Bianchi, in the hope that the one who hired her can take control of the family during the confusion. She disguised herself as a high-priced escort to infiltrate Luca's penthouse suite. She drugged Luca with a paralytic drug and staged that he killed himself through hanging. The reason she was identified as the killer was through Vinny's stubbornness. He didn't believe for a moment that his son killed himself. He used all of his contacts until he came upon the Black Widow. The only reason she can go to Vegas without being continuously shot at or assassinated is due to an agreement brokered for her between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Bianchis. As long as she doesn't wander into their area, the widow would get to live, at least that's how they phrased it. "I need a favor," Natasha said, channeling her Black Widow persona. "And why in the hell should I do this for you and not just put a bullet through your brain?" Vinny exclaimed. "Don't be like that, Vinny. You know it's only a job. It's just business, nothing personal. I'm sure you can understand," Natasha placated. "It's personal to me," Vinny roared in anger. The guards hold onto their guns, getting ready to attack their guest. Natasha remained calm and let the tension slowly die down. When the tension got as low as it gets, she finally said, "I know you're going to help me this, Vinny." Vinny took a deep breath and said, "Now, why is that?" "'Cause you'll finally get to know who hired me." The world stopped for Vinny. He always knew that the widow is only the hired gun, but with so many suspects, he can't do anything. He can finally bring retribution for his son's death. "Tell me," Vinny said in a clipped tone, fixing Natasha with a hard glare. "No, you're going to do my thing first before I tell you anything." Vinny thought it over for a moment. It doesn't look like it, but the widow holds all the cards the moment she said she would tell about who hired her. They can't force it of her since she'll just bring it to the grave with her. They knew her reputation. Sure of his decision, Vinny eventually nodded. "Great. Besides, you'll forget all about me the moment I say who it is." "I'm going to reach into my pocket and bring out a photo," Natasha stated, to not draw alarm. She reached into her right jacket pocket slowly and brought out a photo of Naruto. She placed it face up on the table and slid it over in front of Vinny. "I want information on him, mainly where he is. You have eyes and ears everywhere in the city. You're the fastest way to find him. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, if that helps." Vinny took the photograph on the table and looked at it for a moment. He stood up and went to the monitors. He motioned for Natasha to follow him. "I know this guy. Saw him myself. But he didn't use that name. He used some weird-ass name. Mama, Mana, Menma." "That's right, Menma." Vinny looked at the CCTV operator and said, "Load up all the fights of the champion last night." Vinny turned his gaze to the widow. "See, this guy," Vinny said while waving around the photo, "is every fighting coach's dream. He can take punches, he's quick, he's strong, he's accurate, he has the experience, and most importantly, he's got skills." Natasha looked at the monitor playing a compiled video. She saw Naruto took punches that would bring down anyone else like nothing and throwing punches that knocked the air out of everyone else. The final clip shows a beautifully executed combination ending in a roundhouse kick. It was all she can do not to gape in shock. She finally has a confirmation of what Naruto can do. "That guy took home more than 1.2 mil that night," Vinny said with a smile when the video ended. "You organize fights with $1 million prize money?" Natasha asked for confirmation. "No, the tournament prize is only $250,000, plus gate commission and bet commission. The most he can get is maybe $350K. Most of the money came from betting for himself. $100K for winning the whole thing and another $100K for winning every fight in under a minute. Thought we just have another cocky guy with too much money." The widow just stared dumbfounded at the screen while hearing Vinny's answer. "I'm going to take a copy of his fights. Do you know where he stayed the night?" Vinny nodded to the operator. "Last I heard he stayed at Motel 6. Checked out just 30 minutes ago," Vinny said, remembering the info. Natasha took the CD handed over by the operator and pocketed it. "A deal is a deal, Vinny. Your brother Giovanni ordered the hit. He hoped you'd give up being head if your son died." Vinny and his guards took a moment to register what Natasha said. After a few seconds, Vinny said in denial, "Why should I believe you? He's family. He won't do it." Natasha started to walk out the door and turned around. "I got no reason to lie. I bet it's Giovanni who pointed you to my direction." "Well, goodbye, Vinny. I have somewhere else to be." Natasha continued to the door blocked by the pair of guards. After receiving a nod from their boss, the pair opened the door and let the widow out. Vinny sat down and stared at the closed door for almost a minute. He finally regained his voice and said to his men, "Looks like we got to clean house. Natasha drove away from the restaurant towards Motel 6, hoping to find another piece of the puzzle. Shield New York Field Office, New York. March 29, 2005, 1000H Local. Carlson is now poring over witness reports. Every recorded statement is basically useless. Each account is the same. A bright flash of light occurred in Central Park. The weird thing was, there are no people anywhere close to the area, even though it's pretty close to a path. It's like everyone avoided the area at that exact time. Unbeknownst to Carlson, the seals placed on the anchor seal has an integrated repulsion seal. The Hydra gate works by sending 4 chakra seals to a random world with the given a set of specifications. These seals would be used as a guide by the Hydra gate to send someone through safely. A side effect of the anchor is it would create trees for each seal due to the high level of nature chakra used to power the gate. As a precaution to minimize errors and make anyone on the other side as safe as possible, a modified repulsion barrier would be formed the moment the anchor is set until the user is transported. Carlson was still reading through the files when a tech approached him. "Sir, we have examined those marks on the trees. The symbols we can translate are endurance, love, of, sword. We have no idea of its significance. The important thing we found out, sir, is that the symbols are made up of smaller symbols. We only found out about it when we used a microscope lens on the camera. There are numerous repeating symbols. We can translate the words anchor, bridge, gate, and away." Carlson immediately got a cold feeling wash over him. "But sir, we hit a problem for one of your orders," the tech continued. "What is it?" "We can't take any significant samples from the tree. We have taken some leaves and bark, but we can't take any wood core samples. We just can't cut into it." "What do you mean you can't cut into it?" "Sir, we use chainsaws, diamond-coated blade circular saw, and even a laser. We can't even make a mark on the wood itself, only the bark," the tech reasoned. Carlson thought for a moment. "Seeing that there really is nothing to be done," he said. "Make do with what you have. Send a report ASAP." Carlson dropped what he was reading and walked to the balcony. He took out his phone and called someone. The phone ringed a couple of times until the person on the other side answered. "Give me something, Carlson," Fury said. "Sir, we might have a situation," Carlson said in a grave tone. "We might have an alien on the loose." Chapter 10, Still Lucky. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 1930H Local. Naruto is now walking through the doors of the Bellagio. He just came from Jeremy Michaels's place, and now phase 3 of the plan is a go. He just got his ID, passports, and credit cards. Jeremy sure did go above and beyond since he got social security cards, driver's license from 3 different states for each identity, New York, California, and Florida, birth certificates and finally, permit to carry license for the guns this world loves so much. Jeremy also delivered on those credit cards. He repurposed some black market credit card accounts with a $100,000 limit to make them legit, all of which are billed to a P.O. box. Now he can have a paper trail, which is apparently a fundamental concept in this world. He learned that someone without a paper trail is really suspicious. The hidden villages would love to adapt this so they can keep track of everyone. The only downside to being a good guy doing bad stuff is that he had paid Jeremy $750K for everything. If he really is an asshole, he would just do what Kurama is saying. If you just used a genjutsu on him, you can vet away without him even remembering, Kurama said. "Well, I don't want to be an asshole, alright?" Naruto defended himself. "You bought illegally made papers and identification," Son Goku said in a deadpan voice. "That's just a necessity because of my situation, and you know it," Naruto countered. Currently, he only had $483,374 left, which is a lot more than what he started with, but he needs some serious capital to get the next part of his plan started. That's the reason he was walking through the doors of the Bellagio. The receptionist of the motel he stayed at said this was the best place to play poker. Ever since he met Tsunade Bachan, he found out his talent for gambling. It doesn't matter what game it is, as long as it is based on chance. Even if it's rigged, he would somehow still win. As Kurama so eloquently described it one time as you have a stupid amount of luck for things that barely matter. It's like you made Lady Luck your bitch, and she just can't say no to you. Now fate, that's where he is a little angry with. It's like it piled on all the enormous problems of the world on his shoulder. But he's not going to open that can of worms anytime soon. Right now he has some games to win. Naruto went ahead and looked around. This place sure had a typical high-class casino down. Bright lights, expensive paintings, suit-up dealers, and security. Security everywhere, at least you can see their effort trying to blend in. He looked around and saw a sharply dressed attendant approaching him. "Good evening to the Bellagio Hotel and Casino. The best place to relax and enjoy. How can I help you, sir? The attendant said, with a friendly smile. Naruto just smiled back and said the following in a conversational tone. It's my first time in Vegas, and I had heard great things about this place, especially about the poker tables. Can you point me to where those are? Thinking that Naruto is a customer easy to make money out of, the attendant immediately led him to across the casino floor. You are right on that, sir. We are known for exquisite poker rooms, equipment, and atmosphere. We have over 50 poker tables in the central area alone. We have several private rooms that can be rented for more private games. Both of them finally reached the poker room. The attendant opened the door for Naruto. Welcome to the Bellagio Grand Poker Room. We have increasing buy-in from left to right. You can join or leave a table after every round. The attendant pulled out a card and handed it over to Naruto. If you have any problems, just call the number on this card and find Ricardo Falcone. He can help you out. Good luck, sir. The attendant walked away and called someone on his phone. Mr. Falcone. It's Morris Grant. I just got a new possible mark. I'm from the Bellagio. Ricardo Falcone is an intimidating 45-year-old man. He is a loan shark working for the Bianchi crime family. He uses inside men in casinos to look for unsuspecting and gullible tourists to loan money to when they lose in the casino. He then cons or intimidates the target to pay back the money with significant interest. He pays the inside man a percentage of each successful loan. Morris is one of the more successful inside men due to the addictive and unpredictable nature of poker. He just has no idea that Naruto would be the worst mark he would ever have. Naruto walked around the tables, looking for an empty chair. He finally spots a man leaving his chair, and Naruto immediately ran to it and sat down. The dealer just stared at the possible new player for a moment. He's terribly underdressed. He looks like he lacks the decorum for this side of the room, judging from the way he ran to sit at the recently vacated spot. Nevertheless, the dealer is nothing if not professional. Sir, I would like to inform you that this table has $250,000 buy-in, the dealer said. Oh, perfect. I got the perfect table to start. Naruto swung his backpack forward, put his hand in, unsealed $250K in cash, placed it on the table, and turned the back again on his back. All of it was done with a broad, goofy smile. This should be enough. Naruto's action garnered a lot of attention from the table. Some were amused, others were offended, but the dealer remained professional. He just took the money and replaced it with chips. 50 pieces of $1,000 chips and 20 pieces of the $10,000 chips. Naruto looked around the table discreetly while arranging his chips. There are 7 other players on the table, 5 males, 2 females. All of them are wearing fancy clothes. Stupid. How could I forget that? The clothes. Why didn't I buy any clothes? I'm standing out like a sore thumb. Wait, I don't need to buy clothes. I have a transformation jutsu. It's a simple enough hand sign. Ugh. Wait, I need to focus. Naruto shook his head and got back to observing his opponents. The table is set up as a half circle with all the players sitting on the curved side while the dealer is on the flat side. Naruto is sitting on the right end side of the table. Okay, let's work our way around the table, starting with the dude opposite me. Quite young, possibly rich parents. Based on his chips and the amount of nervous sweat he is forming, his parents know nothing about this. The next is a middle-aged guy. He's been cleaning house, almost $1 million in chips. Have to be wary of him. The following 2 are chicks. Friends. They also have quite a haul. Either they are good players or good at distracting others. I got to have a closer look at them. Naruto thought of the last part while blood is running down his nose. Immediately wiping the blood, he looked around the table around more. That guy must be in a losing streak. He only has enough for another 2 rounds. Okay, next one is an old dude with a hot chick sitting on his lap. Must be incredibly rich to have that hot of a gold digger. Finally, the guy next to me also has a good haul. Naruto finally ended his train of thought. Seeing Naruto is already settled in, the dealer started the game. Naruto was confused when everyone only received 2 cards. Excuse me. Are there 3 more cards? Naruto asked in a low voice. Before the dealer could answer, the old guy with the gold digger laughed hard. What have you been playing? Squirt is 5-card draw. Those are for kids and pussies. What we have here is a man's game. Texas Hold'em? The older man said with a loud laugh. Naruto immediately felt a feeling of dread washed over him. He has no idea how to play this. You can fold out of the game after the blinds. The 5-card poker tables are at the other side of the room if you're interested. The dealer helpfully suggested. Naruto thought about it for a moment until he made a decision. Naruto stood up and shouted, "I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I don't back down against any challenge. Believe it." The people in the room just stared dumbfounded at the young man shouting. The security around the room don't know what to do and just stood there frozen. They finally relaxed when the guy sat down. Naruto phased out the world around him and took his guards. He had a 10 and a king. Both of them spades. He had been assigned the small blind, which apparently means you have to put $500 on the table while the guy before him had to give $1,000 cause his the big blind or something. The middle-aged man raised the bet to $5,000. Everyone else called. The dealer finally showed the first 3 cards, twin aces, clover and a spade, and a queen spade. Naruto just checked since he had no idea what's happening, but the older guy had other plans. He raised the bet to $25,000. Naruto had no choice but to see the bet along with the other players. The next card is placed on the table, a queen of hearts. This promoted another round of betting. The rich kid and the unlucky guy both folded. The old dude and the middle-aged guy are continuously raising the bet until Naruto had enough. He placed all his chips on the pot and said, "All in." The 2 girls looked at each other and folded. The guy next to him folded too. Only the old dude and the middle-aged guy met his bet. With no other possible moves for the players, the dealer finally showed the river. It's a jack of spades. Confident with his card, the old guy flipped it over, revealing a 9 of hearts and a queen of clover. Full house, queen over aces, the dealer announced. The old guy immediately turned his cards over before the middle-aged dude can collect the pot. It revealed as an ace of diamonds and 4 of clover. The middle-aged guy immediately slumped. Full house, aces over queens. Naruto's smile was slowly expanding as he watched how Texas Hold'em poker works. Lady Luck still has it bad for him. The old guy was already collecting the pot, completely forgetting about Naruto when the dealer spoke. "Sir, we still have another player." "Him? Really?" "The kid didn't even know what he's playing," the old guy said. All he got in return was a blank stare. All right. Just hurry up." The dealer turned his head to Naruto and said, "Your cards, please." Naruto smiled and placed his card on the table. He looked at his opponent and turned over his card. The old guy looked like he just had a heart attack when he saw the cards. Ace high straight flush. Royal flush of spades. Naruto laughed hard and collected the pot. Several rounds of poker happened similarly. Naruto would win the pot as a whole or with someone else. One by one, his opponents checked out of the game, seeing they had no chance of winning with him on the table. The management of the Bellagio is already monitoring his games, watching for any signs of cheating. Unfortunately for his opponents, the administration had not seen any signs of fraud. Even replacing the dealer or the card dispenser machine yielded no results. They have no reason to remove Naruto from the game since the house would profit better with a significant encashment transaction compared to multiple small ones. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 22:30 local. Naruto has been jumping from a table with lower buy-in to a table with a higher buy-in as he wins more money. Naruto was currently collecting his winnings from the last round in the $10 million buy-in table when a largish man in a suit approached him. "Are you the guy who's ripping off all the tables?" "Hey, I'm not ripping anyone off. I'm just lucky," Naruto defended, ending the statement with a pout. The man just shook his head tiredly and continued the conversation. "Anyway, my boss is hosting a private poker game upstairs. He asked me to pick up, and I quote, the kid who's been ripping everyone off the floor below. That's why I'm here inviting you. You can just stay here, but it looks like everyone just wanted to get rid of you." Naruto looked around the table and saw the pleading looks on his opponent's eyes that he says yes. Naruto looked back at the man and asked, "How much is the buy-in?" $100 mil, but don't worry. My boss says he's ready to prop you up. He just wants to see something interesting. Your boss is ready to lose at least $100 million? Naruto asked, dumbfounded. He's stupidly rich and bored, Happy said with a shrug. So, what do you say? I don't need for your boss to prop me up. I may have just enough from this table and in my backpack. Naruto collected his chips and placed them all in his backpack. He stood up and faced his opponents and said, "Nice game, everyone. I hope we see each other again." Muttered grumblings are all the answer he got in return. Naruto followed the man outside of the poker room towards the elevator. When they finally are alone in the elevator, Naruto finally said, "Excuse me, but can I ask your name? Sorry that I hadn't asked your name when we first met. I'm Naruto Uzumaki, by the way." "Oh, by the way, who's your boss if you don't mind me asking?" The elevator door opened on the penthouse suite. "It's alright, kid. I don't want to broadcast downstairs who's my boss. It might get wild. He just wants a quiet night today before he turns in it up tomorrow." The man extended his hand toward Naruto. "It's nice to meet you, Naruto. I'm Harold Hogan, but everyone just calls me Happy." Naruto immediately shook Happy's hand with a grin. For my boss, well, you might know him. Happy hesitated. Don't leave me hanging here. Who is it? Naruto urged Happy to continue. My boss's name is Tony Stark, Happy said, waiting for the kid's reaction. Who? Chapter 11, Harder Than You Though. Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 1500 A. Natasha just pulled into Motel 6 parking. She still can't believe she got out of Bianchi's place without a fight, but she won't look a gift horse in the mouth. She got out of her car and went to the front desk. She pulled out a fake FBI badge, showed it to the person at the front desk. Good afternoon. I'm Special Agent Naomi Ryan. I'm here to ask some questions. Natasha took out a photo of Naruto and showed it. Have you seen this guy? She said in an authoritative tone. OMG. Is he a criminal? Please say he's not. What if he's a serial killer, and I'm his next target? The receptionist said, clearly losing her cool. Ma'am, Natasha said, trying to calm the receptionist down. He's not a criminal. He's a missing person, and his family has been looking for him for over a month. One of my contacts said he spotted him leave this motel. Is this true? The receptionist took a deep breath to calm down. After a few deep breaths and said, yes, he just checked out around 2 hours ago. Did he say where he was going? Not really. But, he did ask where he could play some poker. I told him he could go to the Bellagio, so he could go there. Thank you for your cooperation. Have a great day. Natasha pocketed her FBI badge and the photo and left. Natasha went back to her hotel to change into something more appropriate. She checked her car to the valet and went up to her room. As soon as she locked the door, she swept the room again for bugs. Better be safe than sorry, and in her profession, being sorry might mean you die. When she got the all clear, she took out her laptop and video called Fury. Good afternoon, boss. I got a lead on the guy, Natasha said with enthusiasm. Forget about him, Romanov. I'm cutting your vacation short. I need you on the next flight to New York 2 hours ago, Fury ordered. Why? Did something happen? You could say that. Coulson just classified the 083 event as a possible 051. First contact? We have evidence? Nothing concrete as of yet. Only some markings on a tree are indicating that it's a bridge to bring someone in. The tree is a bridge? Natasha said, her confusion seeping through while she started packing up her stuff. Trees. Plural. Coulson would explain it better. That's why I want you and Barton to lead the search teams to confirm if there's a motherfucking alien in my goddamn planet. Fury exclaimed. Natasha hesitated for a moment, seeing her boss so agitated, but she steeled herself and said, Boss, I'll take a transport from Nevada field office to New York at midnight so that I can be in New York by morning. Why the holdup? Is this still about the hitchhiker? Didn't just I tell you to forget about him? Boss, I have a reason to believe he's a possible enhance, and he's already trained. I already sent you a copy of the underground fights he won last night. Natasha could see Fury rubbing his head while opening the email she sent him. She could see a slight widening of Fury's eye while watching the video, which in Fury's case might as well be dropping his jaw. A few more moments passed before Fury spoke up. All right. You can do what you want, but I want you in New York first thing tomorrow morning. Try to see if he's amenable to joining us. In the meantime, I'll have a team analyze the footage to have an idea on the guy's capabilities. Thanks, boss. Natasha closed her laptop to finish packing her stuff at the same time, picking out a practical yet appropriate outfit to where she's going. She removed her weapons and stripped down to her lace underwear to take a bath. When Natasha got out 30 minutes later wearing only a towel, she checked her phone. Well, that was fast, Natasha said, referring to the preliminary analysis of the video. The analysis of Naruto's capabilities is based on approximated data available in the video. The speed is computed using the approximated distance traveled and frames per second. The computation for strength uses the opponent's approximated metrics and calculating the force needed for a person to fly that far. The amount of damage Naruto can take, on the other hand, is a little harder to approximate since no reaction could be seen on Naruto. The result of the analysis is simply staggering. Natasha immediately dialed Fury's number. The call quickly went through. I take it you saw the report? Fury said in a serious voice. Is this right? I already thought his specs are extraordinary, but not this. Looks like you're right again, Romanov. But that's not all. I'll send you another file. It's an old report of an analysis of a video. Compare the numbers. Natasha immediately went to her email and read the report. Her jaw dropped when she finally saw the name on the bottom. Boss, he's better than the captain? Natasha asked hesitantly. In terms of strength and speed, definitely yes. The guy didn't even take the fight seriously. He might be a lot faster and stronger. In fact, I'll bet on it. It's like he's picking on kids, Fury said with a smile. The other things Cap had, though, we have no idea. Only the lab can test for that. He certainly looks like he has experience fighting. There was a lull in the conversation until Natasha asked the thought that's running to both of their minds. Is this as bad as I think it is? The fact that someone may have managed to recreate a super soldier serum without even chatter about it, it's really worrying. The fact that he might have worked as a contract killer is another negative. We might have another Winter Soldier scenario in our hands. Fury finished his thought. Keep me updated, Romanov. We have too many unknowns about this guy. The fact that New York is still not resolved and we just had the green signal to study the cube, we have too many things happening on our plate. Natasha shuddered, just remembering the machine of a man who killed her client. Right, boss. I'll find him. Happy hunting, Romanov. I still want you in New York in the morning, Fury said before hanging up the phone. Natasha tossed her phone on the bed and changed into her chosen attire. She double-checked the room for possible things she might leave and went down to the front desk to check out. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 22:30 local. Natasha had just spent 3 hours, from 4 to 7, looking around the Bellagio for Naruto to no avail. Seeing no sign that Naruto would show up, she went around all the major casinos in the city looking for any sign of him. She paid especially close attention to the poker table since that was the only lead she got from the receptionist. Running out of time since she needed to be on the tarmac of the Shield Nevada field office by 12 to reach New York on time, she went back to the Bellagio for a last look. As soon as she entered the premises, she heard some conversation between employees. Damn, what I wouldn't do to be the kid right now. Tell me about it. I heard he already won around 90 mil. He's already on the 10 million buy-in table. I heard he never played Texas poker before, only 5-card draw. At least that's what Jonathan said. Who's Jonathan again? He's the dealer of the kid's first table. He said what the kid's name is? Apparently, he shouted it in the poker room. I think it's Naruto Uzumaki. Natasha perked up and immediately ran to the poker room to find Naruto. When she got inside, she directly went to the high roller area. She saw a crowd forming one of the tables. Following her instinct, Natasha tried to see what's happening. When she was nearing the table, she saw through the crowd. The moment she saw the distinctive golden blonde hair, she knew she found Naruto. Unfortunately for her, fate had other plans. Natasha was just going to call Naruto when a man in a suit approached him. Immediately in guard, she readied herself for action. Hearing the man's offer to Naruto to join his boss for a private game of poker only made her more cautious, that is, until she finally had a good look at the man. He is Happy Hogan, the personal head of security of Tony Stark himself. According to his files, he has mediocre physical combat skills, situational awareness, and high-stress decision-making, but more than makes up for it for his intelligence, intuitive leaps, and dedication to the job. He would rather die protecting Tony Stark than let him seriously get hurt. But the problem is not Happy Hogan himself but with what his presence entails. If you can find Happy, you can find Stark somewhere close, and vice versa. The fact that Happy is already inviting Naruto to a game with his boss means that Stark is already in the building, and that means approaching Naruto is already a no-go. One of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. is Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father. He funded a large portion of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s budget and created a lot of advanced technology during his time. When he died, his friend and another founding member, Peggy Carter, created an unspoken rule that S.H.I.E.L.D. would stay away out of Tony Stark's life as much as possible, but would simply protect him from the shadows. Seeing Naruto walking away with Happy Hogan, she had no other choice and dialed Fury's number. Romanov, are you on your way to New York? Fury asked as soon as he answered. Not yet, boss. Still got time. I hit a snag on the other problem though, Natasha informed with a little apprehension. What problem? Don't tell me didn't find him. Don't worry, boss. I found him, I just can't approach him now. What do you mean you can't approach him? He's not radioactive. He doesn't have a force field. And he's certainly not flying. So give me one good reason you can't approach him, Fury said, slowly losing his temper. Well, he's been invited in a private poker game. Natasha paused to let what she said to sink into her boss. By Tony Stark? Shit, Fury said in a word that perfectly sums up their situation. I don't know if the kid's lucky or unlucky. Fury took a deep breath and continued. We can't do anything about it now. Just go to New York. I'll assign a team to monitor the guy for now. Got it, boss. Fury hanged up the phone after that. Natasha left the building and claimed her car from the valet. She got in, and drove straight to the Nevada field office, all the while thinking how hard it is to find a guy and ask a question. Chapter 12, Confirmation of Change. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 29, 2005, 23:15 local? Who? Happy stopped and looked at Naruto incredulously. Naruto kept walking for a couple of steps until he realized his companion stopped. He looked back and saw Happy's expression. What? Naruto asked. You don't know who Tony Stark is? Happy asked to be sure. No, not really. Should I? Happy smiled brightly, hearing the answer. He finally could pull a prank and could take Tony's ego down a peg or two. Pepper would definitely love this. No, not really. Just remember that when you get in. Naruto nodded his head slowly, not really knowing what he meant. What can I expect in there? You have 2 CEO and 2 sports superstar in there. You might know the last 2. Just don't let them intimidate you, and you'll be fine. Happy advised. Here we are. Just follow my lead, kid. I'm not a kid, Naruto countered with a pout. Happy just swiped his card on the electronic lock and went in with Naruto following close behind. Naruto was awestruck at how fancy the room is. It's a whole lot more intricate than a lot of daimyo's palace he has seen. Although it's a little much for his taste, he can't deny the allure of living in a place like this. He's so distracted looking around he didn't see Happy walk his way down the hall. Happy continued his way to the living room without seeing if Naruto was behind him and saw Tony and the other players still taking a break from their latest game. The 2 athletes are sitting on the couch while Tony and his friend are talking on the balcony. So how's the rebuild going? You guys got wrecked this season? Floyd Mayweather asked his fellow athlete Kobe Bryant. Not great, really. The front office is making some moves, but I doubt it will amount to something anytime soon. Kobe replied. Kobe looked towards the balcony. Do you think the 2 over there would stop talking all about that techno shit? Kobe asked, referring to Stark and Musk talking something about a new battery configuration for Musk's Tesla. I don't know. I guess we have to wait for the kid to get up here. Sometimes Tony's too spontaneous. Who would want to play a poker shark? Happy decided to interject at that moment and shouted. Guys, I found the kid. Tony looked inside when he heard Happy's voice. He walked up to him and looked behind him. So, where's the kid? Don't tell me you lost him already? Tony asked, sarcastically seeing there's no one else there. Happy looked around, searching for Naruto. Seeing this, Tony asked again. Happy, don't tell me you really lost the kid. Tony said, losing his sarcasm. His nervousness is seeping through. He was just right behind me. Happy said while looking behind him. I'll check back at the receiving room. Happy walked back to the front door and saw Naruto still looking around the reception area. I thought I told you to follow behind me, Happy said to Naruto while giving him a hard stare. Well, sorry. I just had to look around. Naruto defended himself. Happy just sighed and said, come on. I'll introduce you. Just stay close to me, okay? Happy and Naruto walked back to the living room and saw the guys preparing for another round of poker. Everyone looked to see who Happy brought and looked a little surprised. They saw the kid is not exactly what they thought. He's tall, around 6 feet 2 inches. He looked like he could pass as an NBA guard. Got a muscular build too. Certainly looked like an athlete. He got blonde hair and blue eyes, but his face doesn't exactly look Caucasian. Maybe Asian American. Seeing the lack of awe and adoration that usually would show on a young man's face when he meets all of them, Tony finally asked. So, who are you, kid? Naruto looked at Tony. After a few tense moments, with Tony waiting for that spark recognition, Naruto finally said. Shouldn't you be introducing yourself first? And I'm not a kid? Everyone in the room laughed hard. Sure, Kobe's and Floyd's egos are legendary, but it had nothing on Tony Stark. He lives to see his name everywhere. Someone not knowing about him is sacrilegious. Tony just gaped at the new guest. He never thought he would meet someone who didn't know him in the USA, especially in his lifetime. I'm Tony Stark. Billionaire, playboy, genius, philanthropist. CEO of Stark Industries. That Tony Stark? Tony introduced himself, hoping to himself that the kid would recognize him. Cool. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The greatest fighter around. Naruto introduced himself. Still not recognizing the younger Stark. Tony groaned, giving up on the prospect of the kid recognizing him. He walked back to the poker table, sat down, and sulked. The rest of the poker players introduced themselves. Hey. Sorry about that. He's a little vain. But don't worry, he's a good guy. The guy in a polo short defended Tony Stark. I'm Elon Musk. An engineer like Tony there. A tall, bald, African-American man introduced himself next. I'm Kobe Bryant. Basketball player. Played any basketball before? No, I can't say I have. Never even heard of it. Naruto answered in a straight face. You never heard of it? Oh, hell no. I'm going to have to teach you about it sometime. Kobe finally said. Forget about him. You do look like a fighter. You should do some boxing. I'm Floyd Mayweather, by the way. The shorter African-American guy introduced himself. Ooh, boxing? I read about that one, but I never saw one use it before. What's it like? Naruto asked enthusiastically, finally learning something about his interest. Well, it's about using quick and strong punches to bring down the opponent while using fast and precise footwork to dodge your opponent, Floyd explained. What about kicks, elbows, and knee strikes? Well, we don't use it. Hey, I fought someone who used that. He didn't last long. You have more experience than I thought. What's the guy's name? Maybe I heard of him. Floyd asked conversationally. Just some huge guy named Mike Lucas, Naruto said while waving his hand dismissively. Floyd immediately widened his eyes. Mike Lucas used to be a professional boxer who started the same time as him. He's on his way to superstar stardom until he was caught using performance-enhancing drugs. He was banned from professional boxing ever since. Holy shit. You must be good. Where did you fight him? Everyone in the room is tuned into the conversation. They all heard of Mike the Flash Lucas. Hearing some guy fought him and won, even if not on his prime, is extraordinary. Well, there was this underground fighting tournament somewhere north of the city. Won me some serious cash. Naruto said proudly. You fought in an underground fight? Kobe asked for confirmation. Yup, lost my luggage and most my money when I got here. So I joined to win some cash. The whole thing is a little boring, though. Silence dominated the room hearing their guest's story. Tony, being the impatient one, finally broke the ice. Are we going to play or not? This snapped the people in the room, and they filed toward the poker table. The table in the room is similar to the one in the poker room, only more expensive. They sat down with Elon on the left side of the table, followed by Tony, Floyd, Kobe, then finally Naruto. Tony saw Naruto swinging backpack forward. This reminded him of what he said to Happy. You need someone to prop you up? This table has $100 million buy-in. Naruto flopped his backpack on the table and looked at Tony. No need. I got this, Naruto said with a grin and tipped over his bag. Almost 100 pieces of chips in different dominations spilled onto the table. That should cover it. For another time during the night, they were dumbstruck. The amount he spilled on the table is closer to 200 than to 100 million. How much did you start with? Floyd asked. $250,000. Worked my way up to the N million dollar tables. Holy shit, we're fucked, Elon said, perfectly encapsulating their current position. Naruto only gave them a bigger grin and said, well, let's play some poker. Kamartaj, Kathmandu, Nepal. March 30th, 2005, 1200 H local. The Hidden Temple of Kamartaj is a school created by the world's first sorcerer, Agamotto. Agamotto was a powerful man who used the mysteries of the mystic arts to defend the world against enemies the world is not prepared to face. One of the most powerful enemies he ever faced is Dormammu, an interdimensional demon hell-bent on acquiring planets for his personal dimension, the Dark Dimension. There was no chance for Agamotto to win against the demon if not for a powerful item he forged using one of the most powerful objects in the universe. He named it the Eye of Agamotto. It's capable of bending time to the will of the user. He used it to push back Dormammu to the Dark Dimension. To prevent Dormammu of ever conquering the planet, he created the three sanctums as mystical shields against extra-dimensional beings to protect the world against mystical attacks from other dimensions, and alongside it, the Temple of Kamartaj, tasked with training sorcerers. These sorcerers are soldiers trained in harnessing the mystical energies from other dimensions and use it to protect the world. Agamotto named himself as the Sorcerer Supreme and helped create a new generation of sorcerers. Before he died, he named another the title of Sorcerer Supreme to one of his students and passed down with it the Eye of Agamotto. This has continued for thousands of years until an unprecedented event happened. A Sorcerer Supreme saw a different future. The next adequate Sorcerer Supreme after her is not to be born for almost 1,000 years in the future. Seeing no alternate solution, she harnessed the dark energy from the Dark Dimension to extend her lifespan. She had lived for so long that everyone called her the Ancient One. She had guided dozens of generations of new sorcerers, preparing them for what's to come. The Ancient One knew her time is coming, and she had already accepted it. Nevertheless, she religiously looks into the future using the Eye of Agamotto. She was prepared to see the same future, confirming what she already knew. What she didn't expect is the sudden change in the visions of the future mid-session. She can't clearly see who or what caused the change, only its effects. The only glimpse she found is a yellow fox. It's like an invincible mountain was dropped on top of the river of time, effectively changing critical events in the future, one of those events, her death. She can finally see the events of what is to come after her death, and for the first time in a very long time, she felt fear. She saw the end of over half of the life in the universe. The Ancient One snapped out of her meditation and took a deep breath. She took her time to choose her next path. Either she does nothing and let destiny take its course, or she does something now and change what is to come for better or for worse. Finally deciding on her choice, she walked calmly out of her room and faced her attendant for the day and said, "Call everyone available to the central grounds in an hour. I'll inform everyone of some of the changes that would happen. And bring me Cassilis, Mordo, and Pangborn." The attendant looked stunned for a moment. The Ancient One never called such a large meeting. Only meetings with individuals or at most small groups. He stood there for some time until snapping out of it when he saw the Ancient One walking back to her room. The attendant ran through the corridor, remembering the Ancient One's orders. Back in her room, the Ancient One was contemplating the decision she had made. Seeing that she would not be able to reverse destiny's path to what it was before, she comforted herself with her decision. Change has come. The Ancient One could be heard saying this in her empty room. Chapter 13, What the Hell Happened? 1. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 30, 2005, 1000 H local. Tony was sleeping peacefully until he was woken up by the most beautiful voice he ever heard. "Wake the hell up, Tony. I swear to God." Shaking up the cobwebs in his head, Tony opened his eyes and saw something he never expected to be his angel. "Don't make me throw this bucket of water at you. Ugh." Tony tried to get up, but his pounding headache begged to differ. "Okay, you asked for it." Tony felt water splash his face, and he immediately shot up. "What the hell?" Tony looked around to see what's happening and where is he? He looked like he was in his hotel room. The weirdest thing was the only other person in the room is his personal assistant, Virginia Pepper Potts. Pepper used to work for another scientist entrepreneur until she finally had enough of the flirting of her boss and left. Stark Industries later hired her as an accountant for their finance department. Her diligence and detailed work in the department caused her to find some discrepancies in an account. After her immediate superior ignored her findings, she marched her way towards the office of Tony Stark to report what she saw. Pepper caused a scene at Tony's office when she wasn't allowed to meet him. In a natural reaction of Tony Stark's personal bodyguards, they pepper sprayed her. When Tony Stark got out of his office and saw the aftermath of the commotion, he laughed hard. This event would leave such a great impression on the CEO that he pulled her out of the finance department and made her his personal assistant, and more importantly, Tony gave her the nickname Pepper. Pepper continued to grow and develop being under Tony Stark's personal employ. This is not because Tony taught or guided her, no, this was because Tony basically put her through a trial by fire. Whether you love him or hate him, Tony Stark is an undeniable genius who appears once in a century. This genius caused Stark Industries to grow from a technological research company to a multinational conglomerate focusing on weapon manufacture. Tony's corporate ability enabled him to make the company flourish, but he was never enthusiastic about running a company. He only wanted to tinker and invent new stuff. This trait caused Tony Stark to place Pepper Potts in a position that would allow her to do basically everything Tony was supposed to do. Pepper's sudden predicament forced her to learn the ins and outs of the company. She expanded her studies while working for Stark until she got multiple masters and doctorates from Harvard and Yale, all related to business administration and management. Currently, she had more than enough credentials and skills to run any Fortune 500 company. Everyone else in the industry tried to hire or poached her away, but some part of her was always telling her not to leave her boss. Through the years, she and Tony have developed a good working relationship and an even better personal relationship. Pepper had somehow applied order to Tony's chaotic lifestyle. The only part of the job she now minds is she had to take care of Tony's one-night stand. But, that's not why Pepper is so angry this morning. "Why did I have to find out on the news that you and another guy took down an Italian mob while drunk?" Pepper shouted. "What? Ow, not too loud." A hangovered Tony asked. "I don't know. All I know is what the news is telling. The Las Vegas Metro PD and the FBI are trying to get hold of you, trying to make sense of a situation. Your lawyers are trying to contact you too." "What the hell happened, Tony? This is one of the worst things you've ever done." Tony was seriously worried about what happened. He tried to recall what happened last night. He tried to remember what happened last night. Tony remembered that he, Elon, Kobe, Floyd, and his invite, Naruto, was playing poker with Happy as the dealer. Naruto was destroying them until one by one they folded out except for himself. Flashback start. "I'm tapping out while I still can." "You're seriously like the pool shark of poker?" Elon said while collecting his chips. "I'm going back to my room. You should fold out to while you still can." Elon finished, referring to the small stack of chips on Tony's table. He barely got $3 million left while all the others pulled out when they reach around $50 million left. They saw that it was pointless, and they would only lose money to Naruto. Tony's only answer is a nod with a grunt. He is already a little bit wasted, indicated by the half-finished bottle of bourbon by his side. Happy is at the dealer's side of the table, absolutely enjoying the poker beatdown the kid was giving his boss. Elon said goodbye to both Naruto and Happy. He took one last drink and left. Tony looked back to see Elon go out of the room, thinking about folding out of the game right now. Only Stark's ego and overwhelming alcohol are pushing him to keep playing. He looked back at Naruto and asked, "Next round?" Naruto looked at Tony a little bit weirdly. He knew that Tony took the most hit during the game because of his aggressive game style. The chips he had left could only cover the small blind, but he has to cover the big blind for the upcoming round. "Are you sure?" Naruto finally asked. "'Cause I'm okay with covering the big blind again. You'll just have to go all in as your opening bet." Tony rechecked his chips and saw that Naruto was right. He thinks over a solution for a moment until he finally spoke. "I'll give you an open favor for one last game. All or nothing. What good is your favor? I got almost $350 million here with me. Why the hell should I say yes?" Naruto said, baiting the CEO for more. Tony acted offended at Naruto's statement. "I'm Tony Stark. One of the richest and smartest men alive. I could literally put you on the moon, and here I am, basically giving you a blank check," Tony said exaggeratedly. "As long as Pepper is not entirely opposed to it." Tony finished with a little fear in his eyes. Pepper would skin him alive if he gave another person one of those open favors without running it by Pepper first. Happy laughed hard when he heard the last statement. "Who's Pepper?" Naruto asked the laughing bodyguard. "She's Tony's personal assistant and nanny." Happy said the last part as a joke. Naruto giggled a little bit at that, understanding the jab on Tony's personality. Naruto looked at Tony and said, "Make that 5, and you have a deal?" "3. Tony countered while extending his hand. Naruto was going to shake Tony's hand, but before he reached it he said, "3 in a room in your LA residence, and you're going to teach me engineering and computer stuff?" Happy gave Naruto a weird look, but Naruto only shrugged. "I just moved to the US, lost most of my stuff, and I have nowhere to go. This would solve that problem and learn something new." Naruto defended himself. "Don't worry, though, I'll be traveling for a while." Naruto then looked at Happy and said, "You can even check my background if you like." Tony agonized it for over a second. He likes his solitary lifestyle, and adding this unknown guest might shatter that. On the other hand, the kid would like to learn something from him, and his ego like that. That was the tipping point. "Deal?" The two of them shook hands. The result was as expected. Naruto won without much difficulty. This caused Naruto's finance to grow to $410,489,374. He also got a temporary home base and 3 blank checks on one of the most influential men alive. "Ugh, you really have the luck of the devil," Tony said while pouring himself another drink, looking at Naruto, packing the chips in his bag, almost making it burst at the seams. "Leave it there. I'll just have the manager and cash it tomorrow. I'll even cover the fee. I own this place anyway." "Really?" Naruto asked. Seeing Tony nod, he just left it on the table. He then stood up, fixed up his jacket, and looked at Tony. "Well, I'm leaving. When and where are we going to meet tomorrow?" Naruto asked. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hold up there, sunshine. You just made me lose a whole lot of cash, a room, and a lot of my time in the future. At the very least, you're going to have a drink with me," Tony said, stopping Naruto in his tracks. "But I don't drink, and I have to find a place to stay," Naruto countered. "Nope. We're going to have a drink and talk like men," Tony said, urging Naruto to accept. When he saw Naruto sat down again, resigning to his fate, Tony looked at Happy and said, "Take the night off, Happy. You look like shit." Happy thought for a second before nodding and going to one of the spare rooms. "What's your poison?" Tony asked. "I don't know. I only ever tried sake with my grandma," Naruto said. "Damn, your grandma's hardcore?" Tony poured 2 glasses of bourbon and handed one to Naruto. "You should try that one." Naruto took it and stared cautiously at the amber-colored drink. He took a small sip at it to taste it. Not bad." Naruto looked contemplative for a second before saying. "Yep, she really was. I can't believe I only met her when I was 13. Why's that? I only met her when my godfather, which is also my grandfather figure, tried to find her. She was something of a traveler and a medic. The thing is, she only stayed in bars and casinos even though she can never really win at gambling. Damn, and you basically win every time you play. Some weird family you got." "Yup. So what about you, what's your story?" Tony swirled his bourbon before taking a swig. "You really don't know, do you?" He saw Naruto shook his head no and continued, "Well, basically, it's the same as other wealthy family stories. Parents don't have time for their kids. They died on a business trip when I was around your age. How old are you actually? 21, birthday in October, Naruto said. You're lucky. You never said they didn't love you. What I would give to get a chance like that. Did they beat you or something? Tony asked a little cautiously. He's aware that there are a lot of people who have it worse than him. No. As far as I know. They loved me a lot. I just never had the chance to meet them personally. They died on the day I was born. Some huge calamity happened on my birthday. Took the lives of a lot of people in my hometown, including my parents. I only got to know their names when I was 17, Naruto said with a sad chuckle. There was a lull in the conversation, with both of them trying to cheer themselves up from the conversation. Got a girl in your life? Tony asked, trying to continue the conversation and stir it away from the heavy talk. You really think I would move to the US alone if I had a girl? Naruto said with a raised eyebrow. Well, I don't know. That's why I asked. Tony defended himself. How about you, you got someone? Naruto returned the question. No, not really. Only one night stands? Oh. How about that, Pepper? Pepper? Where'd you get that? We're great friends, I guess. But we don't have any romantic inclinations. Why not? Naruto asked. That simple question echoed continuously inside his head, getting louder and louder. Looking back, Tony would always say that particular question by Naruto changed his life. Naruto saw the blank stare on Tony's face. Being respectful, he allowed Tony to think over whatever he was thinking about. After a few more minutes, Naruto finally had enough and shook Tony to get his attention. So, what are you thinking about? Naruto asked with a sly smile. Nothing, Tony said a little too fast. So, what do you want to do now? Tony asked, trying to get the topic moving. Naruto thought for a second before removing a small calling card from his jacket pocket and showed it to Tony. You said you own this place, right? I had one of your attendants gave this to me saying that if I have any problems, just call the number on this and look for Ricardo Falcone. Want to look into it? Naruto immediately knew that the attendant is up to no good since he already saw a lot of those scams when he was with Tsunade. It also helped that Kurama said that the guy reeks of negative emotions. Being a little thrill-seeker himself and intoxicated, Tony only saw the good side of this endeavor. Oh hell yeah? Let's go to security. Chapter 14, What the Hell Happened? Point 2. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 30th, 2005, 10:30 local. Tony, talk to me. Don't think you can get out of this mess? Pepper said while pacing back and forth in front of the dazed Tony. Having enough, she snapped at him. Tony. Tony shook his head, snapping out of his daze and said, I never noticed how beautiful your hair is. Tony and Pepper both froze when the words left his mouth. He has no idea why he said it. Well, he has some idea, but now is not the time to linger on it. Did I just say that out loud? Tony asked with no one in particular, but Pepper nodded anyway. When Tony got his answer, he took a deep breath and said, Damn. Naruto seriously did a number on me. Anyways, where was I? You went down to security? Pepper said helpfully. And we're going to talk about what that Naruto said to you later, can we not? Tony asked, hoping not to go through the mushy stuff that they would be definitely trudging through when that conversation continues. Pepper only gave him a hard glare. Tony deflated, knowing he already lost. Trying to retake hold of the conversation, he finally continued trying to remember what happened. Flashback continues, oh hell yeah? Let's go to security. Tony shouted while putting on his blazer. Why? Naruto asked. Well, do you know who gave this to you? Tony said while waving around the calling card. Naruto shook his head no. That's why we're going there first. We need to find out who gave this to you and who's this Falcone guy. Oh. Okay. What are we waiting for? Come on. Naruto said, vibrating with excitement. Okay, sheesh. Let me get my stuff first. Tony took his IDs and walked out the door. Naruto followed behind Tony with a hop in his step while Tony is trying to act sober. He led them straight to the office of the head of security. When they reached the office, Tony went right through the door without missing a step. Joey. How you doing? Tony asked the guy who was sitting on the opposite side of the desk. He didn't even notice the guy reaching for his gun. Joey Griffin is an unassuming 55-year-old, 5 feet 10 inches man with Irish descent. He has reddish-brown hair and green eyes. Joey was a Navy SEAL squad captain until he took a bullet to the knee ending his field career. He was going to continue to serve the military as an instructor to help mold the next generation of SEALs, but the news of his daughter's cancer meant that he has to find a more profitable job. This led him straight to being hired by Stark Industries to be head of security for its subsidiary, MGM Hotels and Casinos. He's been assigned as head of security for all MGM buildings in Las Vegas. His increased pay and premium insurance had allowed his daughter to receive the best treatment possible. The reason he was still in his office was that there are multiple VIPs currently in the building, especially his boss's boss, Tony Stark. Seeing Tony Stark burst through his door at this time of night was the last thing he thought would happen. He calmed himself down and tried to stand up. But before he could stand up to shake his boss's hand, he felt a knife on his throat. Holy fuck. Naruto. When did you get there? Get that knife away from him. He's the one we're going to meet? Tony said to Naruto, finally noticing him standing behind one of his security officers. And can you teach me? Added Tony a little hesitantly. Naruto withdrew his knife away from the guy's neck and pocketed his knife. He walked back to the door while still keeping an eye on Joey. Joey, on the other hand, was scared for his life. He only felt this kind of fear when Saddam Hussein's private guard captured him, and now there's this guy, whoever the hell he is. He never even saw the guy pass through the door. Joey rubbed his neck and looked at Tony. Mr. Stark, not that I'm not happy to see you, but why are you here, and who's the guy who almost opened up my neck? Joey asked, still alert from the previous encounter. Hey, good to see you're still alive, Tony said with an awkward laugh. And this guy here is Naruto. He's kind of the reason why we're here. Joey narrowed his eyes to the blonde guy next to his boss. All the bells in his head are warning him that the guy is dangerous. You want me to call the police on him? Joey asked, completely serious. No, not really. He's the guy who'd been ripping off the people in the poker room, Tony informed Joey. I knew he looked familiar, Joey said, still not relaxing. And he's going to apologize for what he did, Tony said while looking straight at Naruto. Hey, he's the one who tried to draw a weapon. It's not my fault he's slow, Naruto defended himself. Ever since the war, he's wary of hidden weapons. It's better safe than sorry when it came to those. Joey tried to defend himself, but he knew he would do the same in that kind of situation. Naruto's answer just earned a look from Tony until he finally caved. Sorry. Naruto apologized while scratching the back of his head. Joey waited for something more, but he never got a continuation of that apology. After a few more seconds, he sighed and nodded. He then looked back at Tony and asked, by the way, why are you here, boss? 2 things. I want you to look for the attendant who greeted Naruto when he walked into the Bellagio, and what can you tell me about Ricardo Falcone? Tony answered while handing over the calling card to Joey. I'll look through the footage, Joey said while scrolling through his computer. He then looked at Naruto and asked, what time did you get in? Maybe around 7:30, Naruto answered. Okay. Joey opened his desk drawer and retrieved a folder. He slid it toward Tony's direction. In the meantime, that's the file I have on Falcone and the Bianchi crime family. Does Falcone have a man on the inside? According to this guy, yes, Tony said while patting Naruto while looking through the file. He told me the attendant gave him that card and said to call Ricardo Falcone. Damn, thought I got rid of them all. They just grow like weeds, Joey said while still scrolling with the CCTV footage. Got it, it's Morris Grant. He's got almost 5 years with us, he said and looked at Tony, who placed the folder on the desk. I'll take care of it, sir. Have a nice night? Okay, have nice night too, Joey, Tony said and left. Sorry again about the thing earlier. Naruto apologized again before following Tony. When they reached the elevator, Naruto asked, what now? Well, I saw 3 main locations for the Bianchi crime family. We can hit them all tonight, Tony said with a smile. Wait up. You're not coming with me. Do you even know how to fight? Or use one of those guns? Do you even have one of those? Naruto said while thinking about the mess bringing a civilian in a fight. Hey, of course, I know how. I'm the CEO of a weapons manufacturing conglomerate. I designed and built more than half of what we sold, Tony said proudly. Do you even know where you are going? He asked, knowing the answer. Naruto hanged his head low for that minor oversight. The elevator door opened, showing the parking garage. Tony walked to a closed gate and placed his palm on a console. The whole gate lifted, revealing 2 cars, a black Hummer 5 and a hot rod red Ferrari Enzo. Tony walked over to the Hummer's driver's side door and got in. Naruto followed and got in the passenger side door. Tony started the car using the key from the visor. He then opened the glove and central compartment, revealing an FNF 2000 and a Beretta 92 FS, each with multiple magazines. Tony looked at Naruto smug and said, yes, I have some of those guns. All right. I'm going to take point. You trail behind. Try not to use that on anyone. We don't want them dead. We wanted them captured by the police. Got that? Naruto laid out the plan. He could use shadow clones, but where's the fun in that? Why do you got to go first? I'm the one with the gun, Tony countered. You got almost no experience based on your reaction to Joey. You're a civilian. You're drunk. Take your pick? Naruto listed. Besides, I don't need a gun. I'm a close and personal kind of guy. By the way, can I have those shades? Naruto said, the last part pointing to the Ray-Ban Aviator Classic shades on the dashboard. Sure, go ahead. Don't see the reason why you would need those when it's dark out. Tony pointed out the obvious, ignoring the rest of the Naruto statement but following his plan nonetheless. Naruto knew that wearing shades in the dark is stupid since it leaves you almost blind, but he's not going to use it to keep out the light. He'll use it to cover the change he would go through when he activates his dojutsu, Rinne Tensei Sharingan. Or simply Shinigami, because the full name is such a mouthful, and the death god is such a massive part of his life. His own dojutsu is the result of the equal parts mixing of Senju and Uchiha blood, forming the Rinne Sharingan. The Tensigan, the final form of the Byakugan, much like the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan is to the Sharingan, was a byproduct of Kagaya Otsutsuki's blood mixing with his own. The process almost killed him, but he survived due to his Uzumaki vitality and Kurama's Yuki. The Shinigami combines all the best parts of the three dojutsus, making it the ultimate dojutsu. It allows him to see chakra networks and tenketsus, 3D X-ray vision up to 10 kilometers away, eidetic memory, telescopic vision, and a whole lot more. Tony stopped the car next to an apartment complex. He took both of the guns and 2 spare magazines before he looked at Naruto. Seeing that Tony is gearing up, Naruto slipped on the shades and activated his eyes. He can see 8 guys with weapons and an unarmed guy sleeping all on the top floor. You remember the plan? Naruto asked to confirm. Yep. I'm going to follow far behind you and try not to shoot anyone, Tony said. Naruto got off the car with Tony following behind him. Chapter 15, What the Hell Happened? Point 3. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 30, 2005, 10:45 H local. You went in there with him? Pepper shouted angrily. She started pacing back and forth again. And you're the one who wanted to go with. What if you've been hurt or worse, killed? Well, I'm not that hurt, am I? Tony said while checking his body for any injuries. He only saw a small gash by his temple. Besides, you should have seen Naruto. The guy is a force of nature. He took out everyone without a gun. Tony took on a contemplative face. Maybe I should hire him as a bodyguard. He can take on an army. What? No. You and that guy got in more trouble together than should be possible. My hair is turning white just thinking about what would happen. Pepper immediately denied the idea. Tony just laughed nervously. Pepper immediately had a bad feeling. She stopped pacing and stared. What did you do? Pepper asked dangerously. You remember the final bet? Tony asked, his nervousness showing. Yes, Pepper drawled out. Well, it's not only the 3 favors that I gave. I also would give him a room on LA and give him engineering and computer lessons, Tony said, waiting for the inevitable blow-up. What? Pepper reacted. She sat down next to Tony and took a deep breath. Just continue with what happened, Pepper said, giving up on the prospect of a dark future ahead of her. Sure, Tony said, hoping not to agitate Pepper more. Flashback continue. Ricardo Falcone is a high-position member of the Bianchi crime family. Although not related to the Bianchis, his father was one of the first outsiders who joined the crime family. His father's resourcefulness and loyalty allowed him to rise quickly through the ranks. He inherited the loan shark gig from his father and allowed it to grow to a profitable venture for the family. Ricardo would always be loyal to the Bianchis, that's why he ordered his men not to join any faction between Vinny and Giovanni. He would usually join Vinny's camp since what Giovanni did goes against everything of what a family stands for, but the family needs to survive the aftermath. Whatever happens between the brothers, the family would need capital to recover, and bringing everyone in for the confrontation would just fracture the family and increase the damage that would happen. That's his reason and what he told the 2 when they called for his support. They really can't question his loyalty since he's been loyal from the start. He slept in one of the family's bases to make sure that if someone retaliated for him not joining any sides, he would be as far away from his family as possible. The 8-man guard is just extra precaution. He would be proven right to have them, but it wouldn't do a thing for what's to come. At least it's not one hostile Bianchi brother that came for him. Ricardo is looking at the clock, waiting for it to strike 2. That's when the Bianchi brothers would meet, and the fate of the family would be decided. He was lounging on the sofa with his men when someone knocked on the door. Everyone immediately tensed up and drew their weapons. The situation they are in had everyone on edge. The knocking continued until one of the guys closer to the door peeked through the eye hole. He saw a blonde guy with shades wearing a hoodie. He's relatively young too. The guard walked over to Ricardo and said, "There's some blonde guy on the other side of the door." Early 20s, I reckon. Check what he wants. Just be prepared for anything, Ricardo advised. The guard nodded and walked back to the door. He unlocked the door except for the door chain and opened it. What do you want? He said, trying to be more intimidating. Hi, Naruto said in an overly cheery voice. I'm looking for a Ricardo Falcone. The guard drew his pistol and pointed it at the guy behind the door, ready to kill him if he did anything wrong. There's no one here by that name. Leave. The guard closed the door while still pointing his gun at it. He walked towards his boss and said, he's looking for you. I sent him away. Good. We don't want any distractions tonight, Ricardo said. As soon as everyone sat down, they heard another knock on the door. The guard jogged to the door, annoyed and ready to turn the guy away again. When he was trying to reach for the door, it suddenly burst open. Naruto saw the guy running to the door with his Sharingan. This was the perfect moment to attack. They would be unprepared, thinking that the same guy is just looking for their boss again. He kicked the door open and immediately disabled the guard with precise and accurate attacks on the guard's tenketsus. He saw everyone frozen in their spot. He ran towards the center of the room. He lowered himself and extended both of his hands and said, "You're within the range of my divination. 8 trigrams 64 palms." He hit each person left mobile in the room, including Ricardo Falcone, 8 times, effectively temporarily paralyzing everyone. He dragged everyone and lined them up on the wall. "You can come in now," Naruto said towards the hallway. Tony saw almost everything that happened by peeking by the end of the hallway near the staircase. He was pretty sure his gun wouldn't do a thing even at this distance. What he can't figure out is how did Naruto paralyze everyone with only a few pokes here and there. Tony walked towards the apartment and saw Naruto looking over a guy in a gray 3-piece suit. "That's Ricardo Falcone." "Holy shit, that's a big catch," Tony said with a little bit of shock. He didn't expect some of the big guys to be here. "Yup. Can you check the cabinet for files or anything incriminating? Take a picture of everything if you can. Call the cops too before we leave." Tony nodded to Naruto's request but not before mumbling about something about him not being his sidekick. Tony began checking through the drawers and cabinets. He laid out every document he could find and laid it out on the table, and took photos of everything. While Tony was doing that, Naruto was opening up some tenketsus on Falcone so he can be mobile enough to ask some questions. "Where's your boss?" Naruto asked so he can take down the crime family straight from the top quickly. Falcone just kept his mouth shut, knowing that someone like this guy going after Vinny during his showdown might as well cause the family collapse. Seeing that Falcone wouldn't talk without some extreme measures which he can't use since apparently torture is frowned upon in this world, he applied a small genjutsu on him to make him more cooperative. Due to the atrophied chakra network of the residents of this world, Falcone can't even put up a fight against the genjutsu. "I'm going to ask again, where's your boss?" "He's at the abandoned warehouse north of the city where the underground fights usually happen," Falcone said, not adding the part about the Bianchi brothers' showdown since he wasn't explicitly asked about it. Naruto knocked out Falcone and went over to get Tony. "You done here?" Naruto asked. "Yep, just about. Can't believe the dirt on these guys, and it's only one side of their business," Tony said while fixing up the file on the table. Tony then jogged out of the door, followed by Naruto but not before taking a photo of the guards and Falcone. He texted a contact he has from the FBI about what they found out. He's pretty high up the ladder to make sure the Bianchi can't bury the case. When they got in the car, Naruto said, "We should go to the warehouse district. Do you know the address of their base there? If not, I can guide you." "Yeah, one of their bases is around there." Tony started the car and drove north. "You know, what we did back there was kinda fun even though I didn't do much." "What are you saying? You did most of the work." "I just beat those guys down," Naruto reassured. When they were nearing the warehouse, Naruto told Tony to pull over. "Why'd you want me to stop here? We're still 2 blocks away," Tony argued. "We might encounter guards outside since their boss is there. It's easier to sneak in on foot than this huge car," Naruto said, already knowing that there are guards posted outside with 2 factions meeting on the inside of the warehouse. He formed a plan quickly in his head that would make them do the least amount of work. Tony almost banged his head on the steering wheel for not thinking about it. The 2 immediately dismounted the car and walked towards the warehouse. They're sticking in the shadows with Naruto still on point. When they were a building away from the warehouse, Naruto pointed an alleyway for them to enter. "Here's the plan. I want you to find a way to get on top of the warehouse and go down to the catwalk. I'm going to cause a distraction. When you see it, fire your weapon. After that, hang tight and enjoy the show," Naruto said with a grin. Tony had no idea why Naruto would plan something like that, but seeing Naruto operate, he just decided to trust Naruto with this. But still, he has a question. "What's the distraction?" Tony asked. You'll know it when you see it, Naruto said. Tony just nodded to the vague answer. The two separated with Naruto running towards a shadow and somehow disappearing in it. In his slightly intoxicated state, he just dismissed the event. Tony lurked around the warehouse, looking for a way up, making sure he was sticking to the shadows. He finally saw a fire escape. Tony climbed up the ladder. He looked around to look for any guards. Seeing none, he proceeded to go to the skylight and drop down it to the catwalk. Naruto's plan finally made sense when he saw the scene inside the warehouse. He didn't even question how he knew. There looks like two groups with the two older guys leading the groups. They looked like to be talking calmly, but an undercurrent of tension can be seen on everyone. While he was looking over the developing situation, he finally understood what the distraction was. Thick white smoke was rolling in from every crevice. He had no idea how Naruto did it, but it was goddamned effective. Tony aimed at the back of one group and fired. All hell broke loose. Both factions were already tense before the smokescreen, but the tension skyrocketed after it. The sound of gunfire immediately prompted both sides to fire in the general direction of their enemy. Gunfire was raining from both sides, hitting enemies and allies alike due to the smoke. The only one unharmed were the two older guys who have been protected and pulled away pretty fast. The fighting was just about to die down when a bullet flew past Tony, causing him panic and backpedaled. He tripped backward and hit his head on the guide bars of the catwalk. This immediately knocked him out. Naruto saw this happen even though he's quite the distance away watching the situation unfold. He always kept an eye on Tony to make sure he's safe. He knew the bullet wouldn't Tony, but he should have accounted for the instinctual reactions of civilians. He immediately shunshined to Tony's location and checked on his vitals. Naruto finally took a relaxing breath when he determined that Tony was just knocked out cold. Losing his patience for the fighting to stop entirely, Naruto threw another smoke bomb, covering further the whole warehouse with smoke. He jumped down and used his Sharingan to determine all the conscious or abled bodies left inside the warehouse. Naruto determined that there are 15 people left able to fight back, excluding the two leaders. They're both hiding behind some crates on the far side of the room. He rapidly struck down all the fighters with a little less finesse than he used on Falcone's men. He has some little leeway on the damage since both sides are already shooting at each other. Naruto used a combination of intercepting fist and gentle fist fighting style. He struck down everyone he came up against while hiding himself in the smoke. The high-speed bullets certainly made the fight a little more enjoyable. When every one of the guards is down or dead, Naruto attacked temporarily paralyzed both of the leaders and dragged them to the middle of the room. Naruto was going to start asking questions when he heard the sirens indicating the cops are nearby. They must have responded to the gunshot reports from the area. He gave up on trying to get more information and just decided to bug out. He picked up Tony and sealed his guns. He shunshined towards the car and sealed it too after making sure that no one is around. Naruto only used Shunshin all the way to the hotel, since he hadn't left a Hiraition tag in there. When he reached the underground parking of the Bellagio, he unsealed the car in the garage and shunshined towards Tony's penthouse. He looked for Tony's room. When he found it, he left Tony on the bed and walked away, making sure the door is closed behind him. Naruto walked towards the penthouse door and said to himself, "What a night. I think I earned myself a little ramen." Before going out and finding somewhere who serve ramen in this city at this time. Flashback end. That's all I remember. Tony finished his story. "Where's Naruto anyway?" he asked while looking around the penthouse with Pepper following him. "I don't know. I didn't saw anyone when I came here 2 hours ago," Pepper said. "Happy's missing too," Tony stated his observation. "He's with Joey and the feds giving their statements." "Don't worry, there's a lawyer with them," Pepper reassured. "She's one of the people who's managing the damage control for Tony and this Naruto's mess. Just let them tell the truth. That two guys took down a criminal empire in Vegas that everyone else can't," Tony said, with a proud smile. Pepper just took a deep calming breath and said, "Just call your lawyers and work it out with them before giving a statement. I'm going to try to find your friend." Tony poured himself a cup of coffee and looked behind her. "No need, he's right behind you," Tony said with a grin. Pepper immediately turned around and saw a blonde-haired guy with blue eyes wearing a hoodie. He was eating a cup of instant noodles using chopsticks. What infuriated her more than she already is was the carefree look he has. "You," Pepper shouted while pointing at Naruto. "Me?" Naruto asked dumbly, not following the conversation. "Yes, you. What do you have to say for yourself? Dragging around my boss across town to bring down the mob?" Naruto's expression took on something like he finally understood something. He took on a cheerful smile. It was Tony's turn to feel the chill running down his spine, seeing the smile in Naruto's face. "Oh. You must be Pepper," Naruto said while extending his hand. Pepper just shook Naruto's hand, getting swept by his friendly demeanor. Did Tony finally ask you for a date? That's why you're here, right? Tony spat his coffee, hearing Naruto's question. New York City, New York. March 30th, 2005, 0800H local. Natasha had just landed on the roof of the SHIELD New York field office using a Quinjet. She had barely slept along the way. The stress of the manhunt of a possible alien and the accidental discovery of a superhuman in Vegas weighs heavily in her mind. When she got off the Quinjet, she was expecting Barton or Coulson to meet her on the helipad. What she was not expecting is Nick Fury standing with both of them. Didn't expect to see you here, sir? Natasha greeted her boss while giving a small nod to Barton and Coulson. Let's get inside. I'll talk along the way, Fury said and walked toward the roof entrance. I was not expecting to be here too, but I got an interesting call 2 hours ago. Fury looked back to see if he got everyone's attention, especially Romanov. But first, I want you to tell them about what you found first while you're on your brief vacation. Natasha immediately knew that the call must be related to Naruto. What the hell could he have done that would warrant a call to Fury himself in the span of a 5-hour flight? Seeing the attention of her colleagues was on her, she spoke. I was on my way to Vegas to take my break after the mission in LA when I met a guy on walking by the side of the I-15. What? You picked up someone? Didn't know you got it in you. Barton teased. He just couldn't resist teasing Natasha every opportunity he gets. Fury, already used to the two, just let the interruption pass. Shut up, Clint, or I'm going to tell Laura about Tbilisi. Seeing Barton effectively cowed, Natasha continued, anyway, the guy had nothing on him except his clothes. According to him, he just moved to the US and traveling around. He said he lost all his stuff and going to Vegas to get some money to continue his travel, which in my opinion is crazy. But what got my attention and caused me to call boss is that he said that he was a freelance contractor. So your first hitchhiker is a contract killer. Good to know, Romanov, Coulson said with a smile. He already deduced that the situation is not as bad as it seems since Fury is not giving the report. You shut up too. I can still key Lola. Coulson's smile fell off his face too. When we left our separate ways, I was still thinking about what he said, so I started digging. Nothing came up in all available databases. Damn, he must be good, Barton said with a whistle. So, I got a little desperate and made contact with the Bianchis. Her two colleagues were about to reprimand her for doing something reckless, but she already anticipated it and placed her hands over their mouths before continuing. I made sure I have leverage before I got in. But either way, I certainly got more than I thought. They arrived in a briefing room. To emphasize her point, she projected the fight on the wall to show them. As you can see, I was proven right to be wary of him. He's good, Coulson said in a clipped tone. This part you won't like, Coulson, Natasha warned him. SHIELD Tech analyzed the video. The results showed that he is better, at least physically, than Captain. Captain who? Coulson asked, not getting the statement. Natasha pointed to a flag outside the room. His face immediately paled. Someone managed to remake the serum? He asked with a shake in his voice. Captain America has always been his hero. Learning that someone, somewhere, had somehow recreated the serum is massive news for him. No, not that we are aware of, but we're not completely sure, Natasha answered. I was going to make contact with him in the Bellagio since he was playing poker, but Tony Stark got to him first. How? Barton exclaimed. He's apparently excellent at poker and Stark heard about it. He invited him to his private game, Natasha answered. Thank you for the report, Romanov, Fury interjected. Reports have come in that all the high-level and most of the low-level members of the Bianchi crime family has been arrested. Don't tell me it's Naruto? Natasha asked. Who's Naruto? Another ghost. Coulson asked, remembering a SHIELD special op agent codenamed Ghost due to her ability to phase through solid objects and partial capability to be invisible. No, Naruto is the guy I found in Vegas, Natasha clarified. Your boyfriend did that? He's hardcore, Barton said. He's not my boyfriend. Where the hell in my report did you get that? Natasha denied vehemently. Fury cleared his throat to get everyone's attention. As much as I like to get into Romanov's romantic life, Natasha gave him the stink eye with that statement. We have to get back to the topic at hand. Yes, Naruto was one of the people responsible for Bianchi family downfall. One of them. Coulson picked up on Fury's choice of words. Yes. He apparently thought it was a fun idea to bring a civilian. Fury took on a more serious expression. He took with him a drunk Tony Stark. Coulson and Barton had a wide-eyed expression before laughing hysterically. Both of them thinking of what they wouldn't give to see that guy tow a drunk Stark around while taking down a crime family. That's got to be an event for the ages. Natasha, on the other hand, is banging her head on the table repeatedly. How the hell can so much happen within 2 days of her meeting him? She currently wishes that she hadn't taken that vacation to Vegas. Maybe then she would have one less problem to deal with. I sent additional teams to monitor the situation. If Stark's army of lawyers can't deal with the situation, I'll make some moves, Fury said while outlining his plan. For the other reason, I'm here. He turned to Coulson before continuing. I want everything you got about the 083. I have a meeting with POTUS and JCS. They want an update on the event. They're also going to show me something that could be related to the 083. Apparently, it's for eyes only. Finishing his statement, Fury started to walk out of the room. But before he could leave entirely, he looked back and said to Romanov, "Before I forget, Naruto Uzumaki has suddenly appeared in our databases. You might want to look into that after this." He then walked out. Natasha groaned again, hearing the news. Why can't everything be so simple? Naruto probably found a high-class forger in Vegas. Average forging jobs would not show in their databases since no paper trail would be made. Bianchi probably knew who is the best forger in Vegas, but it probably has to wait. The mission right now has the most precedent. Natasha faced Coulson and Barton and asked, "Want to catch me up on what's happening here?" "I'll go first since my side has the least progress," Barton said to both of them. "The search for the alien or the reason for the spotlight?" "Spotlight?" Natasha asked for clarification. "Well, 083 is just dull. So we call it the spotlight?" Barton answered. No lead panned out. If there's an alien that crossed using the spotlight, there's no sign for it anywhere. The cause of the spotlight is now assumed caused by the alien, so we can't move forward without finding it. Barton finished his report before looking at Coulson to report his side. The techs found no trace evidence at the site. The only clue we have is the 8 cherry blossoms trees that grew exactly 100 m away from the site and positioned at the 8 directions of the compass. The trees are virtually indestructible, only the bark and leaf samples are taken. The genetic test identified the tree as Yoshino blossom. Ancient, Asian, and other unidentified scripts were found on the tree. Each text is made out of smaller texts that can only be viewed microscopically. The microscopic texts that can be translated have multiple repetitions of the words bridge and barrier. That's why I hypothesized that there might be an alien. Coulson finished his comprehensive report. Natasha absorbed both of her colleagues' reports. After a few seconds, she asked, "All right, so what do we do next?" "We," Barton indicated both himself and Natasha, "are going to keep finding that alien. Coulson's going to compile a report for Fury then continue reading through witness statements." Barton finished. "All right, let's go," Natasha said. She stood up and walked out of the door, followed by Barton and Coulson. Kamartaj, Kathmandu, Nepal, March 30th, 2005, 12:45 H local, Ancient One. The 3 guests bowed down in front of her as a sign of respect. "Good. You're all here. Have a seat." The Ancient One pointed to a shibudai with 1 sitting pillows on one side and 3 on the other. The table has a small basket of biscuits and a pot of tea. The Ancient One served everyone a cup of tea. Everyone took a sip of their drink as customary before she finally said, "Let's get to business, shall we?" The Ancient One said with her usual smile. Everyone in the room showed their agreement. "Let me start with the most important point first. Master Pangborn." "Yes, Ancient One." Jonathan Pangborn straightened his back in attention. Jonathan Pangborn is a 6 feet 2 inches, medium-built, 30 years old, Caucasian man who came to Kamar Taj after an accident in the factory he worked for rendered him paralytic from the waist down. He came to Kamar Taj in hopes of being able to walk again, as the same as many stories he heard. The Ancient One accepted him as a student and started his own journey in the way of the mystical arts. This allowed him to use his legs again. "You're able to use your legs again in its fullest, am I right?" the Ancient One asked. Pangborn nodded his head in affirmative. "When are you planning to live the order, if I may ask?" Of course, she already knew the answer due to the power of the eye, but the conversation would be more natural if Pangborn is the one who laid out his plans. Pangborn looked shocked for a moment, as well as Caecilius and Mordo. The last of which felt betrayed that someone would willingly leave the order when they achieved their goals. "Around a year from now, Master," Pangborn finally answered. "Good," she said. This drew shocked expressions from the people in the room. They would have thought she would be against Pangborn leaving. "But not good enough. I want you to leave immediately." It seems like this whole conversation would continue to shock them all. Nobody heard the Ancient One asked someone to live. "May I ask why, Master?" Pangborn asked with a shake in his voice due to nervousness. The Ancient One just smiled, enjoying drawing these reactions. Being centuries old, entertainment becomes a scarce resource. "For your final mission, of course." she said. Pangborn drew a calming breath, hearing something to reassure him. He really wouldn't want to be on the Ancient One's wrong side. As you would leave the Order anyway, I'm giving one last mission for you. I want you to gather information on anything or anyone that might seem strange, the more powerful, the better. Your will be done, Master. May I ask why and when should I leave? Pangborn asked. Of course, you may ask, but I won't reveal the answer until I have identified who or what it is. The Ancient One said, losing her smile. As for when, I prefer if you leave as soon as possible. Maybe after the gathering. Bring your items with you, you won't have to go back here again unless I call for you. She answered. Pangborn stood up, bowed, and left, but before he could go far, the Ancient One added, find the yellow fox. It's the only clue I could find. Pangborn bowed again and left to pack for his journey. Caecilius and Mordo are staring dumbfounded to the exchange. They guessed a similar conversation would happen with them. Now that's done. The Ancient One faced Caecilius. After the gathering, I want you to pore over our records for any mention of a yellow fox, she ordered. Caecilius is a 6 feet 0 inches, broad-built, 40-years-old man who came to Camartage with the help of Carl Mordo. Mordo introduces Caecilius to the Ancient One to help Caecilius understand the grief he acquired when he lost his son and his wife. As much as she hates it, the coming of Dormammu is an essential event in the future to make sure Strange would step up as the Sorcerer Supreme. The demon would need a follower from this world to weaken the shields, and the most likely candidate is still Caecilius. Ordering him to look into the library would lead him to encounter the history of Dormammu. His grief and discontent would draw him to the demon's power and start the whole event. Yes, Master. Caecilius nodded. The Ancient One waved her hand, indicating he is dismissed. Caecilius stood up and left. The Ancient One stared at Mordo. She was thinking about which approach would make him less likely to betray the Order in the future. Carl Mordo is one of the most promising students the Ancient One ever had. He's a 5 feet 10 inches, broad-built, 45 years old, African Englishman. He came to Camartage, hoping to acquire the power to file his revenge but eventually found peace under the Ancient One's tutelage. Deciding on her plan, the Ancient One waved her hand, materializing a journal. This is one of my summarized journals. I write one every century I'm alive to keep track of the critical event. She placed the journal and slid it to Mordo's direction. I want you to read it. Ask any question, anytime. I'll try to answer with the best of my ability. Showing him her choices from her point of view might lessen the chance of his betrayal in the future. His future is not clearly shown since the yellow fox would somehow cross his path. Picking up the journal reverently, Mordo bowed deeply while still sitting down. Thank you for giving me the chance to read this, Master. Let me warn you. This does not mean you would be the next Sorcerer Supreme. I still think your talents are better suited for other endeavors. I understand, Master. Mordo said while gritting his teeth lightly. The Ancient One has been telling him this for quite some time, but he still doesn't understand why she doesn't want for him to take on the mantle. The Ancient One stood up and motioned him to follow her. It's time for the gathering. I'm quite excited to talk about the future, she said while smiling brightly. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 30th, 2005, 1600 H local. In conclusion, Mr. Tony Stark and his accomplice had broken no laws in their action against the Bianchi crime family. Instead, they have done a great service to the people of Las Vegas by removing one of the city's blight to society. The spokesperson of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department continued with his speech on live television. Tony, Pepper, Happy, and finally, Naruto is sitting in the living room eating fast food takeout as their late lunch while watching the report. Tony and Naruto had just come back from the police station 30 minutes ago, giving their statements off the record. Tony's army of lawyers has straightened out the situation with the police, discouraging them in filing a case against Tony, in extension Naruto. Pepper has also done amazingly in her job in the public relations department. She had created and executed a PR plan that would turn Tony as a hero fighting against an underground enemy. The news of Tony Stark's involvement in bringing down a successful and entrenched organized crime group skyrocketed his popularity with the masses. Tony's reputation had effectively sidelined Naruto, but that's the way he liked it. He really should think about the faster and more effective way news disseminates in this world. Everything he does that is too public or too flashy can immediately be found out by the whole world. Happy is still a little upset with what happened. Not because his boss was in danger, but because he hasn't been able to come. Tony would fight against the Bianchis either way. It's better to have been there with his boss to make sure he wouldn't get hurt. He can't even really get mad against Naruto cause he did one hell of a knob keeping Tomy back while still keeping him involved enough to point his attention. On the other hand, Pepper is still seething against Tony and Naruto for doing something stupid. Her ire doubled for Naruto since he's the reason Tony went to fight against the mob. Another source of her annoyance is that Naruto is still pushing for her and Tony to get together, although he's only doing it while they're alone. The worst thing is that it's working. She has been imagining continuously what it would be like to be with Tony in a romantic capacity. The only thing stopping her is that she knew that Tony's personality would be counterproductive in a long-term relationship. If she wants to have the relationship she wants with Tony, some parts of his character would need to change, especially his playboy lifestyle. Naruto's question is still bouncing around Tony's mind. Echoing. His brilliant mind is working against him, concocting vivid scenarios of living with Pepper until they were gray and old with their family around them. Noticing Tony's blank stare, Pepper nudged him and asked, "Are you all right?" Yeah. I'm fine. Just thinking about stuff," Tony said, placating Pepper. She didn't believe it for a second but let it go anyway. She looked over to Naruto and saw him eating another bowl of ramen. How can someone eat so much of that stuff is beyond her. Tony noticed the wary but thoughtful look at Naruto. This reminded him of what he was supposed to ask earlier. "Hey, Naruto," Tony shouted to get his attention. Naruto answered while still having some noodles dangling from his mouth. "I was thinking of going back to LA tomorrow. Are you coming with?" Tony asked. The question immediately drew the attention of everyone in the room, remembering the bet of Naruto staying at the Malibu house. Pepper was still hoping that it wouldn't happen. It will make their lives a lot more complicated. Happy is just watching, interested in hiring Naruto in some capacity. "I'm not going to stay for a while. I still have some traveling to do," Naruto said with a smile after swallowing the noodles. Tony just nodded. He was secretly relieved that Naruto would not stay for a while. He really would like to talk to Pepper first about Naruto's suggestion without the added complication. Pepper had roughly the same thought running through her mind. "As a matter of fact, I might be leaving tonight," Naruto said. He's thinking about trying to get a head start on his plan. "I'll take 100 million with me, as for the rest, I'll just buy some shares in your company," Naruto explained his plan for the money he won in the game. "Pepper can handle that." Tony just waved his hand. Pepper is typing away in her phone, listing out Naruto's plan. "Just call ahead before going to LA. There might be no one there if you just stroll in," Tony informed Naruto. "Don't be too sad, old man. I'll drop by soon," Naruto said with a cheeky smile. Tony just groaned and rolled his eyes. It would undoubtedly be an interesting experience being close to Naruto. "Oh, before I forgot," Naruto said while pulling 3 strips of paper from his pocket. He gave each one of them a piece. "If ever you're in trouble, like life or death situation, just tear that piece of paper. I'll be by in a flash," he finished with a grin. White House, Washington, D.C., March 31, 2005, 0800H local. Fury hated being in the White House. Even if he used the secret entrance to hide his presence, the White House is still one of the most publicly known places on Earth. He feels too exposed in this place. He headed straight to a separate meeting room in the White House. Away from the usual foot traffic the other parts usually get. Fury headed straight inside the room, not even acknowledging the guards posted outside. As soon as he got in, he saw a circular table where the President, Chairman of the Joint Chief of Staffs, Secretary of Defense, and the Director of both CIA and the FBI. He looked at each one of them, recalling their dossier. The first one is President Alan Trumbull. A 6 feet 2 inches, medium-built, 68 years old, African-American man. He is the first non-white president ever to be elected into office. A relatively clean man, in contrast to other politicians, he focused on international relations, making it relatively harder for SHIELD to get around. General Joseph the Viper Colton is the chairman of the Joint Chief of Staff. A 6 feet 0 inches, muscularly built, balding, 50-year-old Caucasian man. He is a career military man just like his father before him. He first started his career at the tail end of the Vietnam War and acquiring multiple decorations. He has climbed quickly through the ranks until he finally was able to lead a war theater of the Gulf Wars. His performance in the Gulf Wars allowed him to be nominated as the chairman JCS by 2 presidents. Joe earned his moniker by being a brilliant commander capable of brutal decisions against the enemy. John Voight is the Secretary of Defense. He is a 6 feet 2 inches, bulky, white-haired, 66-year-old Caucasian man. Unlike many of the former SEC defs, he has never joined the military but only worked as a specialist and consultant. His knowledge with the military and his mental acumen being the reason Trumbull appointed him. The director of the CIA, Alan Hunley, is the primary rival of Fury. He's a 6 feet 0 inches, large-built, pepper-haired, 47-year-old Caucasian man. The CIA has always been a little envious of SHIELD's resources. Alan Hunley has the same stance as the other high-level CIA members, that SHIELD is an overhyped spy agency that has no real purpose except for investigating the weird stuff. He was a field operative that retired for a safer desk job after he married. The director of the FBI, on the other hand, is still doing some field ops from time to time. A 6 feet 1 inch, lean-muscled, 40 years old, brown-haired Caucasian, Seeley Joseph Booth is a former Army Ranger who joined the FBI after having enough of the violence. He vowed to catch as many criminals as he had killed. He only partially retired in the field after his daughter is born and aimed to be the director of the FBI. Fury sat down on the last available chair without another word. Trumbull cleared his throat and said, "I have here in my hands is the only copy left of something that can be a threat to national security," Trumbull said while lifting a folder in his hands. "I'll let Colton report a summary. I'll pass this around. You can't make a copy of anything in this file. Reserve your questions for later," he said in an authoritative tone before passing the folder to Secretary Def. At 8:45 p.m. 2 days ago, a pair of technicians from Edwards Air Force Base noticed an anomaly in one of their experimental machines. Latter has picked up a small, high-speed object crashing in the middle of the Mojave Desert. Voight passed the folder to Hunley, his expression showing concern and interest at the same time. The folder must really have something interesting in it. A man appeared suddenly on top of the crash site. We used God's eye to get more detail. After some time, he created a clone, and the clone ran towards the direction of LA. The main body ran toward Las Vegas. Fury immediately perked up hearing Las Vegas. Something in the back of his mind is screaming at him and slowly getting more evident. Like a puzzle slowly being completed. He saw Hunley passing the folder towards Booth with apparent interest. "We lost him before he reached Vegas, but we noted that he was running at around 200 to 250 kilometers per hour. Colton finished. "We have no idea who or what he is, but he is somehow connected to the event in New York due to his appearance is close to the event. The direction of the object was also determined to come from the direction of New York. He would be considered a threat to national security until proven otherwise," Trumbull said. Booth passed the folder to Fury. His face is severe but unreadable. "I want SHIELD to take point since it's their specialization. Everyone here would help them with finding out more about the man." Everyone nodded to the president's orders, with Inky Hunley slightly disgruntled. Fury finally opened the folder, a picture as the first page, a black and white photo standing in the middle of nowhere. His instinct screaming at him, he turned the page showing a portrait taken by God's eye. A very familiar man. Goddamned Naruto Uzumaki. He felt like banging his head on the table repeatedly, but his professional attitude allowed him to stay stoic. Trumbull noticed Fury's silence. "What are you thinking, Fury?" Trumbull asked. "I need to call my team and send one immediately to Vegas," Fury said, lying smoothly. Hunley stared at him for a moment, trying to ascertain his thoughts but immediately gave up, remembering how different his and Fury's skill level is. The president nodded and dismissed them. Fury immediately headed toward the secret entrance and called Romanoff. When she answered, Fury immediately said the one thing that could make her stress skyrocket without waiting for Romanoff to greet him. "Naruto is the alien. Kamartaj, Kathmandu, Nepal. March 30, 2005, 1300 H local." A short walk to the main training grounds, the Ancient One saw it was full of elders, masters, and apprentices. Mordo walked forward and lined up with the other masters. The Ancient One can't help but smile at the sight of all the sorcerers and sorceresses gathered. She still can't believe that sometimes that the order grew from 50 from her time to 1500 now. Although she used the power of the enemy to unnaturally extend her life, she can't deny that seeing this now almost made everything worth it. She walked towards the observation stage high up on the side of a building. Everyone is waiting for her announcement. Curious and excited at the same time. Through all the years the Ancient One had been leading the order, a gathering of this size had never happened. The Ancient One looked to one of the masters standing at the top of the wall and gave him a nod. The master called his hand together and spread it wide, extending his arms to the side. A bright circular orange spell array enlarges from where his hands met and grew exponentially. Similar occurrence arrays are growing around the perimeter of the wall. When the arrays meet, sparks are formed until the two merged. This continued to occur until the whole training ground has been covered. The vast array acts as a barrier, ensuring that nothing she said would come out. Happy with the barrier, the Ancient One started her announcement. "Elders, masters, apprentices. I have ordered this gathering to announce the new track the order would take." This announcement drew a variety of reactions from the crowd, especially from the elders. "The order is formed as the first and last defense against the mystic and the supernatural. We made sure that the world we lived in remains safe. This garnered agreement from everyone. We have done this mission flawlessly. The world still stands as a whole, doesn't it? Laughter and giggling spread through the crowd. She then lifted the eye in the air to show everyone. Our first Sorcerer Supreme created this artifact, the Eye of Agamotto. Reading its history in our library, you would know that the eye used a more powerful object as its heart, the Time Stone. She opened the iris of the eye, showing the green glow the stone emits. A solid manifestation of one of the aspects of the universe. This gives the user the capability of manipulating time. The Ancient One revealed. She knew disclosing this information would cause problems in the future, but she argued that this would make her plan more accepted. I only used most of the powers of the stone in the direst of circumstances except for the one I use every day at noon. The ability to see the future. Murmur spread throughout the audience. I religiously look into the future, seeing my end every time. Until the session, I had this noon. I didn't see my death in the near future, not like the others. For the first time, I saw the future beyond it. I saw the end of more than half of the life in the universe. Shock and fear can be seen throughout. The power of something that can wipe out half of all life is a frightening thought. But we are here, and we have the power to stop it or undo it. Whatever we might need to do. This lifted the spirits of everyone. What I want is for the order to grow in numbers and skill. We have to have as much power as we can have before it happens, and after it, if we fail to stop it. One particular elder raised his hand to ask the question in everyone's mind. When the Ancient One acknowledges the elder, he stood up and asked, "How much time do we have?" The answer chilled their body to the core, an almost unreasonable time frame. 13 years? An apprentice typically only becomes a master after 20 years of studying and training. Only a few can do it in less than 15 years, an example of which is Mordo, who did it in 9 years. The more worrying task is the recruitment to bolster their numbers. Kamar Taj only typically gets 10 to 50 applications a year. To recruit more and make them combat ready in 13 years would require dedication from everyone. I know you all feel the weight of our daunting task, but have no fear. We have no other recourse, but forward or death would befall the universe. Las Vegas, Nevada. March 30th, 2005, 20:30 H local. Naruto is sitting on a bench by the side of the road, just watching and observing the world around him. The people and the environment still a shock to him, but he got to admit that he is adjusting just fine. He guessed that this hobby needs to be developed since being mortal means a lot of waiting around. The first reports of the clones around the world are coming in since 3 hours ago. The Bijus are busy organizing the information in his head to make sure his brain doesn't overload. Naruto could see the cities he sent his clones to and felt the connection to his Hiratian tags. "What's next, Kit?" Kurama suddenly asked, startling Naruto from his crowd watching. "Traveling first. I want to see what we are dealing with. Japan seems a perfect place to start. It looks like it has a lot of similarities with our world," Naruto answered. "Yeah, it seems like it," Kurama said. "You notice the tail, right?" "Of course. They're really sloppy. Can't even seem to hide their presence," Naruto said. SHIELD has sent 2 recon packages to Stark and Naruto to make sure nothing can get past them. A rapid response team was also added on standby after the Bianchi fiasco. The group following Naruto had broken off after he left the hotel. When they saw him leave the room without any luggage, they just assumed he was going out to buy some ramen, again. What they don't know is that everything he has, including his bag of $100 mil cash, is already stored in his seal in the bathroom, the only place without a CCTV on the penthouse floor. Naruto already made the surveillance team the moment they came, not because of their hostile intent, but the feeling of being watched tipped him. Naruto unsealed a folded world map in his pocket with many signs and marks on it. Looking over it intently, he finally made his decision. Naruto stood up and walked over to the alley behind him, still with agents following him. Agent Richard Rogers is one of the agents leading the recon team. They have been disgruntled when they were tasked to follow a playboy billionaire and some kid. Their team is one of the best in the US, so they have no idea why they were assigned to this OP. His team is following one of their targets, Naruto Uzumaki. They have lost him once during their 2-day stay, and it was during the Bianchi fiasco. Their bosses gave them some dressing down, but overall it could have been worse. They saw him pull out a piece of paper from his pocket, but they can't see what it is. He stood up a moment later before walking down the alley behind him, which is weird but totally normal behavior for him. A tail is already following him some distance away, and a drone from above ensures he isn't lost. A gust of wind suddenly blew across, momentarily covering the camera with a piece of newspaper. When the paper finally dislodged, the target is gone. Frantic on the prospect of losing him again, Rogers immediately lunged to the radio on the dashboard. "This is Oculus Main, come in, Oculus One, confirming visual on Whiskers," Rogers said to the radio, using their handles. Negative, Oculus 1 through 5 already searching. The voice on the other end finally said. Acknowledge. Continue search. Over. Rogers ordered. After 30 minutes, another transmission from the radio came in. This is Oculus 1. Target lost. Orders. Return to stage 1. Over. Rogers said before finally setting down the radio. He slumped on the steering wheel thinking about the lashing he would get again for losing the target, again, best in the US, my ass. He took his phone and texted a message to his boss. Target lost. Request backup. Bellagio Hotel Casino, Las Vegas, Nevada. March 30th, 2005, 2100 H local. Well, it looks like already left, Tony said to Pepper. Tony and Pepper went to dinner in one of the hotel restaurants, and they drank 4 bottles of wine between them. Naruto stayed behind to finish up his picking, but it looks like he left already. Happy, on the other hand, said he would be doing something so he won't be able to join them. It looks like he got himself a date. That's a relief. I can finally relax a little, Pepper said with a sigh. Hey, he's not that bad, Tony defended Naruto. Pepper only gave him a disapproving look. Okay, maybe he is. But he's fun to be around. Fun for you, maybe, but trouble for me. I still can't believe you two took down the mob. We're just awesome that way, Tony said with a grin. Pepper only gave him another one of those looks. Tony recentered himself. You should have seen him. He took down 8 guys faster than a coin to drop. I barely saw him move. He placated her. Thinking about the Falcone takedown. That may be, but you barely have any experience in combat, only theoretical and controlled environment. You shouldn't even be there, Pepper countered. There was a lull in the conversation. Both are thinking about what they just said. The silence allowed their minds to wander off, naturally drawing to the idea implanted by Naruto. Pepper is looking subtly at Tony when she saw his mouth starting to move, trying to find a start for the conversation. Quickly deducing where the next talk is going, she promptly cut it off. It's not going to work, Pepper said. What's not going to work? Tony dumbly asked, but already kicking himself for continuing his train of thought. You know. Don't deny it, Pepper chastised him. Tony took a deep breath and asked. Why? 'Cause I can't handle a relationship with someone who I don't know would stay with me through everything. I can be that guy, Tony said quietly, with a hint of pleading in his voice. Pepper collected her thoughts before answering. Not from what I saw. You never had a long-term relationship, and most of them are one-night stands. I don't want to be just another notch on your post. For God's sake, you introduce yourself as a billionaire, playboy, genius, philanthropist. Tony stayed silent, agreeing with most of what she said, but he is not deterred. I never really thought about an idea of us together before Naruto arrived, but after he placed that idea in my head, it's the only thing running in my head. Tony stared intently on Pepper's eyes. It's the first time I imagined myself being with someone. Growing old. Having a family. Pepper remained silent throughout his speech. I want you to give me a chance to prove I can be better. I want you to give us a chance. Tony looked down and closed his eyes. Waiting for the inevitable no. Pepper has a tear running down her left eye. Her resolve to say no is breaking down. Tony's scenario is the same as her own. 6 months, Pepper finally said. Tony looked up with a quizzical look, not understanding Pepper's answer. You have 6 months to prove you can have a long-term relationship? Pepper explained. With that said, she stood up and marched quickly to her room. Tony is still looking dumbfounded at the development. But a smile is slowly forming on his face as he absorbed what Pepper said. He stood up and walked over to the bar to have a victory drink before thinking twice, remembering what Pepper said. He seriously needs to cut down on his drinking. Tony was walking towards his room when he heard an angry shout. I'm going to fucking kill him. Tony sprinted towards Pepper's room, thinking something horrible happened. When he reached the open door of Pepper's bedroom, he flopped down and laughed hard. He can see Pepper standing in the center of the room with pepper of various varieties and sizes everywhere, including the ceiling. Pepper walked out of the room, slamming it shut. She gave Tony an angry glare. 6 months, she bit out. This immediately shuts him up. New York City, New York. March 31st, 2005, 0900H local. Natasha sat frozen on her seat in a cafe. She had dragged both Barton and Coulson to have a better breakfast than just take out coffee. They were about to finish eating when Fury called her. She answered immediately, but before she could say anything, Fury said the words that left her frozen. Naruto is the alien. Barton is immediately concerned and tried to call Natasha's attention to no avail. He then stood up and shook her. Natasha shook her head and gave Barton a nod of appreciation. Romanov, are you still there? She heard Fury from the other end of the line. Yes, boss. Just a little taken aback. Wait for a second, boss. We're outside. Natasha answered. She signed to Barton and Coulson that they need to get back to the office. Who are you with? Clint and Phil? She said. Good, I want you to put me on speaker when you get in, Fury ordered. They walked briskly to the car while still making sure no one is tailing them, Coulson on the driver's side, Barton in the passenger side, and Natasha in the back. She connected her phone into the speaker and said, You're on speaker, boss. Good. I just got out of the meeting with the president. He assigned S.H.I.E.L.D. to find a person who is a threat to national security. He suddenly appeared on a crash site in the middle of the Mojave Desert at 8:45, Fury said. Near Vegas? Natasha asked. Yes, Fury confirmed. He sent a clone to LA while the main body ran towards Vegas. The photo on file is a match to Naruto Uzumaki. The two finally understood Natasha's reaction. She already found their alien and had close contact with him. The worst part is, they let him get close to Tony Stark. Fury can be heard typing something in his phone before saying, I want you and Barton to go to Berlin. Sir, why Berlin? Isn't Naruto last spotted in Vegas? We even have a tail on him. Barton asked for clarification. We don't have a tail on him anymore. The recon team lost him last night. He just suddenly vanished when he walked down an alley, even the drone lost sight on him when its view was temporarily blocked. But why Berlin, sir? Natasha asked again. His credit card was pinged in a McDonald's in Berlin an hour ago. A street cam confirmed his location. Got it, sir. We'll go right now, Natasha said. I'm sending you the access code for his electronic file. It updates every time his identity or card is used. Our system is also continuously scanning for all remote access CCTV we can get. The president wants him found. We have been authorized to use any resource we need, Fury informed them before hanging up. I'll handle everything here, including the Stark situation, Coulson said helpfully. Thanks, Phil, Natasha said before they all disembarked the car. They already arrived at the New York field office. Coulson walked off, trying to get ahead of his job, leaving Barton and Natasha who are walking slowly. What are you thinking? Barton asked when he saw the scrunched-up look on her face. There's nothing that indicated that he was an alien when I met him. I should have thought of it when I got footage of his fight, Natasha said. Don't be too hard on yourself. The event happened in New York. Who would have thought his first stop is Vegas to gamble? Natasha looked at her phone and opened Naruto's file. She was shocked again on what she saw. What now? Barton asked, already anticipating another headache. He's not in Berlin anymore. According to this, he's in Moscow. Barton walked over to the nearest wall and banged his head hard while Natasha just watched. Satisfied with venting out his frustration, he walked back to Natasha. He's gonna be worse than you, he finally said, remembering the time he tracked down Natasha. I'm still better. We're gonna find him in a week, she confidently said. Triskelion, Washington, D.C., January 26, 2007, 1000H local. I'm better, she said. We'll find him in a week, she said. Barton said out loud while sitting on his desk, sorting out files. How many times would I need to say I'm sorry? Natasha shouted, her face showing visible signs of stress only covered by light makeup. The duo had been following around Naruto for almost 2 years. At first, every time he showed up, they would check it out personally. But they quickly realize how futile it is. He can be in Rio in 1 minute to show up in Seoul the next. After 3 months of cat and mouse, they finally gave up. His cloning and teleportation ability must have a high limit, if not limitless. His clones must have the ability to disintegrate too, since there's no trace of his clones anywhere. It's like they just vanish in a puff of smoke. Sorry, Nat. I just seriously hate this guy right now. For God's sake, he's making us look bad, and it's not like he's really hiding. He knows who we are. He's taunting us, that piece of shit, Barton exclaimed. His frustration is getting the best of him. He sent another package, didn't he? Natasha asked, already knowing the answer. Yes, he sent another fucking package, Barton confirmed. What did it say, and what does he want? Some Iranian general is going to Budapest to buy some plutonium. He'll send the details if we leave him a cargo container of groceries, more than half of which are ramen, on the port of New York by tomorrow night. The good kind, he says. He's not even trying to hide it anymore. Natasha said her observation with a small smile. She can admit to herself that the situation they are in is hilarious. He's making us do his groceries. Us. He's making S.H.I.E.L.D. do his groceries. We can't even track him with anything. 6 months after Naruto's disappearance, chatter about an information broker. Law enforcement, military, and spy agencies around the world are receiving packages with incomplete information and a price. The one similarity that stood out between all of them is that they are signed as Nine Tails using the native language. No one initially took it seriously until a relatively wealthy businessman was kidnapped, and his family is forced to pay a ransom well above their means. The LAPD, rapidly losing time, received a package. The chief of police opened it. Inside is information about the case not shown to the media, the first name of the suspect, and the price, a king-size bed to be left in front of the H of the Hollywood sign before 6 p.m. The chief informed the family about the possible information and its cost, explicitly saying that it has no guarantee. They immediately took the deal as time is running out. They bought a premium $7,500 bed with pillows, and a police van brought it to the agreed-upon spot. SWAT was left to see who will take it, but to their surprise, it just suddenly vanished. Even the bugs and trackers were left behind. At precisely 6 p.m., another package was received. Still, this time, it contains the information of the kidnappers, their location, blueprints, and a video was seemingly taken outside and inside the building. Checking out the information was easy enough and they confirmed that everything seems authentic. LAPD immediately did a rescue operation, and it was a success. News about the authenticity of the information broker spread throughout the world like wildfire. Fury immediately sent a team to find the information broker to no avail. He was about to assign it to a secondary priority status until he received a package from the broker, placed on his table. The possibility of the broker to have enough reach to put a box on his table already sets him on edge. The information inside outlined the presence of a terrorist cell that uses possible alien tech, the price for further details, a decommissioned Quinjet to be left in a hangar in Reagan Airport. Fury accepted the deal and left a fully functional Quinjet, not a decommissioned one, in the hangar but not before leaving a bunch of trackers and cameras in the jet and the hangar. In case all of this doesn't work, the functional Quinjet can be tracked down remotely. He was confident he could find out who the broker is until he saw the jet fade in front of the camera, leaving behind everything that he added, including the built-in tracker. That's when it suddenly clicked? They can't find the broker since he might be the person they can't find already. Naruto probably built an information network and selling it himself. This was only confirmed by the whisker drawings in the package he received after the payment. 2 months after that event, a different type of package arrived at the office of the Field Marshal of the United Kingdom. It still has its information and a price, but the purpose is wholly different. It states that after the payment, he would do the mission himself, something like a mercenary. The field marshal checked the information and figured out why the broker offered to do the task himself. An English journalist is captured by the Taliban and taken to a fortified hideout. The mission would likely cause high casualty before even retrieving her. That's why he decided to accept the deal but still sending SAS units near the area. The following day, the SAS units reported that the journalist appeared in the middle of their camp, unbound but with a sack over her head. The bag itself has a face drawn on it with whiskers. Interviewing the journalist yielded no clue to the broker's identity. This incident opened up a new avenue for the broker, not only selling information but also selling his services. Luring him into a trap to ascertain his identity proved futile since he's the one who chooses which group or person he would offer his services. The only upside is that the people could see is that he only seems to help the good, weak, or vulnerable. The governments, on the other hand, wants him for their own. He is already considered a thorn to all the organized crime groups, terrorists, and some politicians. They pooled their resources to place a bounty on the broker's head, which is currently at $740 million. In retaliation, the broker pranked all of them. To this day, the only persons who are sure that the Nine Tails and Naruto are the same people are Fury, Barton, Coulson, and Romanov. Other organizations are still speculating who it is. You going to accept the deal? Natasha asked after Barton finally calmed down. As much as I don't want to, Fury already green-lighted it. The cargo should be arriving any second now. Barton answered. Did he place trackers on it? Yup, for all the good it's gonna do. Did he say if he's gonna do it? No. Fury's going to send us to wherever the information says. Too high risk to send some other team. Anyway, did they find Banner already? Natasha said, changing the topic to something less stressful. Not yet, but the military is taking point in this one. It's their screw-up. Thunderbolt's heading the That's a disaster waiting to happen, Natasha commented. He's furious about the broker not sending him anything. He's been spewing that the broker is working against U.S. interest. Barton recalled a meeting Fury took him. The two chatted for a few minutes until Natasha noticed something on Clint's desk. Looks like you got a package, Natasha said, pointing behind Clint. This is one of the infuriating things about Naruto. He can somehow get in and out anywhere. Clint turned around and saw a box. I really hate him, Clint said through gritted teeth. He stood up and opened the box. Inside are various tapes, photographs, and a folder. All must be damning evidence against the general. The folder also includes floor plans of the hotel and approximate hostel numbers. It looks like we're going to Budapest, Barton said before standing up and taking the box with him. Natasha followed close behind him. Malibu, Los Angeles, California. January 26, 2007, 1800 H local. Naruto finally decided to cash in on Tony's bet. He's been traveling the world, but he spent most of his time in Kyoto, enjoying the nostalgia the place made him feel. He saw as much as he can see without relying too much on his clones, only using them as a diversion. But travel is not the only thing he did. Naruto finally managed to build up his information network that encompasses the world. He sold his information as planned but not for cash, only for goods he needs or wants. Naruto made sure that he only helps the people in the right. He really wanted to save everyone, but Gyuki's argument made him act otherwise. You can't save everyone, and even if you can, you shouldn't. You would be the crutch of the world. You would prevent them from growing. Even God does not help everyone. Gyuki advised him. Naruto's mercenary work, on the other hand, is due to his boredom and Kurama. He's always been an active person, always wanting to do something. Kurama's solution is to do the hard jobs himself, which helped him relieve a lot of his tension. But the information network and the mercenary work didn't consume most of his time, it was setting up his business. He needed a front to launder his money and a base of operation for each place or country. His great idea is to establish a Japanese-style fast food restaurant with on-site living arrangements for workers. He named it Shikugaku or Hidden Food Village, an obvious pun for the Hidden Villages system. The spiral symbol of the Uzumakis was used as the logo for his business. He blew through his cash, just to set up the company, and had required for him to steal some money from terrorists and crime groups. It took him a year just to start the business and make it look legit, including establishing identities for the manager of each place. Hiring people has also been a problem since he needs to find someone relatively trustworthy and train them up to acceptable levels. He focused on hiring people who are in the lower class and aimed to help them up. The easiest part, on the other hand, is encouraging costumers to eat there. Aside from the delicious meals comparable to five-star restaurants while still using relatively cheap ingredients, he used Fuinjutsu in everything he can get away with. Fuinjutsu is one of the most versatile stuff he ever learned. It can almost do anything you can imagine, even bending spacetime. The only problem is, his business needs to stay under the radar. It means he can't use Fuinjutsu to create his own electricity or extract water from the air. But through hard and continuous thinking, he found where he can use it, attracting customers. Most, if not all, of the printed Uzumaki symbol used by his restaurant is a Fuin designed explicitly to attract customers. It implants a minor genjutsu that places a suggestion into everyone's subconscious to eat at Shikugaku. Since it's embedded in your psyche, any conscious choice to eat somewhere else would still happen, but the choice of eating at Shikugaku would always be in their minds. It also has multiple security features like implanting the thought of not examining the symbol. The best part is, almost no one can counteract it due to their atrophied chakra network. In the 7 months his restaurant's been operational, he already has acquired a hefty profit from both sides of his business. He's already traveled the world and made his system partially automated due to his clones. It's finally time to learn more stuff from the best. Naruto headed straight to the cliffside house of Tony Stark, forgetting to call ahead first. He jumped over the fence while still subconsciously using his stealth to move around. He walked past the gate and knocked straight at the door. This threw the recently upgraded AI of Tony, Jarvis, or just a rather very intelligent system, for a loop. It was added to the house system and the company servers 4 months ago when Tony finally achieved pseudo-AI status with Jarvis. It started as a simple PDA assistant that he named after his family butler that died a few years back. Continuous tinkering and upgrades have made Jarvis more intelligent and sophisticated. "Good morning, sir. May I ask who you are, and how did you get past the gates?" Jarvis asked while already informing the residence of the guest. Naruto jumped backward and looked around for where the voice came from. Seeing no one around, he figured it might be from a speaker. "I'm Naruto Uzumaki, a friend of Tony, and I just jumped over the fence to get here," Naruto answered. The fence he is referring to is a 10-feet-high wall. "Pleasure to meet you, Mr. Uzumaki. I'm Jarvis. An AI built by Mr. Stark. I have already informed the residents of your arrival." Jarvis introduced himself. Naruto had read about those AIs or artificial intelligence and was surprised that Tony already built one. Every book he read says it's still about 1 or 2 generations away. While thinking about how Tony managed to build an AI, he heard the sound of running from inside the house and muffled shouting that seems like "Get back here." Naruto got down on his fighting stance, preparing for whatever might happen when the door opens. As the steps got closer, Naruto tensed up to prepare an opening attack. When the door opened, he started to attack but immediately held himself back, surprised at what he saw. With his body still in a fighting pose, he dumbfoundedly said, "Hello there, I'm Naruto. What's your name?" Stark Mansion, Los Angeles, California. January 26, 2007, 1830 local. "Hello there, I'm Naruto. What's your name?" There's a few seconds of awkward silence before it was broken. "What are you doing?" Tony asked. "Introducing myself," Naruto said plainly. Before that, Tony asked again, indicating to the fighting positions Naruto's still in. "I heard shouting and running. What was I supposed to think?" Naruto defended himself. "Not attacking just anyone who comes out?" Tony said in a deadpan voice. Naruto finally relaxed his posture after this and stared again at Tony's arms. "Hi. I'm Naruto. How are you, little lady?" Naruto asked with a friendly smile. Again, "What are you doing?" Tony asked with a weird look in his face. "I'm introducing myself. It's polite?" Naruto emphasized the last part with a nod. "She's like 9 months old. She can barely even talk. How would I know?" Naruto said with a pout. Pepper finally showed up behind Tony. When Naruto saw Pepper place her hand on Tony's back, he finally put it all together. His face immediately brightened up with a smile and let 6 feet into the air, which surprised both of them. When he landed, Pepper had the presence of mind to pull him into the house before anyone can see him, but Naruto's mood could not be deterred. "I knew it. I knew it," he repeatedly said while jumping around. Tony and Pepper just keep on looking at him, waiting for him to calm down. "When did it happen? And she's your baby, right? Come on, don't leave me hanging here." "Okay. You guys catch up. I'm going to take Morgan to bed." Pepper took the now-named Morgan from Tony's arms and retreated. She's going to wait out the excitement before coming back down. "Jarvis, call me the moment they try to leave the house. I don't want another Bianchi incident," Pepper said before retreating. "Of course, Miss Potts," Jarvis answered. Tony and Naruto watched Pepper leave before Tony led Naruto to the kitchen. "Help yourself with anything," Tony said, pointing to the refrigerator and the cupboards. "You have ramen?" Naruto asked automatically. Tony sighed and pointed at the rightmost cupboard. He should have guessed that Naruto would eat ramen. Naruto immediately went to the cupboard and prepared himself a cup of ramen using the microwave. When it was done, he promptly unsealed metal chopsticks from his pocket and retrieved the cup. He placed it on the island and sat down. When Tony saw Naruto finally settled down, he finally started the conversation. "What have you been up to all this time?" Tony asked. "Traveling mostly. Been around almost every major city I can get to. Started my own business with the money I took from you guys." This sent a wince in Tony's face remembering the beatdown he received. "Took me a while to set it all up, that's why it took so long to drop by." Naruto finished before slurping another strand of ramen. "Good for you. What business did you open?" Tony asked, genuinely curious what business an overenergetic, ramen-addicted, force of nature, Naruto would open. "I opened a Japanese-style fast food restaurant chain," Naruto said flippantly. That's when a thought ran through Tony's mind. "Don't tell me. Japanese-style fast food. Opened in the last 2 years. Why I haven't, I thought of it." Tony thought rapidly. Stark Industries had been aiming to branch out in the past 2 years. They've been discussing it for a while, and numerous suggestions had been thrown around, but no one seems to agree on where they should head next. Not until a board member suggested to buy out a new up-and-coming fast food chain, Shikugakure. Everyone was skeptical at first until the same board member brought takeout from the place. They were immediately hooked, and everyone agreed to buy out the company. The only problem is, no one knew who the owner is. The restaurant seemingly appeared out of nowhere with all the supply chain and staff in place. There's no clear command structure since each branch seems to operate on its own, but they are all the same, indicating that one person owns it all. They tried to find the name of the corporate owner through back channels, private detectives, and even government records, but all of it yielded any useful clue. Each place seemed to be registered to the manager with no hard evidence it being a franchise. Tony already pulled the idea due to the lack of progress 2 weeks ago, but it looks like some development might happen today. "You're the owner of Shikugakure?" Tony asked. "Yup. You heard of it?" Tony shook his head in affirmative. "Awesome. How'd you manage to do that? It would have cost you several $100 million to start that many branches at once." Tony said his company analyst reports. "Same way I did with you. Only on a smaller scale." Naruto lied. "I'm going to ask you about that anyway. Do you want to own the corporation partially?" Tony was ecstatic about the development but stopped himself. He's still a businessman, even a lazy one. "Why'd you want to sell it?" Tony cautiously asked. I'm not selling it. I'm giving 35% of the profits to you so someone else can handle the day-to-day operations, Naruto said while slurping the leftover soup of his ramen. Tony quickly computed the returns in his mind. 45%, and it's a deal, Tony countered. Alright, but I want an increase in your stocks. How is that, by the way? Naruto asked suddenly, remembering what the rest of the money he left went to. You now own 8% of my company. You originally had 3%, but every time you make a profit, 90% of it goes into buying new stocks. The rest is placed into a bank account. I don't know the specifics since Pepper handled most of it, Tony said, remembering about Naruto's portfolio, which is absurd with its growth. It's like his gambling skills, any investments that use Naruto's account rarely lose money. Awesome. That means I can be a board member, right? We can work together, Naruto said excitedly. Not exactly, at least not right away, Tony reluctantly said. Most of your stocks are in different shell companies. You still need to make a transfer to make it wholly yours. Pepper surely won't like the idea of Naruto as a board member. It would create a more chaotic work environment for everyone. That's easy, Naruto said dismissively. Anyway, don't think I forgot about you. So what happened with you and Pepper? Tony sighed, hoping not to get into all that. Don't get him wrong, he's really grateful for Naruto's push, but he's still not into all that mushy stuff. You still need to ask? Tony said with a groan. Of course. I'm fully invested in this, Naruto said as his only argument. He continued to look at Tony with hopeful eyes. Fine. Fine. It's like I'm talking to a kid. Tony finally relented. Flashback start. It's been 4 months since the Vegas fiasco. Tony and Pepper just came back from a stressful board meeting in New York. Apparently, some of their stocks are unaccounted for, only appearing that they are sold but no idea to who. This is a normal phenomenon that can be attributed to sales error, but this has been happening more frequently and in larger stocks. This should have been investigated already, but those money-grabbing assholes decided to join together to veto his motion. This should typically not be possible since he has a controlling interest of the company, but the board can veto him as long as everyone decided no. He really needs to find a way to change that charter. Losing guns is one thing, but losing whole missiles is another. Ugh. Just sleep over tonight, Peps. It's dark out already, Tony suggested. Pepper sleeping over had been a regular occurrence due to her erratic work schedule, but she hasn't slept over ever since Vegas. It's like she's putting some distance between them. But tonight seems like a bit different, and he has no idea how right he is. Alright, is my room still available? Pepper hesitantly asked. Yeah. Left it as it is, Tony said while hiding a small smile. Pepper walked towards her room, preparing herself for what's to come. She had been keeping a distance to see what Tony would do without her continuously cleaning up his mess, but it looks like her fears are unfounded. Tony didn't spiral into his usual drunk playboy ways but seemed to clean up his act. He hasn't taken home any floozies since their talk, which has garnered attention from tabloids and TMZ. He still goes to parties and events, but he keeps his act clean, drinking just enough to have a buzz and steering clear from all the bimbos. Pepper already knows that she won't be able to hold herself till the 6 months are up. She can finally see a future with Tony, and the thought still frightens her. What would everyone think when they got together? That she's another one of those gold diggers only with him for his money? She thought back to how it all started and felt herself in an impasse. She doesn't know if she should be thankful or angry at Naruto. Without him in the picture, they wouldn't be in this situation. It's already 2 a.m., but she needs to do this now, or she won't be able to gather enough courage to do it again. Pepper changed into a more comfortable attire, pajama shorts, string top shirt, and fluffy flip-flops. Pepper took another deep breath and walked towards the door, intent of having a talk with Tony. What she didn't expect was Tony standing on the other side of the door about to knock. What happened next is what they both consider stupid and right at the same time. Tony kissed Pepper on the lips, seemingly not in control of his actions. When he finally realized what he was doing, he started to pull back, but Pepper had other plans. She looped her arms around Tony and kissed him back. She then pulled Tony inside of her room. Flashback end. Wow. You took a long time. I thought you would be together the moment I left, Naruto said with a sagely nod. Hey. It's not my fault. Tony defended himself. Moving past that, Naruto said, clearly not believing Tony, which irked him a lot. Why does no one know about Morgan, and when did she come around? Tony took a page from Naruto's book and scratched his head. Flashback start. Tony and Pepper are in a sanitized room in the Stark mansion. All the medical equipment and medicine required before, during, and after the operation. Only Tony, Pepper, Happy, Rhodey, and a medical group who all signed non-disclosure agreements are in the mansion. James Rhodey Rhodes is a 5 feet 8 inches, solidly built, 38 years old, an African-American man. Tony met him during their time at MIT, and they immediately became best friends. Rhodey joined the U.S. Air Force, where he quickly reached the rank of lieutenant colonel due to his close relationship with Tony and his skill in being a fighter pilot. His recent assignment is being a liaison with Stark Industries and a member of the experimental technology branch. Obadiah wasn't informed since he has an obligation to the company, and him knowing about Tony's relationship with Pepper and the birth of their new child would lead for the whole board of directors knowing. Both of them are still not ready exposing their relationship to the world. "I'm gonna fucking kill you, Tony." Pepper's shout was heard even outside of the room. "I have a new fighter jet in production. I'll give you 3 if you go in there first," Tony said to Rhodey, scared for his well-being. "No way, man. I don't want to die for your mess," Rhodey said immediately while walking backward. Tony faced Happy hoping to bribe him to do the same thing, but Happy cut him off before he could speak. "It will only get worse the more time you spend out here and not in there." Realizing that Happy's right, he immediately rushed into the room and sat beside Pepper. "What took you so long?" Pepper asked between contractions. "Rhodey came by to wish you luck." Tony lied immediately. Pepper clearly did not believe him, but another contraction cut her thoughts off. "This is all your fault," Pepper shouted again while trying to break Tony's hand. "We only have unprotected sex once." "Once," she said again, referring to the first time they got together. In a rare moment of self-control, Tony shut his mouth before he could retort to what Pepper said. The medical staff attending to Pepper remained professional throughout the ordeal, but some small bouts of giggles could be heard from time to time. Pepper's labor continued before exactly at 7:43 a.m., May 22, 2006, their baby girl was born. The nurse cleaned up their baby and placed her on Pepper's arms. "She's so beautiful," Pepper said with a smile and tears streaming down her eyes. "Hello. I'm your dad," Tony said to their baby. The only difference his face was to Pepper is that he isn't drenched in sweat. "What should we name her?" Pepper asked. "Morgan," Tony answered. "Morgan? I like it, but why Morgan? I had a dream about your Uncle Morgan holding a baby. I don't know. It seems like a sign to me." Pepper was cleaned up a little bit before Tony called Rhodey and Happy in. As soon as they got in, they saw Pepper sitting on the bed with a baby in her arms and Tony sitting beside her. "I want you to both meet Morgan Stark." Flashback end. "As for why nothing is on the news, I just had her record sealed until I want it to be public. Perks of being rich and powerful," Tony informed Naruto with a smug smile. "When are you planning to make it public?" Naruto asked. "Maybe when she's a year old, but I'm aiming for at most 2 years old," Tony answered. "So, where am I sleeping?" Naruto asked without missing a beat. "Up the stairs, the 3rd room at the right of the left hallway. It has its own bathroom and mini kitchen." "Thanks." Naruto stood up. "I don't know about you, but I'm beat. Let's finish the business end of stuff tomorrow." Tony nodded and stood up too. They walked toward the stairs and separated with a nod. When Tony got inside the room, he saw Pepper on the bed playing with Morgan. Pepper heard Tony got in the room and asked, "How is he?" "He's doing fine," Tony said while changing into his sleeping attire. "He's actually doing more than fine. Did you know he's the owner of Shikugakure you've been looking for?" Pepper immediately slumped and placed her face in her hands. "How can he be a problem even if he's nowhere close? He's the one I've been looking for a year and a half. Think of it this way. You finally found him," Tony said with a teasing grin. "I'm sure now. I hate him," Pepper finally said without any seriousness. Stark Mansion, Los Angeles, California. January 27, 2007, 1600 H local. "So, that's it?" Naruto asked after signing the contract. He took Morgan from Pepper's arm and proceeded to make weird faces to make her laugh. "Yup, I have 2 days to find someone to manage the whole thing," Tony said while checking over the papers and handing it over to his Pepper to have a read through. "Is this thing right?" Pepper asked, disbelief evident in her voice. "Which part?" Naruto asked for clarification, his attention divided between her and playing with Morgan. "Most of it," Pepper said, still rifling through the contract. She took the company information page and placed it on the table. "Like here. It says that you have 2,513 branches already with another 57 on the way. I don't really know the numbers, but that seems about right," Naruto answered, now playing with Morgan using a unicorn puppet. Tony and Pepper never saw him pull it out, but they just let it slide. If they question everything they saw Naruto do, they'll rapidly go insane. "And it says here you have a branch in Pyongyang. How the heck did you manage that?" Pepper corrected herself since they have a no cursing policy in front of Morgan. "There's this guy with glasses that really loved my recipe. He tried to force it out of me, but he eventually gave up and agreed to place a branch there. I think his name is Kim Jong something. I just can't seem to remember. Naruto answered again, but now with Morgan wearing a pink fairy princess outfit. Tony and Pepper are gobsmacked that Naruto possibly served food to the North Korean leader, probably got tortured for it, and still got what he wanted. Pepper is now afraid to remove her sight on Naruto and Morgan due to the genuine possibility of another toy or dress Naruto would pull out of nowhere and give to Morgan. You still want to be in control of hiring of branch managers and them in control of hiring employees? 'Cause that's still a lot off work. Tony asked Naruto to keep his girlfriend's sanity in place. Yup, is Naruto's only answer. Control of hiring of branch manager means that he can still place his clones to that position, keeping each branch a safe house of his. Naruto stiffened so suddenly that even Tony and Pepper saw it. He immediately placed Morgan on Pepper's arms and said, I gotta go. I'll see you guys in 2 or 3 days. Naruto ran out of the dining room but peeked again before leaving. Have fun with that, he said, pointing to the pile of toys near his sit. The two then heard the front door slam shut. Pepper stood up and faced Tony and said, You clean that up since you brought him here. I'm going to change Morgan. Pepper exited the room with Morgan, but before she could get up the stairs, she saw Rhodey walking inside the house. Hi, Morgan. Nice dress. Rhodey greeted Morgan first before facing Pepper. Hey, Pepper. You see where Tony is? He's in the dining room. Help him first before doing anything else, Pepper ordered before walking up the stairs. Rhodey just shrugged at Pepper's mood and walked towards the dining room. The moment he stepped inside, he saw the pile of toys. What the hell happened here? Rhodey asked. Naruto decided to sell a piece of his company to me. Tony answered plainly without further elaborating. So, Naruto finally decided to show up? Yup. So what do you need? Tony asked while picking up toys. Rhodey decided to help him out before answering. You got anything that could knock out a herd of elephants from a distance? Rhodey asked, remembering the specifications the army gave him to ask. I might have some sonic cannons in production. Budapest, Hungary. January 28, 2007, 0130H local. Nat. Come in. Barton shouted through his comms. His team of 5 is being peppered by gunfire from almost all directions. 2 of them are already injured enough to keep them from fighting. Clint had already exhausted his shafts and arrowheads. He's currently using an AK-47 from a guy he killed earlier. They're exhausted and stressed out. They have been trapped for a while, and long-range communication looks to be jammed. Their only hope is that Homebase notices their lack of communication. The worst part of all, Natasha has been incommunicado almost from the time she split up at the start of the mission. How the hell did it go all foobar? Clint asked himself while returning fire. Flashback start. Boss really wants this to go smoothly, doesn't he? Natasha said. Yup, apparently weapons of mass destruction falling to an unhinged general's hand is a bad thing. Who knew? Clint answered sarcastically. The moment the package from the not-so-mysterious broker appeared in S.H.I.E.L.D. detailing an Iranian general buying plutonium, Fury already made up his mind on buying the information. Contrary to popular belief, the WMD the plutonium is going to be used for is not for a conventional nuclear bomb that just goes boom. It's for a weapon that aims to spread nuclear material over a large area. An extreme form of raised earth tactic, it will immediately make an area inhabitable for at least 100 years. When they got the details of the exchange, Fury took no chance and sent an overkill 10-man team, which includes Hawkeye and the Black Widow. The team would take a jet to Hungary, and a group of 6 would disembark. 4 would be left in the plane for backup, and this includes the pilot. As soon as they arrived in Budapest, they surveyed the area and created a plan of attack. Clint would be Overwatch, scanning the area for hostiles and unexpected occurrences. Natasha would be the infiltrator, getting as close as possible without alerting the buyer and seller. The rest of the ground troops would be on standby some distance away. There's no time to create cover identities, and besides, it would be no use. The transaction would happen beneath a bridge by the east side of the river at midnight. They would probably remove any bystanders to keep any witnesses to a minimum. Everybody is in position by 10 p.m. The ground team is 50 meters away inside an inconspicuous van parked near the bridge. Nat went above the railings underneath the bridge and went dark to minimize complications. Clint positioned himself at a building 200 m away with a view of the north side of the bridge. By 11:30, 2 SUVs came in with 4 armed men each. They moved away all the vagrants in the area. They went on high alert in preparation for what's to come. At the stroke of midnight, 6 more cars arrived, 3 from each side of the bridge. 6 guards came down from each side and created a perimeter. All of them are armed with 416 Hong Kong dollars rifles. The guards sure mean business. Clint already identified the general, but he still can't see the cellar. He needs him to move forward a bit or needs to go to a lower floor. Deciding that going down was his best bet, he collected his items and prepared to move. But before he could leave, he saw a semi-truck rush down the street perpendicular to the bridge heading straight towards the van with the rest of his team. He rapidly prepared an arrow shot with an explosive tip and aimed it to the truck. But before he could launch it, bullets hitting his general area forced him to take cover. "We're compromised. Bug out. Charlie team, hostile on your way," Clint shouted to his comms. He saw the van drove away but not before getting targeted by .50 caliber machine guns mounted to the side of the truck. Clint decided that he would be no help to his teammates if he didn't take out the hostiles aiming at him. He peeked over the ledge and saw 4 guys across the river, firing at him. That's particularly impressive since it's almost 700 m away from him. He returned fire using his explosive tipped arrow. Clint saw that he effectively eliminated the enemy and decided to help the ground team who is still getting targeted by the truck. He fired multiple arrow types, including incendiary, explosive, and EMP, but nothing seems to be working. Even diamond-tipped arrowheads didn't penetrate the tires. "Get to extract point Alpha. I'll find a way to get there myself," Clint ordered the ground crew, hoping they will lose the truck along the way. He took one last look at the meetup site and saw everybody was gone. Natasha must have improvised or compromised for her not to radio in. The latter of which is the worst case possible. Clint rappelled down the side street using a rappel line arrow tip. On the alleyway, he quickly rode the Kawasaki KLX 450R he placed for an emergency. He rode hard and fast towards the extract point while only using the side roads and alleyways to minimize possible contact. When Clint got to an industrial park at the outskirt of the city serving as their extract point, he saw the truck pinning his man down inside the warehouse. He also saw 2 teams trying to get around the warehouse and flank them. He quickly formulated a plan in his mind and determined that he needs to take out the truck if they want to have any chance of surviving the encounter. He slapped the rest of his explosive and incendiary tips to his bike and revved it hard towards the container at the back of the truck. The result was simply amazing. The truck went out in a massive blaze, killing everyone inside. Clint runs towards his team while shooting at the flanking teams. He was about to kill the last member of the left flanking team when he reached out to his quiver and felt no more shafts. He hanged his bow around his body and slid toward the nearest gun and quickly fired at the enemy. "How are you guys?" Clint asked his team when he finally reached them. "Not looking good, sir. Robertson and DeChile are out, sir. We've called for the bird, but we can't seem to get through," a member of his team, Murtaugh, reported while the other, Esposito, triages the down members. Barton was formulating an evacuation plan when 4 more vans came. Multiple hostiles dismounted from each of them, making the situation direr. "Fuck. We can't leave now," Clint said to himself. He faced his teammates and said, "We need to make a stand here." Hopefully, the bird would come and check out the situation when they don't receive further contact. Flashback end. "Shit. When would these motherfuckers run out of men?" Clint exclaimed while reloading. He saw Esposito clipped at his shoulder by a bullet, causing him to fall down. Murtaugh tried to help him up, but a shot got through the barrier and hit him near his kidney. Clint effectively became the last man standing when suddenly the gunfire stopped. He took a peek and saw a Harley drive down in front of the vans. Riding on top of it is a long-haired, masked man. The most significant characteristic of his is what looks like a left arm made up entirely of metal with a red star near the shoulder. Clint immediately knew who this was. Natasha had been warning him about this boogeyman for quite some time. The Winter Soldier. The assassin who would not stop, and it looks like they're his next target. He immediately took a shot straight to the Winter Soldier's face, but his metal arm quickly stopped it. Before he could fire another shot, the Winter Soldier took a grenade launcher and fired it at his direction. Budapest, Hungary. January 28, 2007, 0100H local. Natasha woke up slowly, her vision still blurry. She shook her head to get rid of some of the cobwebs in her mind. She tried to move, but that immediately proved futile. Her hands, legs, and torso are all bound with leather straps and duct tape. Looking around, she saw that she is in an underground cell. Everything is made of cement except for the heavy-looking red door. She tried to find a way to get out of her predicament, but it looks like Faith had other plans. The door opened, revealing 8 armed guards who immediately surrounded her while keeping 2 m of distance away from her. It looks like her captors have some brains. When all the guards are positioned, an old balding Caucasian man with glasses walked in. A guard placed a chair a meter away from her in which the man sat down. "I'm sorry for the restraints, Ms. Romanoff. But I'm sure you understand," the man said with a gentlemanly tone. Natasha remained silent. "How rude of me. I'm Octavian Bloom. Still seeing no visible reaction from the Black Widow, he continued. The organization I represent was forced to ask you some questions since you might be able to shed some light on a mystery we found ourselves in. Natasha is piecing together the clues the man is showing. The group he's with must be rich and powerful to be able to kill the original seller of the plutonium and impersonate him in front of the general, all just to ambush them. There might also be a leak inside S.H.I.E.L.D., and a high-clearance one at that, since the source of information came from Naruto. The chance of this group working with or buying information from Naruto is practically zero since there is no indication of him working with illegal or terrorist groups. You see, we are a little envious of some good fortune that fell on your hands, Bloom said with a shake of his head. We heard you are being given high-quality information for virtually nothing. This Ninetales is growing to be a big thorn on our side, and I have it on good authority that you might have an idea who it is. That sealed the deal for Natasha. These guys are looking for Naruto, hoping to get rid of him. Bloom signaled a guard to do something. The guard walked out and promptly returned, carrying a tablet and giving it to Bloom. He then scrolled with the tablet a bit before showing it to Natasha. She saw Clint and his team pinned down. I can make sure they leave out of there alive and return to your precious shield. Natasha remained quiet. Who would you choose? A man you almost know nothing about or your friend and partner? Seeing that further incentives are required, Bloom scrolled at the tablet again and showed it to Natasha, and for the first time, a reaction was observed on her. Oh, you remembered him, didn't you? The culmination of everything we have, the Winter Soldier. Quite an effective killer he is. What do you think would happen if he targeted Agent Barton? Against everything she wanted to do, Natasha still kept her mouth shut. Death would come sooner or later for them all, and she accepted that fact for a long time. She would jeopardize one of the largest assets the world ever had against all that goes bump in the night for the chance for all them to live. I see. Bloom removed his glasses and wiped it before placing it back again. It's such a shame I can't change your mind. He retrieved a capped 5 cubic centimeters syringe from his pocket and showed it to her. This is another one of our innovations. The best truth serum ever produced. Only 1 cubic centimeter is needed to have someone to tell their darkest, deepest secret. Bloom saw Natasha's stare on the syringe. You noticed it, didn't you? I have 5 cubic centimeters here to make sure you would talk since you have some resistance against drugs. Too bad you would die within 10 minutes, but what can you do? Bloom removed the cap of the syringe and stabbed it in Natasha's thigh. Natasha took a deep breath and prepared herself to butte her tongue off the moment the plunger is pressed. But before Bloom can push the plunger down, an explosion reverberated through the room. What was that? Bloom stood up and stared at the door. You and you. Check out what's happening. The 2 guards near the entrance unlocked their guns and exited the room. Distant gunfire and screams could be heard at the other side of the door. This startled Bloom and shouted to his guards. Lock the door. Prepare yourselves. Bloom leaned his back on the far side of the room while the remaining 6 guards all aimed towards the door. The screams are close now. Pounding on the door and pleas for them to open it can be heard. The guards tensed up and prepared to fire. Natasha felt fear towards whatever causes that kind of screams. It must be truly horrific to be on the other side of the door. As fast as the chaos started, the screaming suddenly stopped. Everyone in the room could see blood rolling under the door. The guard stepped behind Natasha to create distance from the door, but this proved to be the wrong move. The earth between Natasha and the guards are suddenly pierced with what looks like black threads. The threads pierced the torso of all the guards and ripped them apart in a shower of blood. Natasha didn't see what happened, but based on the blood and entrails around the room, it must be a brutal kill. Bloom, on the other hand, saw everything and understandably puke, and shat all at the same time due to fear and the brutality of the kill. The door slowly creaked open, which should be impossible since it was locked from the inside, revealing body pieces on the floor. A man walked towards their view, and for the first time, they saw who was massacring everyone. He wore a black sleeveless top, pants, arm sleeves, and sandals on top of all that are metallic flak jacket, bracers, and shin guards. The man hid his identity using a white mask with a picture of a fox. The man looked around before staring at Natasha and walked towards her. He leaned down and moved his face in front of her. She waited for her to be ripped apart just like all the others, but what she heard next made her completely relax. Hey, Nat. It looks like you're in a bind? The man said to her. Natasha recognized that voice. Racing through her memories, she finally found a match around 2 years ago. Steeling herself, she asked quietly. Naruto. Budapest, Hungary. January 28, 2007, 0145H local. Naruto. Ah. Naruto exclaimed under his mask. You still remember me. That's so sweet. A wide smile could be heard through his voice. Natasha's eyebrow twitched at Naruto's nonchalance. If she disregarded the blood and gore around her, you could forgive her imagining for them just coincidentally just meeting in a cafe somewhere. She was going to bombard him with her questions, but before she could start, Naruto moved back and stared at the syringe still in her thigh. Well, that does not look good. Do you mind if I borrow that for a while? Naruto asked before suddenly removing the syringe. Natasha glared at Naruto for not even waiting for her confirmation. What? You know you'll say yes anyway. Naruto defended himself before looking at the man behind her. Natasha saw Naruto retrieved a burlap sack with strange symbols on it. Wait there for a second. I need to do some business. He then placed it on her head to cover her vision. It amazingly also blocked sound since it suddenly became dead silent. Get me out of here. Naruto. Get this off me. Natasha shouted. The sack must have only blocked sounds from the outside since Naruto tapped her shoulder in a way that suggests he would be back. She was fuming at Naruto's audacity to place her in this position. She's the Black Widow for God's sake. Naruto, on the other hand, sauntered towards Bloom. Looking at him. Observing him like he was his prey, which was not far off. Bloom already pushed aside his dignity, evident in him ignoring his soiled pants, in favor of living and reporting back to Hydra High Council. This information must be brought back at all costs. He was about to go on his knees and beg, but before he could do all that, he suddenly fell face down on the floor covered in blood. Blinding pain came from his legs. When he looked at it through his cracked glasses, he was mortified at what he saw. Everything below his crotch is gone and cauterized. War does some fuck-up things to a person, Naruto said while playing with the syringe. You become desensitized to violence. To death. You start to devalue human life. Naruto squatted down to bring his face closer to Bloom. Ever so slowly, you feel your sanity erode away. That's why I started to do some of these missions myself. To make sure I can vent out some frustration and retain whatever sanity I have left. You know, like what happened here. Naruto could feel the fear rolling off Bloom. Don't get me wrong. I'm not a bad guy. I should know, I met a whole bunch of them. All hellbent on ruling the world or be immortal or some other shit. Me? I'm just a flawed man trying to the right thing. So here's what I am going to do. Naruto grabbed Bloom's face and brought it closer to him. Bloom's eyes are now starting to the round black eyes of the mask. He showed the syringe to him and said, I am going to make you choose how you die since obviously, I can't let you get out of here. I can tear you to pieces as I did with your bodyguards, which is painful as hell, or I'll inject you with this. That's when Bloom surrendered to his fate. No matter what happens, he'll die covered in blood and shit. He didn't even try to beg anymore and stared at the syringe. The 5 cubic centimeters serum would kill him in approximately a minute with almost no pain, just his heart giving out. Hopefully, the man won't get too much useful stuff out of him at that minute. With his resolve hardened, he looked at the syringe. Naruto understood the gesture and injected the contents at his neck. Bloom immediately felt his heartbeat skyrocket, and his mind became hazy. He prepared himself to the assault of questions he would surely get, but it seems like he's only interested in the answers to 2 problems. But the questions he heard are the worst ones he could possibly get. What organization do you work for your current task, and who's your highest position mole in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Naruto asked with specific wording to prevent Bloom from getting anything past him. Bloom tried to fight the urge to answer until the time he would inevitably die. His consciousness is already slipping. Blood is pulling behind his eyes, making everything blurry. His blood pressure is already in critical levels, any second now he would be in the sweet release of death, but as his sight begins to darken, he heard himself say, Hydra. Pierce. Bloom croaked out. It looks like the serum kept him alive enough to answer. He died with the regret of him spilling the truth about his organization. Naruto heard clearly what Bloom said, and he mentally noted to himself that he needs to look into the World War II organization more. He stared at Bloom's body as threads burst out of his skin to shred it. The police should be focused on the brutality of the massacre instead of the motive. All the blood and bodies would also hopefully compromise any evidence. The Earth Grudge fear or Jiangu Naruto has is rather unique. Originally, Takigakure had given him the same Jiangu as Kakuzu, but reading through the Uzumaki library had given him an insane idea. Chakra metal is the most versatile substance there is. Conducting chakra through the metal can cause a variety of reactions depending on the type and movement of the chakra as well as the intent of the user. It can be harder than diamonds in 1 second, then softer than cotton in another. It can be covered in fire and water at the same time. Only the user's skill and creativity is the limit for chakra metal. The idea was, what if the threads of the Jiangu is made from chakra metal? He can instantly create flaming swords out of anywhere in his body if he managed to do it. Naruto took samples of the Jiangu and studied it with the help of the bijou. They noticed that the threads are somehow made from the cells of the Jubi. Its origin must have come from the Jubi's body parts that Rikudujiji has cleaved away during their fight, and it has landed near Taki. Months of tests performed by his clones had yielded him nothing until he accidentally infused the strands with the 9 Biju's chakras when he was practicing them. The threads turned into some sort of black blood that immediately switched back to threads when the chakra depleted. With that new clue, he finally discovered how to change the threads into chakra metal. Naruto piled up 1,000 tons of chakra metal from the storage seal left by the Uzumakis and surrounded it with the Jiangu threads. He then channeled Biju chakras through the threads toward the metal. Slowly but surely, the liquefied threads assimilated the metal until it was all gone. The individual threads somehow became microscopic in width and metallic gray in color. What he didn't anticipate is all the threads outside his body can't seem to fit all inside him. That's why he decided to place a storage seal on top of his heart where all the extra threads could be placed when not in use. The improved Jiangu further increased his physical attributes, made him invulnerable to almost any attacks that would penetrate his already toughened skin, and allow him to create any weapon he can imagine. The only downside he can surmise is he can't take hearts anymore, which is pretty useless now that he can use all types of elemental chakra, practically immortal, and he already has his clones. The Jiangu returned inside his body, and the skin healed. He walked back towards Natasha and removed the sack covering her head. He retrieved a knife from behind him and started undoing the binding. "So, how are you? Had a nice night?" Naruto asked jokingly. "Hurry up. My team is about to get slaughtered," Natasha shouted. The thought of the Winter Soldier targeting her team is giving her chills. "All right. Sheesh. Just making some conversation," Naruto said as he finally undid her leg strap. Natasha stood up and stretched a little. "Can you walk? 'Cause I can carry you," Naruto offered. "I'm fine," Natasha said while walking towards some guns and magazines on the floor and picking it up. She removed some pieces of flesh on the firearms and strapped a Glock 26 on her holster and carried the Ruger 10-20. A tactical knife was also placed on the small of her back. After a final stretch, she looked back at Naruto, who had somehow dropped his mask and staring amazed at her. This somehow made her felt better than all the guys who flirted around her since she knows she doesn't exactly look presentable right now. Naruto, for his part, saw something amazing. A red-haired angel is walking around and gearing up, nothing more beautiful than a lady who can defend herself. He can't help but stare at her. When she did that final stretch that highlighted her curves and face framed by her hair, he can't stop his jaw from falling alongside his mask. Natasha cleared her throat to snap him out of his daze, which worked. Naruto immediately picked up his mask and replaced it on his face. "Yeah," Naruto said awkwardly. "We should probably go." Natasha's raised her eyebrow to him and walked out of the room. Naruto could hear the Biju jeering at him to mark her or something, but he immediately cut the connection. He followed Natasha outside and saw her waiting for him. "Which way?" she asked. "Ugh. Just hold my hand," Naruto said while holding out his left hand. Natasha just stared at his hand, clearly not believing him his intentions. "For God's sake." Naruto forcefully grabbed her hand, and suddenly, they disappeared. Budapest, Hungary. January 28, 2007, 0200H local. It looks like it's true what they say. In the face of death, time does slow down, and your life flashes before your eyes. Clint has been in many life and death situations, but this is the first time it happened since he became a dad around 7 years ago. Clint saw her wife, Laura, during their wedding. The birth of his daughter, Lila, and son, Cooper. He saw the hardship of his training and the joy of building his homestead. Clint stared at the Winter Soldier, firing the grenade, and prepared for death. The shell moved slowly through the air directly toward his team. But all the preparation are for naught. He saw a masked man suddenly appear between them and the grenade. The grenade impacted the man and covered him in flames. That fucking Winter Soldier must have used an incendiary round. Clint fully expected the man to drop almost immediately after the round hit, but to his surprise, he's still standing. The flames suddenly roared high in the sky and then returned, seemingly absorbed by the masked man. "Clint!" He heard his name called from behind him. As he turned around, he took a sigh of relief. Natasha was running towards them, although a little paler than usual. "Nat, what happened to you? Do you know who the weird reinforcement is?" Clint asked rapidly, hoping to get some answers, but it wasn't Natasha who answered. "Hey! Who are you calling weird, ungrateful birdbrain?" The masked man shouted back at him. "Shut up and do what you came here to do," Natasha defended Clint. Clint's eyebrows twitched in annoyance to the obviously a stab to his alias. He started back at Natasha, urging her to answer his question. I'll tell you all about it later, but the answer to your second question would definitely annoy you more. Natasha paused for dramatic effect, but Clint didn't appreciate it. That's the broker? Without a second thought, Clint fired at the back of the head of Naruto. It dead center at the back of his head. Hey! What's that all about? Naruto shouted, obviously incensed. That's for all the overtime you put us through. Clint shouted back, aiming again at Naruto. But before he could take another shot, a grenade exploded again, this time directed at his head. Naruto only shrugged off the explosion and absorbed the fire again. This isn't over yet, Naruto said to Clint before he rushed toward the Winter Soldier. Clint was giving a hard glare toward Naruto's direction before he was smacked at the back of his head by Natasha. What the hell was that? She asked angrily. Oh, come off it. The moment you saw he could take a grenade, you wanted to shoot him too, Clint said confidently. Whatever, Natasha said while looking away. I'll triage these guys while you give him support. Natasha was already walking to her team members when she looked back with a glare. And don't shoot him again? Naruto rushed the Winter Soldier and aimed a punch directly at his core, but he immediately moved back, pulled a pistol, and fired at Naruto's face though the fox mask just shrugged the bullets off. Naruto then ran towards him again and launched a right hook, which was promptly blocked by the Winter Soldier's metal arm. This had proven immediately as a bad idea since the arm was shredded upon impact. Everyone, even the Winter Soldier, was shocked by the development. The arm is made of titanium steel alloy reinforced with tungsten. The arm could take a direct missile strike and still be operational. Seeing the predicament they are in, the other hostiles opened fire at Naruto while the Winter Soldier retreated. The first ever failure of Hydra's super soldier. Naruto just stood there and took all the shots before he rammed himself against the cars and somehow making it all explode with a ball of fire. He retrieved a knife from his back and rushed all the remaining hostile and slitting their throats. When Naruto looked back towards where the Winter Soldier went, he's already gone. Doesn't matter anyway. I already slapped a Hydration seal on him, Naruto thought to himself. Naruto was going back to heal the other members of Natasha's team when suddenly multiple light beams from the sky hit him. Looking up, he saw 6 quintets hovering above him. All of which are armed with 20mm Vulcan cannons and 40mm Bofor guns. 9 tails. This is S.H.I.E.L.D. Under the authority of the United States of America and the United Nations, you are under arrest, an amplified voice said. I should probably ask for a date, Naruto said to himself before putting his hands behind his head and kneeling. The Raft, Atlantic Ocean. January 28, 2007, 0800H local. The Raft is built in the 1970s as a black site maximum security prison. Initially run solely by the U.S. Marshal Service, it is now jointly operated by the USMS and S.H.I.E.L.D. after it's been upgraded in the 90s to hold prisoners with more superhuman abilities. The Raft itself is a semi-submersible, self-propelled, circular rig that is self-sufficient and only needs resupply twice a year. The Raft always stays at least 200 kilometers away from any landmass and shipping lanes to make sure it can't be accidentally spotted. It also always stays near the eye of the storm, if possible, to make it harder to find. The cells itself are modular and can be customized to counter the ability of its occupant. Any attempts to escape are immediately dealt with lethal force. If all the security measures are bypassed and containing the prisoners in the facility is futile, the Raft would lock itself and dive down as deep as it can go while starting the controlled failure of the nuclear reactor powering the Raft. As soon as the Raft reached the bottom, the reactor would explode equal to the power of 50 megatons of TNT, effectively vaporizing everything in and around it. And this is where S.H.I.E.L.D. took Naruto. Romanov. Report, Fury said while sitting down on his desk in a room reserved for him in the Raft. In front of him are Natasha and Clint standing in attention. Clint had already given his statement right until Naruto surrendered to a squad of Quinjets. I was on top of the railings under the bridge as planned when the other cars arrived. The general dismounted, but the surprise came from the seller side. It's not the same seller in the file. He named himself to me earlier as Octavian Bloom. The general was also surprised by the switch up. Bloom calmed the general down and said, "Your original contact is a little preoccupied, but we still have your item," Natasha said, recalling the events in Budapest. Bloom walked behind his car after the general seemingly accepted his reasoning. That's when all hell broke loose. Bloom's soldiers are well trained and coordinated. They immediately took out the general and his guards. I guess it happened at the same time as when Barton and the team were ambushed. I was going to fall back when a tranquilizer dart shot me. It's like they know where I would be. She added the last part as a clue for Fury to not place anything in the report since there's someone leaking information in the agency. When I came to, I'm already strapped to a chair in some kind of bunker with only a reinforced door as an entrance. The tranquilizer must have been timed since a few minutes later, Bloom and 8 guards came into the room interrogating me. For what? Fury asked. The identity of the broker, sir, Natasha said, intentionally leaving out Naruto's name. The ambush on Barton and his team seemed to be a leverage for me to talk. They will let them go if I give information about the broker. They even showed me a feed of the Winter Soldier heading his way toward extract point A. When Clint heard that part, he had mixed feelings about Nat's decision. He understood that her choice is the right one, but it does highlight that one's life is less important in this job than information. When I didn't budge, he stabbed a syringe of some kind of truth serum, but he never got the chance to inject it into me. Natasha paused and took a breath. Screams and gunfire came from the outside. Bloom sent 2 of his guards to check what's happening, but when the screams just keep getting closer, he ordered the remainder of his guards to lock the door and prepare. Cries for help came from the other side, but it suddenly stopped. The blood rolling under the door must have left quite an impression since they all moved back behind me. Natasha chuckled a little at the last part. I don't know what happened behind me, but I do know the aftermath. The guards have been shredded to pieces. Still can't figure out how he did it, though. Clint visibly paled, just imagining what happened. Fury, on the other hand, remained stoic except for the subtle widening of his eye. The door opened after that, and he walked in. He asked me how I am, but when I didn't answer, he grabbed the syringe still stuck to my thigh and placed a burlap sack and placed it on my head. The bag must have some tech in it since sound won't get in, but I'm reasonably sure it can get out. So he used the serum to get information on Bloom. Do you know what happened to him? Fury asked, but already fairly sure with the answer. Shredded to pieces just like the others. When we got out of the room, Natasha continued, leaving out some stuff. He grabbed my hand, then we suddenly appeared 50 m behind Barton. It felt like riding the roller coaster 100 times, she said, turning a little green just thinking about the experience. What's your psych profile on him? Fury asked. He's a dichotomy, genius-level intellect hidden by idiocy. Maturity and childishness. Seriousness and playfulness. He can be any one of this in a drop of a hat. He might also be a great actor, hiding everything he doesn't want someone to see. The only thing I can say for sure is that he would prefer a fight over a debate. Natasha listed off her hypothesis. If it were me going to interrogate him, I'll treat him as a high-functioning sociopath, she finally suggested. Fury sat there, absorbing his agent's report. That's when Coulson decided to show up carrying a folder. I got the reports here, boss. I hope you didn't eat breakfast yet, Coulson said before handing it over to Fury. I only had donuts, Fury said before opening the file. But it looks like it's too much, he commented when he saw the photo. The hell happened? Is all of this cleaned up? According to the techs on site, the bodies are either shredded or exploded. Craters, bullet shells, and bullet fragments indicate that they fought back their enemy, but it just shrugged it all off, Coulson reported. As for the cleanup, they're still not yet done. Only 40% are finished last I checked. They had to use hazmat suits since all the guts and blood are considered a biohazard. The local fire trucks are borrowed to speed up the cleaning. He finished. Clint took a peek at the photos and saw pictures that could only be seen in horror and slasher films. Fury decided he had enough. He closed the file and placed it in the desk drawer. Coulson could just report the findings later. How about our guest, is he settled in already? Fury asked, referring to Naruto. He's settled down inside his room, but the guards are losing it since he's been asking for ramen since he got off the plane, Coulson said with a small smile. Fury looked contemplative for a moment before he stood up and said, "You 3 come with me. We're going to ask our guest some questions." Throughout the whole exchange, they never noticed the very slight distortion at the corner of the room. The Raft, Atlantic Ocean. January 28, 2007, 0930H local. Naruto is sitting at the center of the room, bored out of his mind, waiting for something interesting to happen. The room is called the Omega Cell, the highest level of security cell on the planet. It's a smaller version of the Raft attached to the bottom of a cylindrical room. Below the cell itself is open water. Its walls are made of triple-layered cubic boron nitride glass that would allow someone from outside of the cell to see clearly inside of it. Once any of those layers break, the cell would be propelled towards the bottom of the sea, then promptly detonated. A modification was added to this cell when S.H.I.E.L.D. found out Naruto can teleport. By continuously running alternating current through the cell, it would prevent anyone from the inside to undergo quantum entanglement outside of the room. Of course, S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't know that it wouldn't work for Naruto since he teleports by accessing a pocket dimension. Naruto is currently singing badly out of tune about ramen when the doors for the overhead rafters above the cell opened. When he saw Fury come in, he can't help but ask. Kakashi-sensei, when did you go bald? Phil, Clint, and Natasha all tried to contain their laughter, but a few giggles got through. Fury now understood why Clint shot Naruto when they met. The guy somehow knows how to push someone's buttons. He reeled in his annoyance and projected a professional demeanor. Mr. Ninetails. I assume you know why you're here? Fury asked. You're not going to like my butt again, are you? Naruto said with a little shiver. This finally made everyone laugh hard. Even the room operators couldn't help but snicker. Fury's eyebrow is now twitching uncontrollably. No, Fury answered through gritted teeth. You're here since you may have valuable information that could be of use. Oh, that. Well, I got nothing. Naruto said with a shrug. You don't seem to understand the situation you are in, Fury said while pacing back and forth. You are imprisoned in the most secure cell explicitly designed for you, in the most secure prison in the world that doesn't officially exist. You have no hope of leaving here, ever. The moment you even try to get out of there, it will launch you to the bottom of the sea and nuke the hell out of you. He then started straight in Naruto's eyes. You understand? There were a few minutes of tense silence. The people spectating are expecting Naruto to break any second now. Most prisoners of the raft spill their guts out just to get a lighter sentence in this place. The thought of living on top of a primed nuke is just too much to handle. But it looks like you see something new every day. Ha ha ha. Boisterous laughter was heard echoing around the chamber. Naruto is rolling on the floor, laughing. It took a few minutes for Naruto to calm down and stood up. Damn. I haven't had a good laugh like that for quite a while, Naruto said while wiping a tear from the side of his eye. He cleared his throat to snap out everyone out of their daze caused by his reaction. I got 5 reasons why I'm not going to tell you shit. 1. Naruto raised his index finger. You think you're so intimidating with that speech and stare, then I got some bad news for you. You're just as intimidating as a one-eyed chihuahua. 2. Fury is definitely angry at this point. No one calls him a chihuahua. Naruto raised his middle finger next. You think I'm afraid of some nuke? I already took worse than a nuke. 3. Everyone was surprised at Naruto's assertion. Who the hell can survive a nuke? His ring finger came up next. I really have a problem with people in authority. They always think they're so special. All it takes is a simple knife to the throat, and you're in the same ditch as the rest of us. 4. Fury felt a shadow of a knife running across his neck. He can't help but rub it to see if he is already bleeding. Naruto raised his pinky. You really think I submitted to be placed here because of juiced-up guns? Bitch, please. And finally, 5. They can't dispute his logic. Naruto would teleport at will. He has also shown the ability to tank incendiary shots. There's no reason for Naruto not to fight his way out if it came down to it. Naruto finally extended his thumb while retrieving a folder behind him. What made you think that I can't get out of here anytime I want? Naruto said the last part with a grin. Fury finally registered that the folder Coulson gave him and left inside his desk is now in Naruto's hands. So, Naruto drawled out. You want to start talking business? Fury finally understood the futility of trying to control a force of nature. He thought for a while, trying to work around the problem, but nothing came to him. It looks like Naruto holds all the cards, for now. What do you want? Fury pushed out through gritted teeth. Awesome, Naruto shouted before sitting on the bed. You might want to start by turning off all remote recording first, Naruto said while pointing to a camera at the corner. Why? Fury asked, not really wanting to turn off their connections to the outside in case something happens. Have you not been listening to Nat? Think about it. Do you want for someone to eavesdrop and record what we're going to talk about? Naruto urged. The group finally got the confirmation that Naruto was somehow in the room with them. Fury recalled Natasha's report and remembered that there is a high possibility of a leak in S.H.I.E.L.D. He finally nodded towards Coulson's direction. Phil walked towards a control panel by the side of the door and tinkered with it a little bit. Sirens suddenly blasted, and steel plates closed off all exits. They are now officially on lockdown. He then walked back to the group. Happy? Fury asked sarcastically, still not happy with playing someone else's game. Very, Naruto said from behind the group. They immediately turned around while individually pulling out their S.H.I.E.L.D. standard issue Glock 26 and saw Naruto materializing out of thin air. You can't believe how long I've been standing here. Fury turned his look back to the man he's been speaking all this time and saw him, or it disappears in a puff of smoke. Isn't this better? We can finally talk a little better, Naruto said while removing his fox mask. This is the first time Fury, Coulson, and Barton saw his face in person. He really doesn't look more than a young adult, but with whiskers. Fury signaled everyone to lower their weapons but not holster them. As the group lowers their guns, Naruto pulled out a steaming hot cup of ramen. You want? Naruto offered while extending the cup towards them. When nobody answered, he pulled back his arm. Well, more for me. Can we get started with the discussion? Fury urged. All of them are still a bit off due to Naruto's antics. Alright. Here's what's going to happen. I've got 4 pieces of information that you would love to get your hands on. They're going to be paired up since I can't think of 4 things I want right now. I'm then going to ask for payment for each pair. As a sign of good faith, I'll give the info before the item is delivered but after a verbal promise. How's that sound? Naruto laid out his conditions. If the information he would give is as useful as Naruto make it sound, he would probably pay an arm and a leg for it, but he has no choice in the matter. Deal. State your first request, Fury said. A backdoor access to shield systems. Fury is ready to object since it could compromise their whole operation, but Naruto cut him off. But with your confirmation and monitoring every time, the last part is somewhat of a boon for Fury. He can finally have some way to keep track of Naruto's activities if he can look into what he is looking into. Fury nodded in confirmation to Naruto's first bargain. Okay. This first pair is about what ingot from that Bloom guy. Your payment would more than worth it for this, Naruto said, building up their expectations. Hydra is still alive, and their highest mole in S.H.I.E.L.D. is a guy named Pierce. Everyone was stunned at what Naruto asserted. Hydra was always believed to be destroyed after the Red Skull's death and follow-up operations conducted by the Allies. The thought of Hydra still operating and has enough clout to pull off an operation like in Budapest is just mind-boggling. The idea that Alexander Pierce, the head of the World Security Council and Secretary of Defense, is more terrifying than mind-boggling. Pierce has access to 95% of what Fury does, many of which are highly sensitive. His position would undoubtedly allow him to know the specifics of the operation Barton and Romanov would do in Budapest. The only reason he doesn't know about Naruto is that they kept it close to the vest. Ready for the next one? Naruto said with a smile while sitting on a chair that came from God knows where. You, in particular, would love what I'm going to say next. He finished while pointing at Coulson. What do you want this time? Fury asked while setting aside the previous revelations and working out what Naruto might say next. From what he knows about Coulson, he only really loves 3 things. His spy tech collection, S.H.I.E.L.D., and Captain America. All 3 of those things can have some earth-shattering information. Fury was fully expecting Naruto to ask for S.H.I.E.L.D. official badge or clearance so he can move around more freely. It would also mesh well with the backdoor Naruto was asking for, but nobody expected what he said next. I want a date with Nat. They should be used to the surprises by now since they've been receiving it left and right since the whole thing started, but Naruto truly has the skill to hit them blindsided. What? Natasha quietly asked after she regained some of her composure. Naruto still had the innocence to act somewhat shy. He scratched the back of his head and said, "You're beautiful, independent, and dangerous. Who'd not want to date you?" Phil looked at Natasha and said, "Your choice," but you can still see a bit of pleading in his eyes to say yes. Clint, on the other hand, is trying his best to reel in his protective side and prevent Natasha from going to a date with a high-functioning sociopath. Natasha saw no reason to deny Naruto. She was somewhat attracted to him the moment they met. It's been too long since she had a date for herself, not because of some mission. At least if she says yes now, they can get something out of it even the date doesn't work out. It's been too long since she had a date for herself, not because of some mission. Sure of her answer, she nodded her head. Yada. Naruto cheered, not seeing the weird look he is getting from the other guys. Natasha, on the other hand, is flattered by Naruto's genuine excitement. Okay. For the final surprise. I can't tell you how I found out, but all I can say is that it's true. Naruto warned. Steve Rogers and Bucky Barnes are still alive. When Naruto started traveling the world, he found out many fascinating people in this world. To learn more, he used a modification of Edo Tensei to call down souls and have a conversation with them. It's generally a mixed bag. Some are full-on lunatics, others are as good as a saint. One of the people that he tried to call over was Steve Rogers or Captain America, but to his surprise, no soul was called. He tried again with the whole roster of Howling Commandos and managed to call everyone except for James Buchanan Barnes. There are only 2 reasons he would not be able to call someone: either the Shinigami ate their soul, or they are still alive. And since the Shinigami is not fully present in this universe, the only explanation left is that they are still alive. Coulson is practically catatonic. Everyone else is not much better. The captain's legacy is what S.H.I.E.L.D. is built on. Everything he stood for is why Howard Stark and Peggy Carter made S.H.I.E.L.D. Seeing that the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents are in a daze, Naruto wrote a note and placed it in Natasha's hand before he high-shined away. It took the group 3 minutes to fully recover their mental faculties. Fury was the first to recover at only 30 seconds. He tried to shake Coulson out of his stupor when he still had a far-off look in his eyes after 2 minutes. "We have a lot to do," is the only thing Fury said before terminating the lockdown. They were walking out of the room when Natasha felt a piece of paper in her hands. She unrolled it and giggled at what she read. "Wear casual and comfortable clothes. I'll pick you up at 8 a.m. Take a leave, winky face. The Raft, Atlantic Ocean. January 28, 2007, 1100 H local." "Damn," Clint exclaimed when they got inside Fury's office. "That one word can summarize everything they have just experienced." Coulson is still out there, a little shell-shocked from the revelations, explaining to the administration of the prison that the lockdown was necessary since Fury noticed that the one inside the cell is just a fake. Of course, everything he's saying is a bunch of bullshit since they don't know who else might be spying on them. Fury is walking around the room with his checking every corner for anything out of place. Naruto's gimmick with the folder and revelations further increased Fury's already sky-high paranoia. Natasha, on the other hand, is sitting at the corner with a contemplative look on her face while fingering the piece of paper in her hands. Clint only noticed the paper when they got out of the room. He surmised that it must have come from Naruto. Clint is still a little irked that Naruto, the invulnerable super soldier, got a date with Natasha. It's just trouble waiting to happen. But on the opposite side of the spectrum, he's glad that she finally did something normal that she can enjoy. Clint was thinking about the possibility of Nat finally finding someone to settle down with when he heard the door open. He looked back behind him and saw Coulson walking in. Fury sat back down when he is finally sure enough that there's no one else in the room or someone listening in. This signaled everyone to stand in attention in front of Fury. "Did they buy it?" Fury asked Coulson. "Yup. They're just really pissed off about it." Phil answered with a shrug. "Good," Fury said with a nod. "This goes without saying. No one would discuss anything about what happened here unless I explicitly and personally give the go-ahead. Is that clear?" They all nodded in confirmation. The aftermath that would happen if any of the information said today gets out haphazardly would be catastrophic. Who knows how many Hydra agents are still around, or worse yet, in S.H.I.E.L.D. They need to plan every step of the way by themselves with minimal involvement outside of their group. Maria Hill would also need to be informed about this development since she's Fury's closest right-hand woman. The logistics of setting everything up would be a nightmare without her. "Boss, I would like to follow up on some leads he gave us," Coulson requested. "Which one? 'Cause there is a whole bunch of shit we would need to go through," Fury inquired. "The one about Rogers and Barnes?" "Why?" Fury urged Coulson to explain his reasoning. "The crisis looming over our heads would not only affect S.H.I.E.L.D., sir. It would disrupt some fundamental beliefs held by everyone. When the inevitable shakeup happens, a new symbol needs to be placed for everyone to rally behind. Who better for it to be the captain himself?" Coulson reasoned with conviction. "Are you sure it's not because you just want to find the captain?" Fury asked slightly in jest. "That's just a bonus, sir." Coulson defended himself with a smile. "Okay. You have clearance. I want you to compile everything about Rogers and Barnes in a remote network. Make sure it can't be hacked or copied. When you have everything, we'll talk about a search party." Fury laid out the plan he wanted Coulson to follow. Security and anonymity is their friend as long as they haven't flushed out the rats in the division. "How long have you been preparing for that speech of yours?" "Half an hour," Phil answered with a shrug. "Now that's out of the way. It's time to talk about the next pressing issue," Fury said before facing Natasha. "Romanoff's date with a teleporting super soldier with sociopathic tendencies?" Clint perked up, hearing the next topic of conversation while Coulson was pulled out of his thought about how to approach the problem with the captain. Natasha saw the reaction of her coworkers and immediately knew she would loathe the next few minutes. "We need to prepare a strike team and an air support package," Clint said seriously. "We should probably also place a quick response team and 2 surveillance teams to follow," Coulson added. Phil believes that Natasha could take care of herself in most situations. So if something happens during their outing, she can take care of herself, and if in case the problem is Naruto himself, they can't do anything about it. So, in summary, he just said his suggestion to rile up Romanoff. Natasha can't believe at the two's audacity. Are they saying that she's incompetent or incapable? Besides, the whole thing is private. Why the hell would they make it into a high-stakes mission scenario? She gets it that Naruto is a huge question mark, and nobody likes an unknown. She also understands that he's still a national security threat, but for the love of God. They're just going on a date. The only thing stopping her from an outburst is because Fury is in the room. Phil is looking at Natasha in the corner of his vision. He's enjoying the play-by-play of emotions that can be seen on her face. It's a rarity that he can mess with the infamous Black Widow. Clint, on the other hand, is utterly oblivious to the peril he's placing himself in. He somehow decided to take on the role of the overprotective brother while disregarding Natasha's opinion. Although amused with the play-by-play, Fury would like to get on with the conversation without losing two of his agents in the process. Your suggestions have some merit? Natasha was about to interject, but Fury continued effectively cutting her off. Romanoff can take care of herself, and in case something goes wrong that is out of her league, she would take with her an emergency band and her phone. Is that acceptable? The emergency band is a watch designed by S.H.I.E.L.D. for tracking high-profile protectees during a mission. It can transmit and receive data from almost anywhere on the surface of the Earth. The location and vitals are continuously sent to command while messages and orders can be sent back and read through the watch face. The user can also send a distress call that would immediately alert that something went wrong. Everyone naturally agreed to Fury's decision. Although Natasha is still miffed about her being tracked, it would be a lot better than being listened to. What Fury didn't say to Romanoff is that the band she is going to wear would have the capabilities to listen in and has a live video feed. Coulson, prepare the jet. The earlier we get back, the better, Fury ordered before walking out of the room. Coulson followed and walked out of the room to execute Fury's orders. It can take them from 1 hour to 7 hours to get back to Washington, depending on where the raft is currently. Barton walked over to a locker at the corner of the room to retrieve his bow and quiver since the raft policy state that only handguns are allowed for anyone who is not a member of the raft security team. Fuck. I'm going to kill him. Barton suddenly shouted. Natasha already knew through experience what might have happened, and she was not disappointed when she saw what's inside. Instead of Clint's black carbon nanotube composite bow and high-tech quiver, it was replaced by a set of colorful toy bow and suction-tipped arrows. A message is taped at the back wall of the locker. Told you we aren't done yet, P.S. You'll get it back after the date. Stark Mansion, Los Angeles, California. January 28, 2007, 0800H local. Tony, Happy, and Rhodey was roped in another one of Pepper's crazy house rules. If you're not a guest and present inside the house early in the morning, you would have to help out in making breakfast. And not just simple toast, it has to be an English breakfast because breakfast is the most important meal of the day. On top of all that, Pepper is such a control freak. She just hides it well. That's why Happy and Rhodey rarely came to the Stark household so early in the morning. They were present that morning was because Tony texted them that he needed help. The son of a bitch just wanted someone to suffer with him. Tony was assigned to cooking the beans, Happy is frying the meat and eggs, Rhodey is squeezing some oranges, and finally, Pepper is preparing the salad. They were all doing the jobs when Jarvis's voice was heard from the speaker. Sir. Miss Morgan is finally awake. She looks like she requires diaper change. Jarvis informed them. Tony and Pepper stared at each other. They were silently debating who's going to change Morgan's diaper. Rhodey and Happy are still amused by how great the two of them together. After a few more seconds, Pepper finally stood up. It looks like she lost the debate. She washed her hands before starting to walk out of the room, but before she could leave the kitchen, Jarvis's voice was heard again. Miss Potts. It looks like Miss Morgan is already being tended to. Oh. Thank you, Jarvis, Pepper replied before walking back to finish the salad preparation. It's still a little weird for her to talk with someone who only exists as ones and zeros, but she's slowly coming around on that idea. She just sat back down and prepared the salad when she realized something. There were supposed to be only 4 people inside the house, excluding Morgan. If all of them are now preparing breakfast, who the hell is with Morgan? At the same time, the others with her also realized the situation. They all stood up simultaneously and ran up the stairs while making sure they individually brought some kind of weapon. Tony brought a spatula, Happy dumped the food here cooking on a plate and carried the pan, and Pepper brought a wooden spoon. Only Rhodey brought a real weapon, which is his service firearm. As they were reaching the door, Rhodey and Happy pulled Tony and Pepper to the back. It's better if someone with experience handles the first encounter. Happy signaled that he would open the door while Rhodey would storm inside Morgan's room. Tony is holding Pepper back, who's on the verge of a panic attack. Rhodey raised 3 fingers and counted down. As soon as it reached 0, Happy quickly opened the door while Rhodey rushed in. Turn around with your hands up, Rhodey shouted while pointing the gun at the man standing with his back facing them. Morgan's cry suddenly reverberated inside the darkened room. Tony and Pepper took a peek inside the room, trying to see if their baby girl is okay. The tension was rising at an exponential rate until it abruptly crashed back down. Great. You just made her cry. Happy now? A voice can be heard even for the people outside the room. Happy decided to end the mystery and open the light. What they saw relieved and annoyed Pepper at the same time. Naruto is carrying Morgan while feeding her. Rhodey, on the other hand, is still tensed since he hasn't met Naruto personally yet. Only snippets from conversations. Tony, visibly more relaxed, strolled in between Rody and Naruto. Rody, Naruto. Naruto, Rody. Tony introduced them. Now, put the gun down before you accidentally shoot someone. Tony then gave Naruto a hard stare. You. When did you get back? 30 minutes ago. Why? Naruto asked. Before Tony could answer, Pepper interjected in the conversation. The intensity of her glare was enough to scare Naruto and making him step back. Why didn't you say you're already here, and how did you get in? You almost gave me a heart attack. Pepper shouted straight to Naruto's face. The loud sound made Morgan cry again. Naruto involuntarily gulped in fear. He started to sway a little to calm down Morgan, who's been fuzzing around. I thought you already know since Jarvis is installed into your security system. As for the entrance, I used the window. Some guys are keeping an eye on your house, and I don't want to cause some problems. Naruto defended himself, lacking his usual energetic personality. What guys? Paparazzi? Happy asked. As the head of security, he should deal with some possibly unsavory entities looking into the family's personal life. I don't know, but it doesn't look like it. They wore suits and have guns. If you think about it, they might be some government spooks. They've been there even before I arrived. Naruto said with a shrug. Happy's internal alarms started ringing. Who the hell gave anyone the authority to survey the Starks? Excuse me. I got to look into it, Happy said before walking out of the room. Presumably, to call some of his contacts. When Pepper calmed down considerably, she finally pulled Naruto out of the room while still carrying Morgan. Tony and Rody just followed behind them. Naruto can't even resist since he might jostle Morgan. When they got to the entrance of the kitchen, Pepper took Morgan and pushed Naruto into the kitchen. You're going to finish preparing everyone's breakfast. You got 20 minutes? Pepper said in an authoritative tone. And, no. Ramen, she added before walking away. Stark Mansion, Los Angeles, California. January 28, 2007, 0930H local? Okay. New rule. Naruto cooks every time he's here. Pepper moaned out when she tasted Naruto's version of English breakfast. She had no idea how Naruto converted their half-cooked meals to one of the most glorious meals she ever had. She finally understood why Shikugakure is hauling cash. With Naruto's recipe, everyone would be tripping over themselves for it. Seconded. Tony said vehemently. If he's cooking, call me anytime, Rody said. How the hell did you make freshly squeezed OJ this good? While everyone was praising Naruto for his cooking, he's sitting on the corner of table pouting while eating. He can't believe Pepper would ban ramen. As they were eating, Happy decided to walk in, looking a little pissed. So I just got off talking to Kate, do you know what she said? Happy said to Tony while holding his phone. Who's Kate? Tony asked, being a rich ex-playboy really makes it hard to distinguish female names sometimes. Kate Macer. Happy said, expecting Tony to remember her. You know, Assistant Director of the FBI Kate Macer. Tony still didn't recognize the name. Happy hated to continue, but he wanted Tony to remember her to make the following conversation easier. 2K turn of the century party, redhead in a black dress. Happy finally said, reminding Tony of the night they met and supposedly had a one-night stand. Damn. The one who looks like a model? She's AD now. Tony asked, unintentionally slipping more than he wanted to say, which caused Pepper to slap Tony in the arm and give him a disapproving stare. Anyways, Happy continued, hoping to continue the conversation. He served himself some breakfast. She said there are no spooks assigned to you guys or your house. That includes the CIA, NSA, Homeland, and DOD. She's going to send someone to look into it. Happy said before taking a bite of the eggs and bacon. Damn. This is good. Rody. Try to find something on your end. I don't want anyone else to know about Morgan. Tony said seriously. No problem. I have some Black Ops contacts. Maybe it's something from there, Rody replied. Being a relatively high-ranked personnel, he acknowledges that the military and other agencies are always doing questionable stuff. Tony also has some experience with Black Ops since they first test a lot of his projects. Why don't you let me handle them? It'll only take a few minutes, Naruto offhandedly suggested. You? Huh. Come on. It's one thing to take our mob thugs by surprise, but dealing with trained agents? That's a whole other ballpark, Rody exclaimed. His pride doesn't want to concede that some guy would be able to hold himself against rigorously trained agents. Wait a second. I saw what he could do. If no one officially sanctioned the guy surveilling us, Naruto could take them down now and ask questions later, Tony explained. He was seriously considering sicking Naruto against those guys. There's no one taking down anyone. We are going to finish this nice breakfast and let that FBI AD handle the situation, Pepper said, chastising everyone while adding a little bite when referring to the Kate Macer. Pepper faced Naruto and asked, "So what got you in a rush the other day?" "Oh, I got a date," Naruto said with a wide smile. "You ran out of the house in a hurry to get a date? Why the hell did it take you a day and a half to get a date?" Tony asked incredulously. "Well, there was an emergency I have to look into. That took me around a day to straighten out, but by the end of the day, I got a date. I've meant to ask her out for some time, but responsibilities got in the way," Naruto explained. "So, you knew her for quite a while?" Pepper asked, suddenly interested in the conversation. "Not exactly, it's more of an I know of her kind of situation, but we already met personally before." "She hot?" Rhodey asked without tact. "Oh yeah, definitely," Naruto answered with a grin. "But it's more than that." Pepper appreciated that Naruto asked a girl out not only because of her look. "She can hurt you more ways than you can imagine. The woman can defend herself." That's when Pepper knew she spoke too soon. "What? Is she a cop or a soldier?" Happy asked. "Nope," Naruto answered with a mischievous smile. Pepper had that bad feeling again. Every time she saw Naruto with that smile, she just knew another headache is coming her way. "She's a spy?" "Yup, that migraine is going to hit her hard." Rhodey, who decided that it was the right time to drink some OJ, spat everything behind him and went into a coughing fit. "How the hell did you meet a spy?" Tony asked, completely ignoring his best friend's predicament. "Remember how I said I lost all my stuff on the way to Vegas?" "Yes," Tony drawled out. "She's the one that gave me a ride to Vegas." "She was on vacation doing something in your company," Naruto casually answered. This time, it's Tony's turn to take a double take. "You mean there was a spy in the company, and you didn't tell me?" Tony said in mock seriousness. "Get over yourself. You know you have spies in your company. I bet you even know them," Naruto said before facing Pepper. "Quick. How many spies are there in all your US-based main company facilities?" 127, Pepper said, a little shocked. How the hell can someone know that they knew about the spies? A whole new secret division had been made just to keep that a secret. Naruto then faced Happy and asked, "How many are corporate spies?" 96, Happy replied. If Pepper has no problem revealing what they know, there's no way he would raise a fuss now. "Wrong. Only 84 of what you know are corporate spies. Other countries sent the rest," Naruto said. That revelation concerned Pepper. How can Naruto know what they do and don't know? But the revelations are not over. On top of the 127, there are also 33 deep-cover spies that you haven't discovered yet. As for the whole Stark conglomerate, there are 2,866 spies in total. The one I asked out for a date, she just went in and took care of a deep-cover spy from China you didn't know about. I say that's a positive mark in my books. Naruto finally finished, leaving everyone gobsmacked. Rhodey was the first one to recover. He immediately stood up and drew his gun, aiming it directly at Naruto, who just kept eating. "Who are you, and what did you do before?" Rhodey asked. If the man is as skilled in combat as Tony makes him out to be, he can only be three things: ex-special forces, mercenary, or an operator, which is a more combat-oriented spy. All of which doesn't precisely inspire relaxing thoughts in their current predicament. Pepper rapidly pulled Morgan away from the unfolding situation. Her only thought is to keep her safe. Tony and Happy are trying to defuse the crisis to keep them from escalating. "As I said before, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I was a freelance contractor," Naruto answered slowly. Freelance contractor is another term used for mercenary or assassin, Rhodey stated while getting a little more twitchy-fingered. Everyone is now seriously worried about what would happen next. "Damn. Is that what that means? I guess that's why my date was tensed when I said that," Naruto mused. Rhodey saw that Naruto's attention is slipping off from him, so he snapped his fingers to get it back again. "Oh, hey. Where was I?" "Freelance contractor," Happy helpfully added. "Right," Naruto said while giving Happy an appreciative nod. "I really was a freelance contractor. Like I would do almost any job. From menial tasks like house cleaning and face painting all the way to the harder ones like search and retrieval and bodyguard jobs. Hell, one time, I helped build a bridge while protecting a drunk architect. Good times." Naruto finished describing his job description while having a nostalgic look on his face. "What the hell kind of job is that?" Rhodey asked, not thinking there's a job that does all that. "Told you. Freelance contractor," Naruto answered while looking at Rhodey like he's stupid. "So you did bodyguard jobs? Is that why you approached Tony?" Rhodey asked, still trying to figure out Naruto. "Nope. Didn't even know him then. I just figured out who he is when I traveled," Happy decided to ask something that's been bugging him and Pepper. Rhodey already started asking anyway. How did you find out about the inner workings of Stark Industries? 2 words. Drinking game. Naruto said like it explained everything. When he saw no one got it, he continued. A lot of your employees are lightweight. I met some during my travels. When I figured out they work for you, I decided I want to know, ask more questions. It kind of spiraled from there. Pepper latched on to what he said and said, no one would just tell you sensitive corporate secrets? Hey, people just kind of trust me. I'm still staying here, am I? Naruto stated the obvious. He got you there? Tony said towards Pepper, which just irked her. With all that cleared up, Rhodey put that gun away. Everyone sit down, and let's eat before the food gets any colder. Rhodey holstered his gun but still looking at Naruto warily. Pepper sat Morgan back on her chair and thought about how can it be so different from just adding one person in the scenario. Happy is thinking about what Naruto said about the spies in the company. So now everything has chilled out, we can now discuss something more important, about someone's date with a venerable super spy. He said, oozing with giddiness. So, what's your plan? I don't know. I've only been on a few dates, and my knowledge doesn't seem to apply this time. What? That won't do for my business partner. Let me give you some advice, Tony sagely said while pushing Naruto out of the room. There's no way in hell he'll discuss these things in front of Pepper. Pepper saw how excited Tony was and knew immediately that it would be a recipe for disaster. James, can you just go with them? Don't let Tony get overboard, Pepper requested. On it, Rhodey said before standing up and following the pair. Triskelion, Washington, D.C., January 28, 2007, 1300 H local. An older man in a suit is pacing back and forth inside the director's office in the Triskelion. His anxiousness visible for everyone to see. His name is Alexander Pierce, the current secretary of the World Security Council. He's a 5 feet 10 inches, 75 years old, Caucasian man, with dirty blonde hair and blue eyes. He worked for the State Department, where his work led him to be a candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize, which he turned down. His impressive resume fast-tracked him to be a secretary for the World Security Council. He used his position to nominate Nick Fury as the new director, which formed some type of friendship between the two. But of course, there are always wolves dressed as lambs. Pierce is secretly an undercover Hydra agent recruited during his time in the State Department. He's the highest position mole of Hydra in the SHIELD and the US government. His job is to subtly recruit agents for Hydra as well as ensure the organization is hidden until they are ready to show themselves. The reason Pierce is in Fury's office is that he heard that his private jet has landed. The fuck-up in Budapest already cost them Bloom, one of Hydra's most effective finance administrators, and now he heard they have nothing to show for it. He was the one that alerted the Hydra's High Council about Romanoff's impromptu mission. The council immediately pounced on the opportunity to grab Romanoff in hopes of finding out who the information broker called Nine Tails is. His sources told him about Romanoff, Barton, Coulson, and even Fury himself knowing who the Nine Tails himself, with Romanoff being the most likely. Fury supposedly saw a photo of the Ninetales face, but there was only one copy and it is heavily guarded. The whole plan in Budapest was to capture Romanoff and force her to tell them what she knows while using Barton as a bargaining chip. They wouldn't even try to do something as daring before, but desperate times call for drastic measures. The Ninetales is just becoming too big of a problem only to be considered a nuisance. The son of a bitch has managed to decrease their income by as much as 60% in just the first year he's been active. Terrorist cells, drug cartels, government financial overflow, and corporate profits through off-the-book operations are being taken down one by selling undisputable evidence to the authorities. They can't even control them in the shadows anymore since Nine Tails just goes with another group if they don't act on the information. That's why they also sent their ultimate weapon, the Winter Soldier, to make sure everything goes smoothly. The plan in Budapest was going as planned when the Ninetales himself decided to fix his supposed fuck-up. He never thought that killing the original seller and meeting the general themselves to ambush Romanoff and Barton would call for the Ninetales to show himself. He would usually be happy to know that Hydra could finally capture or kill him, but the whole thing was literally a bloodbath. Only the Winter Soldier managed to escape, but his metal arm was turned into a venerable pile of scrap. The only good thing that happened was that the Ninetales surrendered himself when he urged Fury to send reinforcements in the guise of helping the team the moment Bloom went dark. He watched the live feed of the guards bringing Ninetales in the Omega cell, excited to finally the face of the man who's fucking with them, but he guessed his excitement came by too soon. No one can remove the mask and the man himself won't remove it, so they were forced to leave it on. Pierce also watched Fury interrogating the Ninetales, but Fury closed the mic off before he went in. He can't even use a lip-reading program since Fury is facing away from the camera, and the Ninetales was still wearing the goddamned mask. In the end, Fury placed the cell on lockdown, effectively cutting the feed off. When it resumed, everyone was a little shell-shocked, and the Ninetales was nowhere to be seen. Preliminary reports from the raft said that the man was never imprisoned in the first place, only a clone was placed inside the cell. Only one thing caused his anxiousness, the possibility of the Ninetales getting information on Bloom and selling it to Fury. Pierce is only there to see if Fury learned something new. Pierce turned around when he heard the door open. He saw Fury walking in with Coulson and Hill on his right and left, respectively. "What the hell happened?" Pierce said with as much authoritative tone as he can muster. "The Ninetales never surrendered. He just left a clone behind, and that's who we caught," Fury said smoothly while walking towards his desk. "As for Budapest, I say he did us a favor, although he could try to be a little cleaner. Is there anything you found out about Budapest?" Pierce asked, keeping a calm demeanor. If Fury found out about Hydra, they might need to push forward with their plan even if Project Insight still has at least 5 years before completion. They're an organized paramilitary group, and they killed the original seller just to ambush my team. We haven't found out more about them, but I will find out how they knew about the mission," Fury said with conviction. Pierce was immediately on high alert. The only reason Fury still hasn't found out about them was because they stay well away from his radar. "Let me handle that one. I'll assign Garrett or Sitwell on it." "You already have too much on your plate already," Pierce suggested, hoping if he assigned it to either of them, they can control the investigation. "Sure, go ahead. But I want a copy of every report they send out," Fury said. "Of course," Pierce said while secretly releasing a sigh of relief. "Did you find out about anything on this Ninetales? 'Cause he's got to be stopped or at least work for us. He's making everyone look bad," he asked, hoping to get a new lead. "Not much. The only new information I have is that he liked fucking with people and has eyes and ears everywhere. He implied that he only showed up in Budapest since he saw a different man show up as the seller. Other than that, I have no idea, and I hate not knowing something." Pierce processed the information and came up with one conclusion: if they mess another one of his intelligence, they can make him show up. "Before I leave, why did you lock down the cell?" "Because he said he could get out anytime. I just wanted to be sure he can't. I guess it was no use after all since it popped into a cloud of smoke after a while," Fury answered, mixing lies and truth. "All right. I'll let Garrett handle the investigation. He's just traveling around. It's easier for him to get some info. I'll see you some other time, Nick," Pierce said before leaving the room. Silence permeates the room until Fury walked over to his desk and pushed a button. It was one of the personal features Fury added to the office. It will cut off all forms of outgoing communication in the office, even hardline, making it impossible to eavesdrop in it. The only way to get something is to leave a remote recording device inside the room and retrieving it for later. "Add Garrett and Sitwell to the list," Fury ominously ordered when he was sure no one else could listen in. "Already added, sir," Coulson said a little subdued. He and Sitwell were classmates inside SHIELD Academy and grew to be friends. "How many does that make it?" Fury asked, already knowing the answer. 3. Pierce, Sitwell, and Garrett? What are we talking about, boss? Maria Hill finally interjected, not appreciating being left out of the conversation. Maria Hill is a 5 feet 8 inches, 25-year-old Caucasian woman with black hair and blue eyes. She was personally hired directly by Fury 2 years ago from the Army. Her sharp mind and eye for details led her to become one of the fastest rising stars in the agency. She's being groomed by Fury to be the next deputy director since Coulson wants to remain to be a field agent. Her current job is to be Fury's secretary as well as lead some missions in her free time. Funny you should ask, Hill, because we're going to need your help. But first, let me ask you a question, Fury said while fixing her with an intense stare. Sure, boss, Hill answered. If Fury asked you to do something, you don't say no since it usually deals with matters of national security. What would you do when I say Hydra is growing inside of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Fury asked. Hill had to pause to process what Fury said. After a few seconds, she finally decided to answer the question with her own. What? Clint's Homestead, Missouri. January 28, 2007, 1600 H. Local. Homestead, an apt name for Clint's haven. The whole 5 hectares of land surrounding his home were bought through dozens of shell companies and overseas transactions, making it virtually impossible to find details about it. Fury helped him set it up in 1999 when he married his high school sweetheart, Laura, as a precaution against the dozens of enemies he made during his time as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. The house itself was built using his own hands through a year of hard work. The barn and storage shed followed close after. As for the farm they have planned, that's still up in the air. His erratic workdays make it virtually impossible to maintain it. The only reason the house was still standing was because of Laura. Laura Barton is a 5 feet 3 inches, 29-year-old Caucasian woman with dark brown hair and brown eyes. She and Clint have already been dating since they were 14. Since then, she knew that being with Clint would be a daunting task, and it proved to be correct, but the love they had for each other made it possible to weather through the challenges and made the best of the situation. She can honestly say that she is happy with how her life turned out. Clint considers Laura as some kind of a martyr. Having a family with a man who's gone most of the time is already a sacrifice, but living in a semi-isolated area for their safety, well, that's just crazy. That just made Clint love Laura even more. Their first real challenge was when Lila was born. Living in isolation would stunt her development. It's a good thing he worked for a spy agency cause Fury was able to set up solid false identities for Laura and Lila, making it possible for Lila to attend classes safely in the coming school year. Clint is now landing in an open field in front of his home. Recently, he's been using a decommissioned Quinjet to come home. It's stealthy, fast, and, most of all, untraceable with only a push of a button. A heavily pregnant Laura was playing with Lila in the living room when she saw through the window the telltale signs of an invisible plane landing on the field. She still can't believe that technology has already progressed that far no matter how many times she saw it. Excited to meet her husband again, she urged Lila to meet him at the door. "Come on, Lila. Let's meet, Daddy," Laura said with a smile. Lila immediately stood up and bounded towards the door with her mother not far behind. Lila stopped at the door and impatiently waiting for her mother, remembering that she shouldn't be opening the front door without her parents' permission. "Go on," Laura said, giving permission. Lila opened it without a second wasted and went outside. Clint was walking down the path when he saw the door open, revealing Lila and Laura, causing him to smile involuntarily. "Honey, I brought a guest," Clint said, pointing at Natasha not far behind him carrying a small suitcase. Ever since Clint first brought Natasha to the homestead, she had been staying there when she can get to the point that they gave her a room. Nat and Laura immediately hit it off even though they have different life experiences. Lila jumped to Clint's arms the moment he stepped on the porch, and Laura gave him a kiss and a hug, which they kept PG entirely. Laura then walked over to Nat and hugged her. "I thought you wouldn't come home for another 2 weeks," Laura asked while herding them all inside. She's happy that they're home early, but it usually means they were in a hard mission, and Fury gave them time off. "It's a long story. We'll tell you about it over dinner. But for now, I want to change into something more comfortable," Clint said, referring to the combat gear he's still wearing. Natasha already changed into her casual wear before leaving Washington. "Come on, Lil. Help Daddy choose what he's going to wear." Clint then carried Lila and his duffel bag up the stairs. Laura waited for a while to make sure Clint is in the bedroom before leading Natasha to the kitchen. "How close were you?" Laura asked Natasha with a hint of fear in her voice. Natasha knew this conversation would come up the moment Laura saw them, but it doesn't make it easier for her to answer. "Too close," Natasha finally said after a few seconds. She took a deep breath and continued. "By all accounts, we shouldn't even hear. Only unlikely reinforcement got us out of there in one piece." Nat's answer caused Laura to tear up a little bit. No wife ever wanted to hear her husband almost died, but Laura decided long ago that if she were going to be a wife to Clint, she would at least try to know everything that's happening. "Who?" Laura asked in a quiet voice. "You remember the guy we've been chasing around?" "Naruto?" Natasha asked. Laura nodded, remembering how stressed out Clint every time he comes home. "That's one of the reasons why Cooler has been conceived. He's the one that came to help. Apparently, he doesn't want when the info he sold went bad." Clint would probably tell a more subdued version, but overall, everything just got more complicated. Clint and Lila came down a few minutes later. The family decided it's better to have an early dinner. Clint and Laura prepared the meal, just enjoying each other's company while Natasha and Lila are playing in the living room. As expected, Clint told a heavily censored version of what happened over dinner while giving a hint at parts he can't explicitly say, like Hydra agents in S.H.I.E.L.D. and the captain being possibly still alive. The conversation moved on to lighter topics as the meal continued forward. After finishing the meal and cleaning up the table, Lila moved to the living room to watch some TV while the adults set up on the island so they can still keep an eye on her. "Ask Nat what's her plan tomorrow." "Come on, ask her," Clint said, urging Laura. His demeanor was battling between annoyance and excitement. "Okay. Sheesh. Calm down, hun," Laura said, trying to bring down her husband's nervous energy, but it didn't do anything. She finally faced Nat just to move the conversation along. "What's your plan for tomorrow?" Natasha weirdly turned slightly red, but she still showed a calm and collected exterior. "I have a date," Natasha answered candidly. Like for a mission? Laura asked, knowing that Natasha does a lot of seduction jobs. She still doesn't know precisely what Natasha's training was like, but she had an idea. I'm not sure, Natasha said while having a contemplative look. I'm just going to say halfway in between a mission and personal thing. How did that happen? After we brought in Naruto, he kinda forced us into a situation where we had to bargain with him for information. The first thing he asked was something that could be expected, but the second one hit everyone by surprise. Natasha explained. He asked you out, didn't he? Yup, Natasha answered with a nod. I said yes, of course, but everyone is trying to make it a surveillance mission. Clint here wanted to air support for Christ's sake. She finished with an exasperated sigh. Laura shot Clint a shocked and disappointed look. What? You haven't seen the guy? He's like an annoying kid who turned into RoboCop? Clint defended himself before standing up and retreating towards Lila. He's the same guy you met in Vegas, right? Laura asked. The same one. Fuck. Natasha added the last part when she suddenly remembered a detail that might have slipped their minds. What? I might have forgotten that he may or may not be an alien. Oh, was the only thing that came out of Laura's mouth. Does he at least look human? Yes. A cute one too. Wait, I got a picture, Natasha said before fishing out her phone from her pocket. She started scrolling on her phone when she found a picture of Naruto from her car footage. Here, he is. Wow. How can someone look cute and ruggedly handsome? Laura suddenly blurted out. Is that Whiskers? What is he? An alien humanoid cat. More like a fox, Natasha corrected. His codename is Ninetails, which can be linked to a nine-tailed fox demon in Japanese culture. Huh? You learn something new every day, Laura said with a thoughtful look. So when and where are you meeting? 8 am, but as for where, he said he'd pick me up, Natasha said, slightly unsure. How would he manage that? We're basically in the middle of nowhere. I don't know, but I'm going to make him work for it, Natasha said with a giggle. She then looked at Laura's stomach and asked, You're due any week now, right? Any day, Laura corrected with a groan. Don't get me wrong, I love this kid, but I just can't wait for him to pop out. Is the midwife ready? Natasha asked. Yes, but there might be a problem with that. Another pregnancy has a close due date with ours, only a difference of 2 days. If the labor starts at the same time, only one of us would be attended, Laura said, visibly worried. Clint decided to walk in and interject conversation carrying Lila. I'll tuck Lila in and head to bed myself. Good night, Han, don't stay up too late, Clint said before kissing Laura. He then faced Nat and said in a serious voice, May God have mercy on your soul, before running away. Natasha just let it slide, she'll get him back tomorrow after her date. I think I'll head to bed too. Laura stood up and hugged Natasha. I hope you have a great time tomorrow. Good night, she whispered to Nat's ear. Okay. I'll just stay up for a little bit, Natasha said before waving Laura off. She stared at her luggage and sighed, guess I should prepare my gear. Already surrendering to the thought that the date would not be a typical one. Clint's homestead, Missouri. January 29, 2007, 0745H local. Wow. You pulled out all the stops, Laura reacted when she saw Natasha walk down the stairs. She's wearing dark blue fitted jeans, a black camisole under a leather jacket, and brown boots. It's not too much, right? Natasha asked with an uncharacteristically nervous voice. No. It's perfect. He's going to love it, Laura said while hugging Natasha. She then started patting Nat when she felt something under her outfit. Don't take this the wrong way, but why are you carrying what felt like a whole armory? And are you wearing your bulletproof jacket? Clint was not overreacting. Every time I'm with Naruto, something is happening. But to be fair, I only met him twice, Natasha said before. Both of them walked towards the kitchen where Clint is cooking breakfast. You have your phone and band? Clint asked without looking behind him. What are you? My dad. Natasha answered back with a bit of attitude. Clint turned around and gave Natasha a disapproving stare. Just answer the question. Yes, Dad. Have it with me? She said sarcastically. Where are you meeting him again? Clint continued, glossing over Natasha's attitude. I assumed here. Clint stumbled when he heard the answer. No one should know about this place, and judging from Laura's lack of reaction, she already knew what Natasha said. What? I said here. Natasha answered without a second thought. That shouldn't be a surprise. He's a teleporting super soldier. He probably knows everything about us the moment we started following his trail. She offhandedly finished. No way. This place doesn't even show up on any maps, Clint said, not entirely confident with his assertion. You're still saying that after everything? Natasha said with a shake of her head. That's when they heard the sound of a motorcycle getting closer. Son of a bitch? Clint exclaimed under his breath before running out of the front door, making sure that he grabbed the bow and quiver hanging near the door. When he got outside, he saw a man riding a large motorcycle breaking through the tree line. Maybe bullets just don't work. Arrows might be the way to go, he whispered to himself while knocking an arrow. When Natasha and Laura finally exited the home, they only saw Clint releasing the arrow, which headed straight towards the man on the motorcycle. The arrow pierced the helmet's face shield, presumably piercing also the man's face. Clint! Laura shouted, shocked at the series of events. She was going to charge at her husband and pummel him to the ground when Natasha pulled her back. Let me go. He can't just kill anyone when somebody shows up. She shouted while trying to get free from Natasha's hold, but it just gets tighter. He's not dead. Look at him. He's still going, Natasha said a little forcefully while pointing at the still rapidly approaching motorcycle. How? Laura asked in disbelief. That's Naruto. No other way to go about that. Natasha answered like it explained everything. Naruto finally reached the front porch of the house. He removed his helmet, which suddenly disappeared, and immediately started ranting. What the hell? I just borrowed that helmet. You just shoot everyone you meet? How have you even got married? Of course, I'll shoot you. You just showed up in a place that could be considered a black site. And besides, you took my bow. Clint answered back. You want your bow? Naruto asked while pulling something behind him. Here, you go. He then tossed a 5-foot-long case. Told you, you'll get it back. Natasha and Laura are just watching the play-by-play. Are they always like this? Laura asked. They only met twice, including now, so yeah. Natasha confirmed. Naruto finally noticed Laura and Natasha standing behind Clint. He was immediately mesmerized by Natasha. Wow. You look great, Naruto said seriously. Thank you. You don't look too bad too, Natasha complimented back while eyeing Naruto. He's currently wearing navy blue jeans, a white shirt with fox prints covered by a burnt orange jacket, and brown biker boots. The jacket accentuated his broad shoulders. This is for you, Naruto said while offering Natasha a bouquet of assorted flowers with a box of Hydra kunai in the center. The knives are special. Just throw it anywhere, and I'll know when you're in trouble. I guess those would be more useful than chocolate. Thank you. That's sweet of you. I'll just place it inside, she said while pocketing a Hydra kunai. I might need this later. Natasha then went inside. You must be Laura. I'm sorry for coming by unannounced. I hope you can accept this as an apology, Naruto said to Laura while rolling over a mammoth cooler that he retrieved from somewhere behind him. These are all ready-to-eat meals. By the way, Clint and Fury did an excellent job of hiding you. Thank you, I guess, Laura replied awkwardly. Natasha exited the house again a little more excited. Let's go, she said, pulling Naruto towards the bike. Where are we going anyway? It's a surprise? Naruto said with a grin. He then handed over an all-black helmet towards her. Safety first? How do you do that? Natasha said, taking the helmet and fixing it on her head. Do what? The taking something out of thin air thing. Trade secret. We have a lot of time to get to know each other, Naruto answered before he spotted Clint opening the case. Come on. We want to be far away from here when he sees what's inside, Naruto said while quickly riding the motorcycle. Natasha didn't even try to question him and mounted the bike behind Naruto. Grab onto something, Naruto advised before rushing away from the house. When they're around 100 m away, Natasha could faintly hear Clint shouting something about his bow being pink. She giggled uncontrollably, immediately enjoying the start. Naruto rode hard until they reached the tree line where they suddenly disappeared, bike and all. Rome, Italy. January 29, 2007, 15:15 H local. Ugh. That's even worse than the first time, Natasha said to no one in particular, but Naruto heard it through the microphone and sound system built into the helmet. Ha ha ha. You took it a whole lot better than when I first experienced it. I puked my guts out, Naruto confessed while laughing. And you used it without telling me first? I'm wearing a helmet, think about it for a second, Natasha chastised. Naruto did as she asked, and it doesn't paint a pretty picture. Wow. That's bad. I'm sorry. Naruto apologized, properly chastised. Just remember next time, Natasha instructed. That's when she decided to look around the surroundings they're riding through. She noticed that the old buildings and classical architecture not found anywhere in the US. Are we in Rome? Yup. I found the second greatest food after ramen at a restaurant around here when I was traveling. I'm bringing you there, Naruto said, visibly excited while maneuvering around Rome's side roads. Wow. You're pulling all the stops, Natasha teased. Of course. I have one shot to impress the lady, Naruto declared vehemently. Natasha couldn't help but laugh at Naruto's enthusiasm. And we have arrived, my lady, Naruto said in an aristocratic voice before stopping in front of a small restaurant. Natasha dismounted the bike and removed her helmet. She was fully expecting Naruto to bring her to some fancy restaurant to impress her, but this is a whole lot better. She turned around and saw Naruto locking the bike. That's when she noticed something. What make and model is your bike? I don't recognize it, Natasha asked, genuinely interested. One of her hobbies that doesn't directly relate to her job is working on her bikes. She loves how she can build up a monster of a motorcycle and being able to tame it. It's like a cathartic experience for her. This? Built it myself. Naruto answered like it wasn't a big deal. He started building the bike when he was in Japan and saw a motorcycle racing tournament. The moment he saw those high-speed two-wheelers, he was hooked. He bought 5 different bike models: Honda CBR 1000RR, Kawasaki ZX-10R, Suzuki GSX R1000, Yamaha YZF R1, and finally, Ducati Supersport 1000 DS. He had teams of clones disassemble and reassemble all of the bikes, trying to understand how each of the parts works. It took 3 months before the clones are satisfied and dispelled, giving him all the knowledge on how the bike works. He used his knowledge of the parts and the incredibly versatile chakra metal to create the ultimate superbike. Even now, when a new superbike comes out, he buys it and studies it, looking for any ways he can improve his bike. You built that? Where did you get the parts? I can't recognize most of it, Natasha asked, her enthusiasm rising. You shouldn't, Naruto offhandedly said while calling Natasha over to analyze his bike. When she got closer, she noticed that she couldn't even identify the material. I started from scratch. Studied every bike I can get my hands on until I have an idea on how to build my own. I made everything myself, including the nuts, bolts, engine, suspension. The whole thing is customized to my specification. I call it Raijin. Named it after the Japanese god of thunder, lightning, and storms. If it were possible to orgasm at just the thought of the superbike, Natasha would have done it multiple times at this point. What are the specs? Natasha asked quietly, excited, and afraid at the same time to hear the answer. Naruto's grin just got even more feral, which weirdly attracted her. Raijin is an 8-cylinder, 3000 cc's, 1000 horsepower beast of a machine that can go from 0 to 100 km per hour in 1.5 seconds flat and has a top speed of 500 km per hour. Naruto answered probably. Of course, all of those are without the Fuinjutsu enhancements activated, only the chakra needed to transform the properties of the chakra metal are currently running through it. He still hadn't tested how much the Fuinjutsu improvements would affect the superbike. As for the fuel, it uses premium gasoline, but it can also run on chakra input. Natasha is practically drooling. The bike Naruto made is probably the most powerful street-legal machine ever built, and that includes cars. The only more powerful street-legal vehicle she can think of is the 1001 horsepower Bugatti Veyron, and this bike can make the Veyron look like a freaking beetle. On our next date, you're going to help me build one of these, Natasha said with conviction, only realizing what she said after causing her to turn slightly red. So there's a next date? That's good to know, Naruto teased with a wide smile. He then took Natasha's hand and pulled her gently inside the restaurant. Come on. We'll miss our reservation. Natasha saw a typical family restaurant set up on the inside. A few tables and chairs here and there, corner booths for a more private setting, a wine rack, and an open view to the kitchen. There are only around 10 employees inside, including the cooks and waiters milling around. A lot of natural lighting is used, which makes the whole ambience more open. Naruto walked to the receptionist and spoke in fluent Italian. Mi scusi. Ho una prenotazione sotto il nome di Volpe. Excuse me. I have a reservation under the name Fox. Naruto said politely. Certo signore. Fammi controller per un momento. Of course, sir. Let me check for a moment. The receptionist replied while opening the reservation book. Mentre si say, puoi dirmi se Leon è dentro? While you're at it, can you tell me if Leon is inside? Naruto asked. The receptionist looked a little surprised that someone knew her boss, but she just answered it like a professional. Si signore. E nel retro. Yes, sir. He's in the back room. She answered before finding a 3:30 reservation for Volpe marked with VIP. Seguitemi signore. Abbiamo uno stand riservato per te. Follow me, sir. We have a booth reserved for you. The receptionist said while leading them to a secluded box at the back of the restaurant. Ikosai ka. Un cameriere sarà con te a breve. Here we are. A waiter will be with you shortly. She then walked away. I didn't know you speak Italian. Natasha said, impressed. You pick up a lot of things if you have as much free time as I have, Naruto confessed. You still have a lot of free time? Even while running your other business? Referring to Naruto's information brokering and mercenary venture. Yup. The network pretty much runs itself while the hands-on part just happens from time to time, Naruto explained. You should probably text Coulson or Fury. Why? Not really wanting to let S.H.I.E.L.D. be in her business. Because the jump from Missouri to Rome might have destroyed that watch of yours, Naruto answered while scratching the back of his head. Natasha immediately checked over her watch and saw that it's not moving. She removed it from her wrist and checked the inner mechanism. The moment she opened it, she saw the fried circuits and a part that doesn't belong. Fuck. I'll kill them. I told them no mics. Nat angrily mumbled to herself. She doesn't know if she's worried or happy that the band was destroyed. Natasha pocketed the watch and retrieved her phone. She texted Coulson that everything was okay, and they shouldn't panic but not adding their current location. She wants them to work for it. That's when a man walked over to their table. He's a 6 feet 2 inches Italian man with receding pepper-colored hair, brown eyes, and trimmed beard. He also wears a black coat and dark-colored glasses that are perched at the tip of his nose. Natasha stared at the man, trying to remember him. She knows that she met him before but didn't remember when and where. Naruto. You didn't tell me your date is the beautiful Signora Vidova, the man said with a knowing smile. Natasha quickly reassessed the situation. She rechecked the entry and exit points as well as the possible number of hostels. While Natasha is formulating an exit plan, the man and Naruto just kept on talking. Awesome, right? I can't believe she said yes. Naruto said while smiling, still not recognizing the fact that he essentially blackmailed her into saying yes. How are you anyway, Leon? He asked the now identified Leon. The mention of the man's name snapped Natasha out of her musing. She recognizes the name. Leon was a New York-based hitman that did several hard jobs that made him a legend in the community. Apparently, reports of his death 7 years ago are exaggerated. I'm doing great. The info you gave me 2 months ago helped a lot, Leon answered. He then faced Natasha and gave a small bow. Pleasure to meet you, Signore Romanov. I assure you that I am out of the game for a long time. Besides, Naruto here is a friend, and it would be a shame for his date to end abruptly, he reassured with a smile. Nice to meet you too. I see that you are alive and well. Naruto surely has a wide range of friends, Natasha cautiously said. She has no idea if she would report this to S.H.I.E.L.D., but personally, she would just let him be. Leon laughed a little, recognizing that Naruto has a weird collection of acquaintances. So, what would it be? Leon asked their choice of meal. I'll have a caprese with bread and a glass of Chardonnay, Natasha answered without pause. She already decided what she wanted to have when she learned that they are in Italy. And you know what I'll have? Just add a margherita pizza and tiramisu to share. Naruto added his order. Carpaccio and spaghetti alle vongole with sparkling water. Got it. Leon stated for confirmation before walking away. There was a small stretch of awkward silence between the two, probably because they have no idea where to start the conversation. Natasha only has been on one real date in her life, which abruptly ended when her date ran away scared. As for Naruto, he has only been on dates with one girl, and they already knew each other for quite a while. Natasha decided to throw caution in the wind and ask the question that's been bugging her for quite a while. Are you human? Naruto suddenly chokes in surprise, hearing the question. Of course, he knows about aliens, but he never considered himself as one. But thinking more about the definition of an alien, he is regarded as one. No. At least I don't think I'm not, he answered, using a loophole. He is a human alien. A bizarre situation if you think about it. Then how can you do the things you do, the teleportation, cloning, and nigh invulnerability? Natasha pushed forward. That's a complicated question with a complicated answer, Naruto thoughtfully said. It should be a third date question, I think, but for now, let's just say I'm special. We haven't even been on a second date, and there's already a third date. Aren't we moving too fast? What else do you think would happen on the third date? Natasha teased this time. Luckily for Naruto, Leon and a pair of waiters served their orders at that time. Your meal is served. Just call me if you need anything, Leon said before walking away. The meal went on smoothly. They just exchanged funny stories and experiences while making sure nothing too personal would come up. Some questions were answered, but most of them are skirted over, both of them not wanting to scare off a prospective partner. They stayed for 2 hours until people started to fill the restaurant for the evening rush. Naruto called over Leon so they could check out. Don't worry about the meal. It's on the house, Leon waved off. Thanks, Leon. I'll see you next time, Naruto said without fighting back. Thank you for the meal. I hope you can make your business grow, Natasha cordially said. She decided that she won't mess up Leon's new life by putting him in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar. Leon nodded in appreciation and watched them walk out of the restaurant. He started cleaning the table when he saw a folder on Naruto's chair. He picked it up and opened it. Inside are different pictures of a girl walking around campus. He involuntarily shed a tear from seeing his adoptive daughter. Damn, you're good, Naruto, Leon said to no one in particular. So where to next? Natasha asked when they exited the restaurant. She saw the folder Naruto left behind for Leon but decided not to say anything about it. I'm going to show you something awesome, and the best part, you can bring it back to Fury, Naruto said while wearing his helmet. But, I think you should wait until the rat's been dealt with, he finished while mounting his bike. Natasha quickly wore her helmet and got on behind Naruto, wrapping her arm around him and pressing herself. She felt a small shiver run through him. I think you just brought your bike so you can feel me behind you, Natasha teased behind him. I'm neither going to confirm or deny that, Naruto answered before revving the bike and shooting off. We're going to do a jump. Just saying. Natasha braced herself before the scenery suddenly changed from an alleyway in Rome into a jungle tree line with a salvage yard in the distance. Clint's homestead, Missouri. January 29, 2007, 0815H local. Why is my bow pink? Clint shouted. Laura finally understood the pair's dynamic. Naruto messes with Clint, and Clint retaliates. It's a vicious cycle that she can't help but laugh at. She looked over the case of her husband's bow and quiver and saw a piece of paper. She opened it and read it out loud. Just submerge in hot water for 30 minutes, at least it's not permanent, she said the last part to her husband with a comforting smile. I'm just going to use the bathtub, Clint said with a sigh. He placed his weapons inside the case again so it can be carried easier. Come on, hun. Let's go inside and have breakfast. Clint saw Laura frozen in place, a little scared. Hun? Laura. He tried to get her attention. When Laura snapped out of her stupor, she faced Clint and said, My water just broke. Durban, KwaZulu-Natal, South Africa. January 29, 2007, 1830H local. Where are we? Natasha quietly asked. Somewhere near Durban, Naruto answered with a shrug. South Africa? What are we doing here? Natasha continued, still confused about what they are doing there, until she started to connect the dots. The salvage yard in Dunbar is the base of one of the most successful black market weapon sellers, Ulysses Klaue. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't even touch him since a lot of influential politicians in Africa and Asia avail his services. Rumor has it that most of his income comes from a heist he did 15 years ago. S.H.I.E.L.D. has no idea what he stole, but it can't be good based on the money trail they were able to dig up. Most of the items went towards illegal research companies, and when they raid those places, they always evacuate the materials first instead of the leaders or researchers. That alone shows how important those are. Are we here for Ulysses Klaue? Natasha asked slowly, hoping that Naruto would just spell out what's going to happen. She rarely operates when she has little to no plan. It's just a recipe for disaster. Hey, you know him. This is going to make things a whole lot easier, Naruto exclaimed while still not getting her hint. Just tell me what we're going to do, Natasha finally said, getting straight to the point. Oh, Naruto whispered. Natasha thought she would finally get some details until he heard his answer. We're waiting for someone. They should be here any minute now. Natasha is getting frustrated. The mystery works when it's part of their regular date that involves going halfway around the world for brunch in an ex-assassin's restaurant. But when it entails a slightly psychotic weapons dealer, it just isn't advisable. They were waiting near the edge of the forest for 5 minutes when the trees rustled. The movements of the trees are becoming more pronounced until they are practically swaying violently, similar to when a helicopter is hovering overhead. Natasha was still trying to find the source of the disturbance when she heard Naruto say in a bored tone. Damn. They're finally here. Right after Naruto's statement, a trapdoor seemingly appeared 70 m high up in the sky out of nowhere and opened. A black object rapidly dropped from it and landed 3 m away from them. Natasha stared at the object until it stood up. That's when she realized it is not an it but a he. The object is actually a man wearing a black overall with silver accents and a cat-like helmet. Natasha's mind is in overdrive, running through her mental database, searching for anyone who has successfully built an active camouflage system and can create a super soldier. The super soldier idea came from single evidence. The guy just dropped from 20 stories high and stood up like it was nothing. The man walked over closer and stared at her for a moment before looking at Naruto. The solid white eyes of the helmet are slightly unsettling. Naruto dismounted the bike without her dismounting first. She noticed that the motorcycle kept itself upright even without the stand. It just gets more amazing the more she knows about it. But she needs to focus on the situation at hand. Natasha also dismounted the motorcycle and positioned the bike between the two probable super soldiers and her, giving her some semblance of cover while she draws her weapons. If the situation they are in turns sour, she needs to be able to respond quickly. The man and Naruto stared at each other through their helmets. Natasha could feel the tension skyrocketing until both of them laughed hard. They removed their helmets simultaneously and hugged each other. Natasha felt so stupid for not predicting that Naruto is already a friend to a super soldier. "How's the flight, and where's Okoye? I never saw you without her nearby," Naruto asked after they were done hugging. "It was good, all clear skies. As for Okoye, she's finding a landing spot. Wabi is with her," the man answered, his smile dropping a little. "How about you? I see you're doing well for yourself," he said the last part while glancing at Natasha. "Ha ha ha. I wish. This is our first date. Let me introduce you guys," Naruto said with a laugh. They both walked closer to Natasha with Naruto leading. "Nat, this is the Crown Prince Chala. The Black Panther protector of Wakanda. Chala, meet the beautiful and deadly Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow?" He introduced them with a smile and a small amount of theatrics. Natasha removed her helmet during the introduction when she heard the man's name. Chala, the prince of an impoverished nation of Wakanda. Well, apparently not so impoverished if everything she says is true. "I'm sorry about the surprise. Our friend here probably wants to give you a more exciting activity. Instead of maybe skydiving or laser tag, he decided to bring you in a matter of national security and secret," Chala said with a bow, while not forgetting to send a jab to his friend. Natasha couldn't help but smile at Chala's assertion. Naruto is certainly a bag of surprises. No problem. Naruto somehow just finds a way to turn someone's worldview around, Natasha greeted back. Chala gave one last bow and faced Naruto. "I see you have finally finished your bike," he said while checking over the Raijin. The elegant black motorcycle with burnt orange accents certainly looks intimidating. "I want to see which is faster, mine or yours. We should race when we get back." "Nobody would be racing anyone until His Highness settles our current predicament," a voice answered from some distance away. Everyone turned around to look at where the voice came from, and they saw a pair of man and woman walking towards them. The man is wearing a blue cape with a sword at his hips, and the bald woman is wearing red armor while carrying a spear. The woman is observing Natasha, like ascertaining if she was a threat. "Okoye! Wabi! What took you so long?" Naruto asked animatedly. "Naruto." Both greeted him with a small bow. "Don't be like that. We're going to be a team later, so you guys need to loosen up. Isn't that right, Nat?" Naruto let out loudly, trying to pump up Okoye and Wabi. "I still have no idea what we're doing, so I'm not going to weigh in on this," Natasha answered with a small shake of her head. Naruto looked a little disappointed and looked at Chala for support, but he just got more dejected when he heard his answer. "The bruises she gave me 2 days ago are still there. You're on your own this time, my friend," Chala said with a smile. "You guys suck," Naruto answered with a pout before looking to Wabi. "You should be the happiest of all. We're going to take down the last half of the reason why your father died," he said in a slightly serious tone. "The last half? What are you talking about?" Wabi asked while taking on a more dangerous tone. "Damn. You guys have too many secrets?" Naruto whispered to himself. "Just ask your king after I get my approval, or you could just ask Clow," he said to Wabi. He then retrieved 2 objects behind him and tossed it towards Natasha. "You might need those." Natasha examined what Naruto tossed her and saw that it is a baton and a mask with a red hourglass. "Just flick the baton, and it'll extend to a 6 feet long electrified staff. Oh, I forgot. You also need these gloves." He handed over a pair of gloves. "Thank you. Usually, a guy gives teddy bear or perfume, but knives and electrified staffs are good too," Natasha said with a smile. "How you want to do this? Loud or quiet?" "Personally, I want everything to go boom," Naruto asked Chala while putting on an orange grinning Japanese demon mask. "We'll go quiet first. When we got him, you can go wild. Okoye would be air support. Wabi, go with her," Chala ordered while placing his mask. Wabi was going to disagree with his orders, but a hard glare kept him in line. "You're too close to what's going to happen, and you're not a stealthy fighter." "And he can?" Wabi countered. Naruto decided not to answer, but instead, he just slowly disappeared like he is gradually getting more transparent. As soon as he was gone, everyone heard a disembodied voice coming from everywhere. "I can be stealthy if I want to." Wabi shivered, slightly fearful. Natasha, on the other hand, just kept cataloging anything Naruto did and trying to make sense of what he can do. Okoye just kept stoic disposition, but the tensing of her shoulders shows that she is still affected. That's enough demonstration, Naruto. You made your point, Chala said while fixing his gloves. Naruto then appeared behind Wabi. Alright, let's do this. I have one more plan for our date, Naruto declared while winking at Natasha, but she didn't see it due to the mask. Okoye pulled Wabi towards the Royal Talon fighter to make sure he doesn't sneak into the fight. Good thing I'm planning our next date. This just feels too much like work, Natasha said in a joking manner. The spontaneity of it all, although slightly discomforting, makes the whole thing more exciting. Naruto walked towards the motorcycle and mounted it. You're going to have to run there, Naruto said to Chala. Natasha immediately got the idea and rode the bike too. Chala surrendered to his fate, ran towards the target ship, making sure to keep himself out of sight as long as possible. Naruto had no problem with it and shot towards the ship. They rapidly passed over Chala, and Natasha saw a decrepit ship guarded by men with heavy weaponry. The one thing she noticed was that Naruto is a whole lot smarter than he looks. Naruto is using the shadows caused by the setting sun and the miniature dust storm caused by the changing winds to cover their approach. When they reached the ship, Naruto tapped her legs, indicating they need to dismount. She got off and followed by Naruto. The great thing about the mask, Naruto can use his Shinigami to scout the whole ship. When he memorized the entire layout and hostile numbers, he disabled his eyes. He pulled Natasha close and lifted his mask. Tell me if you don't want to do this, since I have another thing in mind we could go to, Naruto asked sincerely, making sure that Natasha is still enjoying their date. I have been in only one real date before. Natasha started while lifting her mask, staring deep into Naruto's cerulean eyes. So, I'm not an expert, but I can honestly say that I'm having more fun than I have in a long time, she finished sincerely. Naruto couldn't help but feel a wave of attraction hit him during that moment while staring back at Natasha's green eyes. Motherfucker. Go for it. Kurama's voice blasted in his mind. Naruto turned off the connection before the date started to make sure there's no distraction during the date, but the Bijou banded together for Kurama to send the message. Naruto didn't bother arguing with Kurama and decided to follow his advice. He cupped Natasha's cheeks and gave her a chaste kiss. Natasha recognizes the fact that setting is not ideal for the first kiss, but hell, if it doesn't feel amazing. Maybe she's a little crazy for feeling this way for someone she barely knows. They were about to dive in for a more sensual kiss when they heard a throat being cleared behind Naruto. They both looked toward its direction and saw Chala leaning against the ship's hull. Oh. Don't mind me. Go on, Chala teased. Naruto is trying to find the appropriate answer, but he just settled on how he felt. I hate you. Natasha and Naruto replaced their mask and adopted a more professional personality. There are 155 guys on board. The target is in an office above the engine room. How would you like to do it? Naruto reported what he saw. One day I'm going to find out how you always do that, but for now, me and Ms. Widow are going to start at the bottom, and you're going to the top. Everyone would take out as many as they can while keeping everyone else in the dark. When one of us captures Clow, everyone will evacuate outside while Naruto gets a minute of fun. Any questions? Chala laid out the plan. When no one spoke up, Chala nodded, and they separated. Natasha finally noticed that the huge motorcycle they were just riding on is suddenly gone, but she has no time to ponder over it since they were nearing the entrance. She also has no idea how Naruto would get up there, but after everything she knows Naruto can do, she wouldn't be surprised that he can walk on walls. They both approached a hole in the hull, and Chala took a peek inside. He signed that 4 guys are standing guard at the entrance, and 2 guys are at a railing. He would take down the 2 guys upstairs while she would take care of the 4 guards. Chala ran inside the entrance and jumped 6 m high and pulled himself towards his targets. While the 4 guys below froze for a moment, Natasha rushed in and hit the first guy in the face that immediately knocked him out. She followed it up by hitting the next 2 guys on the torso almost simultaneously. The voltage running through the staff must have been high since the attack dropped them immediately. The final guard is taken down with a well-placed jab at the man's face. When she was done, Chala is waiting for her to finish. I'm impressed. You're almost as good Okoye with a staff, Chala complimented. The duo blitzed through the ship, taking out everyone they encountered until they finally reached the office they were after. Inside is Clow talking with someone on the phone facing away from them. Natasha took out her gun and placed it firmly on Clow's head, which caused him to stiffen up. I have to call you back. I have an incoming call. Clow said the other end of the line before turning it off and raising his hand slowly. I don't know who you are, but I'm sure we can work something out. He negotiated. Turn around, Chala said. Clow slowly turned and saw 2 masked people, a man and a woman. The alarming thing was that one of those masked people is the Black Panther. Heh. Wakanda finally found me, huh? Clow said with a maniacal smile. What are you going to do? Kill me? No. You're coming with us? Chala answered before placing something on Klau's face that caused him to lost consciousness. You should open that shelf, Naruto suddenly said behind them, pointing towards an empty shelf. Chala nodded and pierced the wall. Naruto pointed him at using his vibranium claws. He ripped it open and saw hundreds of canisters of rock shards. Great, Bast. How did he take so much? Chala whispered to himself before contacting the Talon fighter. What are those rocks? Natasha asked. Vibranium Oregon? Was Naruto's only answer. The answer to the question Shield was looking for is stating right at her, and it doesn't look good.